presence of His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Das ji. In few moments from now, we will have his presence on stage. Thank you. Let us rise in our seats and welcome with a round of applause. A big round of applause, my friends. We are huge in number. UNESCO chairholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, along with His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Das ji, in the presence of Shri Kundan Singh Takola ji and Pitambar Singh Molpa ji, all the way from Mana Gaon, Badrinath. We also have the presence of Mr. Alex Hanke in this session. I request all the dignitaries to please join hands for lighting the traditional lamp. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vivek sir, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Das ji, and all are joining hands for lighting the traditional lamp. Dr. Alex Hanke, a big round of applause, my friends. The Day 3 of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy has formally begun. A beautiful gathering to discuss the role of Mother India as Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in 21st century. I request the dignitaries to please join hands for ringing the bell of world peace. A very, very beautiful tradition of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. By ringing this bell of world peace, we give a loud and clear message that we all stand united for establishing and giving the peace, giving the message of world peace to the entire world. A big round of applause as we join the moment. Thank you very much. Mic, please. There.
पृष्ठे प्रजापतिश्चैव अग्रे गंगा सरस्वती त्रैलोके यानि तीर्थानि वासुदेवस्य चाज्ञया शंखे तिष्ठन्ति विप्रेन्द्र तस्मात् शंख प्रपूजयेत् त्वं पुरा सागरोत्पन्नो विष्णुनां विधृतकरे नमितः सर्वदेवेश्च पांचजन्य नमोस्तुते ओम पांचजन्याय विद्महे पावमानाय धीमहि तन्नः शंख प्रचोदयात् ओम शंखाय नमः।
Thank you very much. That was indeed a moment to cherish in our hearts for lifetime. The Shankha Dhwani, the purity of mind, purity of thoughts. Thank you very much, team. My friends, it has been the tradition of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy that we start our session every day with a meditation, an activity that makes us reflect on our thoughts and set a right ground for the discourse of knowledge which begins. I request everyone to completely stop using their mobile phones. Please do not talk among yourself and follow the instructions being received from the stage for experiencing the moment of meditation. I request the Assistant Professor at Faculty of Peace Studies at MIT World Peace University, Dr. Sachin Gadekar, to kindly guide us for meditation.
Thank you. Greetings of the day. I welcome you all to the 8th session of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I request everyone here to wholeheartedly participate in the Omkar meditation. Sit relax, close your eyes, take a comfortable posture. Omkar, the eternal sound, the bliss of divinity, the Nada Brahma. When you listen to the Omkar, try to bring your attention to the breathing process. I request my technical team to play Omkar. Just be there. Experience the bliss, the divinity of Omkar. Gently rub your palms, create energy, apply on your face and experience the bliss of Omkar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sachin Gadekarji. Thank you very much for setting the right path for the important discussion in this 8th session of Role of Mother India as Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in 21st century. My friends, you are aware that revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat has always been reminding us of a very, very important statement of Swami Vivekananda. In 21st century, my mother India will become the knowledge corridor of the whole world. I'm sure you remember this statement. We have experienced the flagging off of an important activity in the yesterday's session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, which was flagging off distribution of 1.25 lakh copies of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. And if I remember correct the words of His Excellency the Governor, he mentioned that this, and I think Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir also mentioned very clearly, that this activity might actually lead the way of making Bharat a Vishwaguru. Indians are leading every walk of life across the globe. in every aspect of life, probably research, science, technology, art, and we all are aware that Indians are leading multi-billion-dollar corporations across the globe. And on this background, this session today, the role of Mother India as Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century becomes extremely apt. Before we begin our session, as you're aware, that we start every day with World Peace Prayer. For the information of everyone and dignitaries on the dais, I would like to bring to your kind attention that this World Peace Prayer is literally handcrafted by revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath sir. It's his gift to each one of us. Because the word prayer is attached to it, please do not try to attach any caste, creed, or religion to the words. Please try to understand every word that we would be experiencing now, and you will understand this prayer is purely for the well-being of entire humanity and not any particular section of society. I would like to request each one of you to concentrate, rise in your seats. Please rise in your seats, fold your hands, close your eyes, bring the image of your mother, your father, any deity in front of your eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in World Peace Prayer.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारी गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you very much. My friends, I'm sure you would have all experienced that we are present here in number of few thousand, but the amount of peace and serenity that we all are experiencing in this dome is divine. Now, to set a right tone for this session and propose the welcome address, I would like to request the Associate Dean of Faculty of Peace Studies, Professor Dr. Milind Patre sir, to kindly come up stage.
प्रणाम आदरणीय मंच उपस्थित हिज होलीनेस डॉक्टर स्वामी ज्ञानवत्सल जी, परम आदरणीय डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी पद्म भूषण, यूनेस्को चेयर होल्डर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, कुंदन सिंह टकोला जी, पीताम्बर सिंह मोलापा जी, डॉक्टर विजय दास जी, डॉक्टर एलेक्स हैंकी, डॉक्टर पंजीत गाड़गेड़ जी, all the other dignitaries sitting there in the audience, and all the staff, faculty and students. Role of Mother India as Vishwa Guru in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century is the theme of this session. भारत क्या विश्व गुरु जो बनेगा 21वीं सदी में, जो कि भविष्यवाणी है स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की, तो उसमें हमारा योगदान क्या होगा, हमारा रोल क्या होगा? विश्व गुरु बनना ये लक्ष्य है, तो उसके लिए प्रक्रिया क्या होगी, एक्शंस क्या होगी? तो उस संदर्भ में संक्षिप्त में दो चीजें रखूंगा। एक तो यूनिवर्स कितने हैं। बहुत बार ऐसा लगता है कि एक ही यूनिवर्स है, हमें पता होता है, लेकिन शायद हम सोचेंगे कि एक ही यूनिवर्स कैसे हो सकता है, क्योंकि एक एक व्यक्ति एक मिनी यूनिवर्स है। हर एक व्यक्ति, हर महिला, हर पुरुष के बीच में एक यूनिवर्स है, उसके ब्रेन में, उसके मन में, और उस तरीके से वो दुनिया को देखता है। सो एक विश्व नहीं है। जितने बिलियंस लोग इस पृथ्वी पर मौजूद है, उतने यूनिवर्स यहाँ पर है। और इसीलिए तो हमारे एंशिएंट नॉलेज सिस्टम में एक लीला कहा गया है, माया कहा गया है इस यूनिवर्स को। माया और लीला का मतलब ये नहीं है कि जो पहाड़, नदी, नाले दिखाई देते वो है ही नहीं, वो है, बिल्कुल है। लेकिन मनुष्य के मस्तिष्क में, मन में चलने वाले जो आशाएं है, आकांक्षाएं है, इम्पल्सेस है, जो सारे भावावेग है, ये माया है। जब हम इसके बियॉन्ड जाते हैं तो ही हम सही मायने में विश्व जैसा है, जीवन जैसा है, उसे देखने में काबिल होते हैं। शायद ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग विश्व गुरु के रोल में हमें काफी प्रभावित की, क्योंकि दुनिया के किसी भी सभ्यता और संस्कृति में इस प्रकार का शब्द प्रयोग किया नहीं है। जैसे हमारे शंकराचार्य जी ने कहा है, उनका सारा सिद्धांत शंकराचार्य जी का एक वाक्य में आ जाता है, ब्रह्म सत्यम जगन मिथ्या, कि एक ही सत्य है, कि ब्रह्म सत्य है, बाकी ये पूरा विश्व जो है वो मिथ्या है। जैसे कि हम कहते हैं कि एकम सत्य विप्रा बहुधा वदंती, जो कि मैसेज है इस वर्ल्ड पीस डोम का, वही बात कह रहे। सभी लोग जो जानते हैं एक ही बात करते हैं, अलग अलग ढंग से। क्योंकि कहा गया कि विश्व गुरु बनना है तो हमारे पास बड़ी फौज चाहिए, हमारे पास बड़ी साधन सामग्री चाहिए, हमारे पास बहुत पैसा चाहिए, हमारे पास में मिलिट्री माइट चाहिए। लेकिन दुनिया में ऐसे बहुत से देश हैं जिनके पास में ये सब है, लेकिन कितने दावे के साथ वो या हम कह सकेंगे कि ये विश्व गुरु है या विश्व गुरु की काबिलियत है? मुझे नहीं लगता वो देश स्वयं कह पाएंगे, क्योंकि सिर्फ इन्हीं चीजों का मापदंड नहीं होता है विश्व गुरु के लिए। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो लेबोरेटरी है, रिवियर्ड प्रोफेसर विश्वधर्मी डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ सर जो कहते हैं कि दिस इज अ स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड साइंटिफिक लेबोरेटरी, हाँ, अभी कहा जा सकता है कि विश्व गुरु बनने की प्रक्रिया में जो अनिवार्य कुछ चीजों का जरूरी था, जो प्रक्रिया जरूरी थी, जिस प्रकार का कोलैबोरेशन जरूरी था, जिस प्रकार के लोगों का संगठन जरूरी था और निरंतर जरूरी था, शायद यहां से ये न्यूक्लियस जो है, यहां से प्रक्रिया बन गई है हमारे विश्व गुरु बनने में अग्रसर के लिए। अंत में स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का एक जो संदेश है विश्व गुरु के लिए, उसके साथ मैं अपनी भाषा को विराम दूंगा। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी कहते हैं, और ध्यान में रखिएगा, स्वामी विवेकानंद जैसे महापुरुष जब कोई शब्द कहते हैं तो वो शब्द उनके कहने के बाद में खो नहीं जाते, वो अनंत होते हैं, वो विस्तीर्ण होते हैं, वो हमेशा उनकी गुंजे लहराती ही रहती है। विवेकानंद जी कहते हैं, एंड आई कोट, शैल इंडिया डाई? इफ इंडिया डाइज, then from the world all spirituality will be extinct, all moral perfection will be extinct, all sweet soul sympathy for religion will be extinct, all ideality will be extinct, and in its place will reign the duality of lust and luxury as the male and female deities, with money as its priest, fraud, force and competition its ceremonies, and the human soul its sacrifice. Such a thing can never be. The power of suffering is infinitely greater than the power of doing. The power of love is infinitely of greater potency than the power of hatred. India will be raised, not with the power of the flesh, but with the power of the spirit, not with the flag of destruction, but with the flag of peace and love in all the world and in all the humanity that there is. Thank you so much, all the venerable guests here, for blessing this occasion. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milind Patreji, for setting the tone and proposing the welcome address. My friends, every word that is spoken from this stage, every piece of knowledge that is shared from the dignitaries on this stage is extremely important for each one of us. We had requested everyone in the audience not to use mobile phones, but unfortunately we can see, and it is very clearly seen from the stage, the usage of mobile phone should be completely refrained. Please keep it away and try to concentrate on every thought that is being shared from this dais. Thank you very much. Now, in order to understand more about this session, may I request my technical team if they can please relay a small curtain raiser video.
Theme for session: Role of Mother India as Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century. India's great noble son Swami Vivekananda had prophesied in the 19th century that India is destined to become the knowledge corridor of the world, and the need to way to peace and harmony as a Vishwaguru. We can see what is happening around us because of the dominance of Indians in various sectors like science, technology, artificial intelligence, spirituality, etc. We need to consolidate this position to truly become a Vishwaguru in the 21st century. In the 20th century, the entire world considered the USA, Russia, Japan, and some of the European countries as the global leaders. But in the 21st century, two more countries from Asia emerged as global leaders, India and China. Now the question is, who is a global leader? Though there is no clear-cut definition, a global leader is one who can play a major role in world affairs, work for maintaining peace and tranquility, and extend all types of help in preventing global crises such as climate change, food insecurity, hunger, poverty, etc.
Thank you very much. And now, as per the tradition of our motherland, Bharat, I would like to request UNESCO shareholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the dignitaries on the dais. First and foremost, I would like to request Sir to kindly felicitate and welcome the chief guest of honor of this session, His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal ji. Please welcome with a big round of applause His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal ji, a motivational speaker, social reformer from Akshardham. Thank you very much, sir. I now request sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Shri Kundan Singh ji. Shri Kundan Singh ji, the former senior manager, social reformer from Managam, Badrinath. The person who was instrumental and was a huge helping hand to revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath sir for all his work at Badrinath. A big round of applause for Shri Kundan Singh ji. He has come all the way from Badrinath for this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Next, I would like to request Sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Shri Pitambar Singh Molpaji, Gram Pradhan from Managaon, Badrinath. A big round of applause for Pitambar Singh Molpaji. Thank you very much to both of you for coming all the way from Badrinath. I now request Sir to kindly felicitate and welcome Dr. Alex Hanke, a graduate of Cambridge and MIT Boston, alumnus. A big round of applause for Dr. Alex Hanke for being part of this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. A big round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais for this 8th and important session, Role of Mother India as Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century. Thank you very much. And my friends, it's now time when I request the chief guest of honor to address the gathering. But before I do that, it is indeed my honor and privilege to introduce His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Dashi to all of you. Well, there are few personalities who don't need any introduction, but it is only because of the, I would say, protocol that I have to introduce him. Each one of us knows him, at least through the YouTube videos, and I don't know how many of you are fortunate enough to meet him personally. But Swami Gyanvatsal Dashi works for BAPS, which is a social organization that works to improve the society by improving or bringing in growth of the people. He has given motivational speeches at different seminars and multiple countries, including, but not limited to, New Zealand, Europe, Canada, United States, England, and many more. He covers a wide range of niches such as stress, work-life balance, career, education, etiquette, attitude, and many more. He has studied mechanical engineering and has completed his graduation from the same college. He started off his career as a social reformer with BAPS, an organization which is well known across the globe. He has discussed plenty of inspirational topics that have helped many people to grow and succeed in their professional lives. So far, Swamiji has traveled to more than 20 countries and spoken on plethora of genres varying from career to stress. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Dashi on this very, very important session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Dashi.
गुणातीतोऽक्षरं ब्रह्म भगवान् पुरुषोत्तमः जनो जानन्निदं सत्यं मुच्यते भवबन्धना. With prostrations at the divine feet of Bhagwan Swami Narayan, Bhagwan Sri Krishna, Bhagwan Shri Ram, my Guru Hari, Brahma Swarup Pramukh Swami Maharaj, and my Pragat Guru Hari, Pragat Brahma Swarup Param Puja Mahant Swami Maharaj. Today, on the occasion of the 8th World Parliament of science, religion, and philosophy, I feel specially privileged to be a part of this conference. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Ji Karad for inviting me to this conference. Such an eminent personality. He is a UNESCO chair, founder, president, and chief patron of MIT Pune. I also feel privileged to be a part of this conference in the special presence of Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji. He is an eminent scientist, the father of India's first supercomputer Param. He is the chancellor of Nalanda University. And more importantly for us, I was just talking to Vishwanath Ji that for the rest of the world, he is Dr. Vijay Bhatkar. For BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, he is Swami Vijayananda Ji. Because the Guru, Brahmaswarup Pramukh Swami Maharaj, by whose hands I have taken my Diksha, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar has also taken Diksha in 2010 in Sarangpur, and Pramukh Swami Maharaj gave him Diksha name as Vijayananda Ji. And just about like 15 minutes back when we were sitting, he very humbly asked me with folded hands that shall I start writing my name as Vijayananda Ji? And I told him that yes, when Pramukh Swami Maharaj has given you Diksha name, you must write it. And see the coincidence, more than coincidence, see the divinity. That when Pramukh Swami Maharaj named him Vijayananda Ji, he told Pramukh Swami Maharaj that when I was a kid, rather when I was born, my mother always had in her heart to name me Vijayananda Ji. Today you have named me. Today, at the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, we all know what Swami Vivekananda Ji professed. That is the combination of science and religion, whose eminent personalities are sitting on the dais. My humblest pranams and namaskars, good evening, and Jai Swaminarayan to all the delegates of this conference. It is the combination of science and religion that can always bring peace upon this world. Noted historian Arthur Koestler used to say, welcome Swamiji. Noted historian Arthur Koestler used to say, if I were asked the most important date in the history and the prehistory of human race, I would, without any hesitation, name it at 6th August 1945. Then the noted historian Arthur Koestler writes that it is very simple. From the day of consciousness until 6th August 1945, man had to live with the fact of his death as an individual until 6th August 1945, when the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. From that moment, man has to live with the reality of his extinction as a species. And then this noted historian Arthur Koestler writes that at this supremely dangerous moment in human history, the only way of salvation for humankind is the Indian way. The only way for salvation for mankind is the Indian way. So from philosopher saints like Swami Gyaneshwara, Swami Tukaram, Swami Vivekananda, to noted historians like Arthur Koestler, even a good historian like Alvin Toffler, he writes that India will be the leader in the 21st century. India will excel in all aspects of human endeavors. And more importantly, India will be able to harmonize science and religion. The only country that could and would do it is India. So when I'm asked to talk on the theme of today's session, that role of India as Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century, let us all re-imbibe to ourselves, reassure ourselves that we sit with a legacy, we sit with a tradition, we sit with a culture that is destined to make India a Vishwaguru. Even our Guruji Brahma Swarup Pramukh Swami Maharaj used to say that the tradition, the culture, the way of life, the way of thinking that the great scriptures of India has professed, that we have inherited in our legacy, has the power to give peace and unity, harmony, prosperity without poverty, peace without wars to the entire world. Again, a noted historian, Max Muller, writes that if I were to see under which sky the human mind has developed some of its choicest gifts, if I were to see under which sky the human mind has pondered upon some of the greatest problems of life and has found solutions to some of them, which even deserve the attention of those who have studied Plato and Kant, I should point to India. So from the great philosophers, saints, and historians from our land, to the great philosophers and historians on the Western land, all have professed that India is destined to become a Vishwaguru. Because we have the combination of science, religion, and philosophy. You would be surprised that 2600 years back, the great scientists of India had developed surgery, which is well written by a noted British surgeon, Mr. Hunter. He writes that 2600 years back, India had developed surgery to the extent that they could repair human parts like ear, nose. They could even reform it. And the European surgeons borrowed from them centuries later. Mrs. Pluckett, another great surgeon from England, she writes that the Hindus in the ancient times had instruments with them which could cut a human hair longitudinally into two. Hindus in the ancient times, 2600 years back, had instruments which could cut a human hair longitudinally into two. This is written by the British surgeon, Mrs. Pluckett. And all this we have well described at this Swaminarayan Akshardham in New Delhi, created by Pramukh Swami Maharaj in Hall 3, Exhibition 3, where in a boat ride of just 10 minutes you see 10,000 years of human history. Your boat passes through the classrooms of Nalanda University, Vijayji. The boat passes through the classrooms of Nalanda University in Hall number 3, Exhibition 3 of Swaminarayan Akshardham in New Delhi. You see Taj Mahal in the making. Your boat passes through the caves of Ajanta and Ellora. In that 10 minutes of boat ride, you experience a sense of fulfillment that I'm born in a great nation, which is destined to promote the culture of peace, the topic that we are talking today in the 21st century. You would be surprised to know that the National Institute of Neurosciences in Bengaluru, they conducted an experiment on about 150 psychologically ill patients. They were like to be treated at that institute. Half of them, 80 of them, were treated by modern sciences. I'm talking of this experiment just a few years back. They were treated by modern sciences like electric shocks and psychiatric treatment and counseling and everything. And about half of them, 80 patients, were treated by pranayams and yogasans. For like about 2 months of treatments, those who were treated by pranayams and yogasans for their treatments, they were producing better results towards normalization than those who were treated by modern scientific techniques when it contained like psychological and psychiatric treatments. So we, right from the ancient times, we have developed science. We had the combination of science, philosophy, and religion. From the ancient times, we carried science to the modern times. We have Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, the father of India's first supercomputer, Param. When the United States of America denied us certain components and certain technology after the 1998 Pokhran blast by the then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar took the onus on his shoulders and developed India's first supercomputer. So we have the modern scientists right in front of us. Two, India is among the very few countries who developed the 100% indigenous vaccine during the corona times. The first time it happened in India. An absolutely indigenous corona vaccine by biotech in Hyderabad. So from the ancient science to the modern science, from the ancient religion and philosophy to today's times, we have a wonderful, sweet combination of science, philosophy, and religion that could actually promote the culture of peace in the 21st century. How? That along with this science, we have the world's oldest scriptures which teach us peace, harmony, tolerance, love, acceptance, compromise, apologies, everything. The world's oldest scriptures, the Vedas. What a wonderful teaching. Bhagwan Ved Vyas gave us the gift of the Vedas. After going through all the scriptures that he had written, all the knowledge that he had told to the whole world, Bhagwan Ved Vyas writes as the essence, Alodya Sarva Shastrani, Vicharya cha puna puna, idam ekam shunispanam deyo narayano harihi. That the ultimate aim of human life is to attain Hari, that is God. Same thing, in his own words, was put forward by scientist Wernher von Braun when he designed the Saturn V rockets which could launch space objects into space. But he writes that for only with God reinstated in the hearts and minds of people will he guide us with ethical guidances through the dangers of technological revolution. So we need Vedas to guide us through the dangers of technological revolution. Our Guru Pramukh Swami Maharaj was once asked by a journalist at New York airport that Swamiji, this modern science, internet, technology, computers, are they blessings or a curse? Pramukh Swami Maharaj, without slightest hesitation, from his experience and wisdom, from his enlightenment, he said, if this modern technology, science, computers, and internet, if they are used with a sense of discipline and a sense of discrimination, they are blessings, and if you lose this sense, it is a curse. So we have the combination of science and religion. We have people who are a combination of it. And that can promote peace. Vedas teach us, Sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschit dukhmapnuyat. The same thing Pramukh Swami Maharaj put in his own words. In the good of others lies our own. In the progress of others rests our own. When we think of these high ideals of the scriptures, and the same put by in simple words for the layman by today's great saints like Pramukh Swami Maharaj and our Guru Mahant Swami Maharaj, we understand the greatness, the glory of the ancient scriptures and their role in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century. But the most important aspect, now listen very carefully. Today when we have on this 3-day occasion, the dedication and presentation ceremony of philosopher saint Shri Gyaneshwara and Shri Tukaram, World Peace Dome that we are sitting in, and also distribution of 1.25 lakh Srimad Bhagavad Gita. What is the most important aspect in promoting the culture of peace? See, we have institutions like MIT. We have eminent personalities like Vishwanath ji and Dr. Vijay ji. We have scriptures like Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Institutions, personalities, and scriptures play a certain role. But the most important role is played. Now listen carefully. The most important role apart from institutes, education, personalities, scriptures like Srimad Bhagavad Gita is played by a saint who the Srimad Bhagavad Gita describes as the Sthit Prajna Purusha. We have MIT, but we need a saint of the caliber of Sant Gyaneshwara and Sant Tukaram in human flesh and blood right in front of us. Vishwanath ji, ठीक बात लगती है आपको? हमें संत ज्ञानेश्वरा या संत तुकाराम, इस प्रकार के संत, इस कैलिबर के संत हमारे सामने प्रत्यक्ष in human flesh and blood we want it. That is the essence. Institutions like MIT play a role. Eminent personalities, they play a role. Scriptures like Srimad Bhagavad Gita play a role. But the biggest role is played by saints of the caliber like Tukaram and Sant Gyaneshwara. But what about the present times? Sant Gyaneshwara हो गए, संत तुकाराम हो गए, क्या हम इतने भाग्यशाली नहीं हैं? संत तुकाराम और संत ज्ञानेश्वर ने जिनको प्रत्यक्ष दर्शन आशीर्वाद दिए थे, उन लोगों की तरह हम भाग्यशाली नहीं है क्या कि हमें भी इस प्रकार के संत के आशीर्वाद मिले? डॉक्टर विजय जी को मिले हैं, प्रमुख स्वामी महाराज ने उनको दीक्षित किया है. We need a Sthit Prajna Purush described in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. We have seen with this eye such a Sthit Prajna Purush, whose centenary celebrations we are celebrating this year in the month of December, January. It will be a 1-month festival, Pramukh Swami Maharaj birth centenary celebrations. A 750-acre cultural city will come up in Ahmedabad. Pramukh Swami Maharaj traveled to 60 countries and 18,000 villages and towns to promote the culture of peace. 18,000 villages and towns. Secondly, he personally visited more than 3.5 lakh homes in 60 countries and sat with the family members to promote the culture of peace, the theme that we are talking today. He personally read and answered more than 7.5 lakh letters in his lifetime at an unbelievable average of reading and answering more than 70 letters a day without a Sunday for 45 years to promote the culture of peace. He initiated more than 1,200 saints like us. Out of them, 750 are graduates, postgraduates, chartered accountants, doctors, and engineers. More than 150 of them are born American and British citizens. More than 50 of them have studied in Ivy League colleges like Stanford, Harvard, Carnegie Mellon, Yale, and Keeling. well maintained, successfully administered, and left behind a legacy of more than 1,300 institutions of social service and spiritual service in a span of just 45 years. How many of you have been to Swaminarayan Akshardham at Gandhinagar or Delhi? Just raise your hands. Just raise your hands if you have been to Swaminarayan Akshardham at New Delhi and Gandhinagar. Like most of you. Pramukh Swami Maharaj was the creator of these institutions. And today, while promoting the culture of peace, Swaminarayan Akshardham on 265 acres of land is coming up at Robbinsville in New Jersey, America. The Sheikh of Abu Dhabi, of UAE, His Highness Sheikh Zayed, the King of UAE, gifted us 27 acres of land on Dubai-Abu Dhabi Expressway to promote the culture of peace, religious harmony the world over. And a temple is coming up there, which will come up in 2024 December. Same big campus, just 2 days back, on 3rd of April, when you inaugurated this conference, here was the knowledge part. 10,000 miles away in South Africa, in Johannesburg, was the practical part when our senior saint, Puja Vivek Sagar Swami, did the Shilanyas Mahotsav on a 40-acre campus of an institute to promote the culture of peace. In a span of 45 years, 1,300 institutions created by Pramukh Swami Maharaj. So every 15th day, a mini or a major Akshardham created by Pramukh Swami for 45 years to promote the culture of peace through the rich values of Indian scriptures, through the rich values of the great scientific heritage of our country. Work somebody can do. Now listen to me more carefully. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam first met Pramukh Swami Maharaj in 2001. Thereafter, in a span of 15 years till 2015, he met like about more than 10 times. When he met Pramukh Swami Maharaj in the year 2001, he had come up with an idea how to make India a developed country, a superpower, and to promote peace upon this earth. So Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sat for about 1 hour with Pramukh Swami Maharaj in Delhi. And he said, me and my think tank have come up with an idea that we need to work in these 5 principal spheres to make India a Vishwa Guru. First was health and education. Second was agriculture. Third was infrastructure. Fourth, communication. And fifth, critical technology. Then with all humbleness he said, Swamiji, you are a God-realized saint. I want to ask you that apart from these 5 elements that we need to develop to make India Vishwa Guru, do you have a suggestion out of your own experience and wisdom? And Pramukh Swami Maharaj said to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, add the 6th element, and that is faith in God. And when people with faith in God, you will get as professionals, they will be professionals with ethical values in their life. We just don't want doctors, we want ethically right doctors. We just don't want engineers, we want ethically right engineers. We just don't want pharmacists, we want ethically right pharmacists. We just don't want computer people, ethically right computer people. For that faith in God, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam liked this idea, and in his last and the 30th book, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the title of this book is Transcendence, subtitled My Spiritual Experiences with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Vijayji, wrote this book, Transcendence, My Spiritual Experiences with Pramukh Swami Maharaj, in which, see, now I'm coming to the principal point of my talk as the chief guest of this function. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam writes in this book, Transcendence, on page number 50, that Dr. Brahm Prakash was my teacher, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai was my teacher, but my ultimate teacher is Pramukh Swami Maharaj, because he taught me, Abdul Kalam writes for Pramukh Swami, he taught me how to remove I and me, and then work, and then associate with people. So Pramukh Swami Maharaj is my ultimate teacher. So I said, you need a Sant Gyaneshwara, you need a Sant Tukaram in the present times, in human flesh and blood right in front of you. And Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam writes, see the sense of fulfillment. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam writes that Pramukh Swami Maharaj has put me in a God synchronous orbit. I experience a sense of fulfillment. I don't expect anything else in my life. This sense of fulfillment only a God-realized saint can imbibe in your heart and mind. This is promoting the culture of peace. In 1977, when Pramukh Swami Maharaj traveled to United States, the mayor of a county in America, Mr. James Lamberty, the name of the county is Nora Hall, he felicitated Pramukh Swami Maharaj with the key to the city. At that time, a senior saint, Puja Vivek Sagar Swami, asked the mayor that you have seen Pramukh Swami Maharaj for the first time. You haven't read much about him. How are you felicitating him with the key to the city, the highest honor of this county, on the very first occasion of your meeting? At that time, Mayor James Lamberty said, now listen carefully what is called practically promoting peace. Again, I'm using the word, practically promoting peace. Mayor James Lamberty of Nora Hall said that I'm giving this key to the city to Pramukh Swami Maharaj for a reason. And the reason is that your Swaminarayan people who stay in our county, about 8 to 10 families, none of them has been issued a ticket for over-trafficking. None of them has a case in the court for domestic violence. None of them has fought with their neighbors. And whenever there is community services, the BAPS Swaminarayan followers are the first to join as servants. So we felt that a person who can inspire such a community on a foreign land, he must be the epitome of peace, and so we felicitate him with the key to the city of our county, Nora Hall, today. So Pramukh Swami Maharaj has inspired communities across the globe who have a way of life as prescribed in the scriptures to promote the culture of peace in the 21st century. So again, I want to say this one line. Saint Gyaneshwara ho gaye, अच्छी बात है. Saint Tukaram ho gaye, अच्छी बात है. लेकिन we want a Saint Gyaneshwara, Saint Tukaram in human flesh and blood right in front of us. तो ही इंडिया विश्व गुरु बन सकता है, वगर नहीं बन सकता है. Institutions, personalities and scriptures play a role, but the biggest role and the major push and power comes from a saint who is living the scriptures. So what the seekers and the sages of India thought and wrote for ages, Pramukh Swami Maharaj lived in a single human life. Today our Guru Mahant Swami Maharaj at the age of 90, he is the administrative and the spiritual head of BAPS. But to promote the culture of peace, at the age of 90, he attends more than 100 letters every day to solve the personal, family, social, business problems of people the world over. So Vishwanath ji, you are just 82. You are just 82, okay? And I'm giving you an example of our Guru Hari Mahant Swami Maharaj who is 90. So you are still well capable of working for another 80 years. In this very hall, we will celebrate your centenary celebrations. And hopefully I will come for that occasion. So, towards the end of my talk on the central theme of this plenary session today, when we want to see India as Vishwa Guru in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century, along with the institutions, along with the scriptures, along with such educationists, such eminent personalities, we want saints of the caliber of Gyaneshwara and Tukaram in human flesh and blood right in front of us, so that we may see with our own eyes India, a Vishwaguru in the 21st century. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me, and all my prayers for all of you. Thank you very much.
Let's rise in our seats and give a big round of applause to His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Das Ji for his words of wisdom. A big round of applause for him for coming all the way from Ahmedabad only for this session. Thank you very much, Swamiji. Your words will show all of us path forward, and the way you have explained to all of us and made all of us believe that we are destined and Bharat will become Vishwaguru in 21st century. Thank you very much, Swamiji. Once again, a big round of applause for His Holiness Swami Gyanvatsal Das Ji. My friends, at times there are few missions or there are few commitments that we make to ourselves look impossible. I can see many students sitting here today. If I may have your attention, there would not be a single student sitting here who doesn't feel that he or she should be topper in the exam, he should get good job or become a good entrepreneur. But sometimes you may feel that the ambition or the target that I'm setting for myself is unachievable. Here on stage, we have a person, revered Vishwadharmi, Dr. Vishwanath Karaj sir, who always sees the dreams which apparently seem impossible. The Monument of World Peace, many years back, when he conceptualized it, everybody said it is impossible. Few months back, when he thought that the land of Ved Vyasa, the Ugam of river Saraswati and at Badrinath, we should create a temple of Goddess Saraswati. People again said, Swamiji, it is unachievable, not possible, because the temperature there is -4 degrees Celsius, altitude is so high that you cannot breathe. So people cannot work there and you cannot really construct a temple. Here I have an opportunity, because on stage we have two personalities, Shri Kundan Singh Takolaji and Pitambar Singh Molpaji. They both are here. If you can please stand in your seats so that everybody would be able to experience both of you. They both helped out of the way to revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karaj sir, and an unbelievable creation came to life. If I may request my technical team, if they can quickly take us through a small glimpse of the creation.
श्री सरस्वती ज्ञान विज्ञान धाम। महाभारत प्राचीन भारत के ज्ञानाधिष्ठित धरोहर का शायद पहला लिपिबद्ध आविष्कार। शतकों से चली आ रही मौखिक ज्ञान की परंपरा से उभरकर लिखित रूप से ज्ञान बटोरने का शायद ये पहला प्रयास। इसी महाकाव्य के माध्यम से इसके रचयिता महर्षि वेदव्यास तथा उनके लेखनिक बुद्धि देवता श्री गणेश जी द्वारा किया गया। ये वही महाकाव्य है जिसमें हमें दर्शन होता है मानवीय जीवन के सभी अंगों का, सुख, दुख, शौर्य, धैर्य, काम, क्रोध, मोह, लोभ, मत्सर आदि सभी भावनाओं का दर्शन कराने वाली इस चिरंजीव रचना का कथन महर्षि वेदव्यास जी ने किया। ज्ञान की देवी और जीवनदायिनी माता सरस्वती नदी के उद्गम स्थल पर परम पवित्र श्री बद्रीनाथ धाम के निकट केशव प्रयाग के पवित्र स्थान पर भूमाता के गर्भ से निकलकर एक प्रपात के रूप में उछलती, कूदती और बल खाती सरस्वती नदी अपने उद्गम स्थान से कुछ ही दूर चलकर लुप्त हो जाती हैं। इसी मनोहारी स्थान पर महर्षि वेदव्यास ने जय नामक इतिहास अर्थात महाभारत तथा अन्य 16 पुराणों का निर्माण किया। महाभारत भारत के समृद्ध और संपन्न ज्ञान परंपरा का प्रतीक है। इसी में हमें मिला है श्रीमद् भगवत गीता जैसा ज्ञान का स्रोत, जिसे वेद व्यास जी ने भगवान श्री कृष्ण के मुख से हम तक पहुंचाया है। आश्चर्य की बात तो यह है कि सरस्वती नदी के इस पवित्र उद्गम स्थल पर ज्ञान की देवी श्री सरस्वती को समर्पित कोई मंदिर नहीं था। यही नहीं बल्कि पूरे भारत देश में भी माता सरस्वती को समर्पित बहुत कम मंदिर है। ऐसी परिस्थिति में सन 2009 में भारत के एक अत्यंत आदरणीय शिक्षाविद प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ दा कराड़ तथा विश्वविख्यात संगणक वैज्ञानिक पद्म भूषण डॉक्टर विजय भटकर माणा गांव उत्तराखंड स्थित केशव प्रयाग में सरस्वती नदी के उद्गम का दर्शन करने गए। दोनों ही माता सरस्वती के इस सुंदर रूप से मोहित हुए और उनके द्वारा एक संकल्प किया गया कि जिस पवित्र स्थान पर भारत की ज्ञान परंपरा का एक महत्वपूर्ण अध्याय रचा गया, उस स्थान पर ज्ञान की देवी सरस्वती को समर्पित एक सुंदर मंदिर का निर्माण होना चाहिए। इस दृढ़ संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए आवश्यक मान्यताओं की सारी प्रक्रिया माणा गांव के प्रधान श्री पीताम्बर सिंह मोलपा के सहयोग से पूरी हुई। मध्यंतर की कालावधि में डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ की संकल्पना और संरचना से विश्व के सबसे पहले बड़े गुंबद तत्वज्ञ संत श्री ज्ञानेश्वर तुकाराम विश्व शांति प्रार्थना सभागृह का निर्माण हुआ। साथ ही विश्व शांति तथा विश्व बंधुत्व का संदेश देने वाले कई और वास्तुओं की भी स्थापना प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी की पहल से हुई। सन 2020 के प्रारंभ में देवी सरस्वती के मंदिर निर्माण का कार्य आरंभ करने की सारी तैयारियां हो चुकी थी, किंतु अचानक उस वक्त सारा संसार कोरोना नामक मानव निर्मित वैश्विक महामारी का शिकार बन गया। लगभग 1.5 साल इस महामारी के कारण लगी पाबंदियों के चलते मंदिर निर्माण की दिशा में कोई काम नहीं हो पाया। परंतु सन 2021 के अगस्त महीने में स्थिति जब सामान्य होने लगी, तब मंदिर निर्माण के लिए MIT का एक दल माणा गांव पहुंचा और प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी की संकल्पना और संरचना के आधार पर श्री सरस्वती मंदिर को मूर्त स्वरूप देने के कार्य का आरंभ हुआ। परिस्थितियां बहुत कठिन थी। प्रत्यक्ष निर्माण कार्य एक अत्यंत दुर्गम भौगोलिक स्थान पर होने जा रहा था। ऊंचे पहाड़, फिसलती चट्टानें, तेज बारिश, कड़ाके की ठंड, असमतल जमीन, ऐसी स्थिति में लगातार काम करते हुए केवल 63 दिनों की अवकाश में इस सुंदर श्री सरस्वती ज्ञान विज्ञान मंदिर का कार्य पूरा हो गया।
शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
दिनांक 21 अक्टूबर 2021 को महाराष्ट्र राज्य के महामहिम राज्यपाल श्री भगत सिंह कोश्यारी जी, जो उत्तराखंड के मूल निवासी हैं, उनके कर कमलों द्वारा इस मंदिर का उद्घाटन तथा लोकार्पण संपन्न हुआ। इस मंगल अवसर पर उपस्थित लोगों को संबोधित करते हुए महामहिम राज्यपाल जी ने कहा,
ऐसी कृपा माँ सरस्वती और माँ लक्ष्मी जैसे इन दोनों पर की है, ऐसे ही मेरे बाणा गांव ही नहीं, मेरे पुत्र उत्तराखंड और पूरे हिंदुस्तान में ऐसी सरस्वती हमारे लिए आ जाए, ऐसी लक्ष्मी आए। माँ सरस्वती के चरणों में वंदन करता हूं। यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे अभी का नाम करार तो नहीं बोलता, वो इनके जैसे संकल्प उसने भी ले लिया, जैसे विजय जी का एक संकल्प था, ऐसे मेरे अधिकारी का और सोमनाथ जी करार का संकल्प एक जैसा। और आज यहाँ पर आ गए तो आज से ये करार नहीं बल्कि कमाल है। ऐसा कमाल कौन करेगा? तो अच्छा कमाल उन्होंने किया है, मैं इनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, वंदन करता हूँ। बोलो करार भगवान पीछे है। भगवान ने बताया भाई देखो एकदम जल्दी बोल दिया देखो। शंकराचार्य जी ने बादल से आकर के हमारे यहाँ बद्रीनाथ और केदारनाथ की स्थापना की, हमारे नेपाल में पशुपतिनाथ की स्थापना की। आज दुनिया के लोग वहाँ आते हैं। अब मेरे भाई और बहन मान के चलो, अब आपके यहाँ केवल उत्तराखंड के लोग नहीं आएंगे, अब धीरे धीरे आपके यहाँ सारे दुनिया के लोग आएंगे, जैसे बद्रीनाथ भगवान के दर्शन करने आते हैं। इसके माध्यम से हम सबकी इकोनॉमी भी अच्छी होगी। एक प्रकार से अब दुनिया के लोग व्यास जी को ढूंढने इधर उधर नहीं जाएंगे, सब यही आएंगे। और भटकल जी अगले कुछ वर्षों में ये कोशिश करेंगे कि पहले धार्मिक, सामाजिक, इतिहास और ग्रंथों के व्यास यहाँ पर तपस्या किए, अब इनके आधुनिक जमाने के नए वैज्ञानिक व्यास भी यहाँ आए, जो कि हमारे उत्तराखंड का भी वैज्ञानिक जगत में आगे नाम करें, तो देश का क्या करें। मैं फिर से आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ और उनको धन्यवाद देता, आपने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया।
संगमरमर से बने इस पवित्र मंदिर में स्थापित है ज्ञान की देवी माता सरस्वती की सुंदर मूर्ति। साथ ही भगवान दत्तात्रेय, वारकरी भागवत संप्रदाय की आराध्य देवता श्री विठ्ठल रुक्मिणी, श्री गणेश जी, पवन पुत्र श्री हनुमान जी तथा अपने मानवतावादी संत विचारों से जनमानस में ज्ञान का प्रकाश फैलाने वाले महाराष्ट्र के तत्वज्ञ संत श्री ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज और जगत गुरु संत श्री तुकाराम महाराज मंदिर के बाहर पवित्र सरस्वती नदी के उद्गम को निहार रही है महर्षि वेद व्यास की सुंदर प्रतिमा, जिनके प्रत्यक्ष त्याग और समर्पण के कारण प्राध्यापक विश्वनाथ कराड़ शिक्षा और विश्व शांति के क्षेत्र में अत्यंत उच्चतम कार्य का योगदान दे सके। वह उनकी मातृ रूपी बहन त्याग मूर्ति प्रयाग अक्का कराड़ की प्रतिमा भी मंदिर में स्थापित है। इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित होने के लिए प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ तथा डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी के साथ महाराष्ट्र के लगभग 500 लोग उपस्थित हुए। इनमें शामिल थे वैष्णव वारकरी संप्रदाय के कुछ अग्रगण्य कीर्तनकार, प्रवचनकार व अनेक वारकरी भक्त। इतिहास में शायद पहली बार केशव प्रयाग की ये मनोहारी वादी जय जय राम कृष्ण हरि तथा पुंडलीक वरदे हारि विठ्ठल की जय जयकार से गूंज उठी।
पुंडलिका वरदे हरि विठ्ठल, श्री ज्ञानदेव तुकाराम, पंढरीनाथ महाराज की जय, सब संतन की जय।
कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाने के लिए केंद्र सरकार के रेल राज्य मंत्री माननीय श्री राव साहेब दानवे भी उपस्थित थे। पूरे 7 दिनों तक चले इस हरिनाम सप्ताह में कीर्तन, भजन, प्रवचन तथा भागवत कथा के सादरीकरण से महाराष्ट्र की वैभवशाली ज्ञान भक्ति कर्म परंपरा का एक अनोखा दर्शन श्रद्धालुओं को देखने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ।
जय जय राम कृष्ण हरे, जय जय राम कृष्ण हरे, जय जय राम कृष्ण हरे, जय जय राम कृष्ण।
त्यावेळी जगद्गुरु तुकाराम महाराजांनी भगवान शंकराला पत्र लिहिलंय सर, आणि त्या पत्राची सुरुवात करताना भगवान शंकराला म्हणतात तुम्ही विश्वनाथ आहात। भगवान शंकराचं एक आवडतं आणि लोकप्रिय नाव जर कोणतं असेल तर विश्वनाथ।
Thank you very much for that film. But I'm sure, due to paucity of time, I'm sorry I cannot play the entire film. But I'm sure you would have understood the unimaginable work done by revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir. A big round of applause for him and his commitment and bringing into reality the unimaginable. Thank you very much, sir. As you might have heard in the small film that we just saw, Shri Pitambar Singh Molpaji, who's the Gram Pradhan and who helped relentlessly and because of whom this entire endeavor became a possibility, वे आज हमारे साथ इस मंच पे उपस्थित हैं। मैं उनसे विनती करूंगा कि वे 2 शब्द हमसे कहें। Please welcome with a round of applause the Gram Pradhan of Managaon, Pitambar Singh Molpaji.
विश्वधर्मी परम श्रद्धेय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, पद्म भूषण डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी, मंचासीन विद्वज्जनों, इस सभागार में उपस्थित भाई और बहनों और मेरे युवा साथियों, आज बड़ा हर्ष का विषय है कि मैं यहाँ से 2500 किलोमीटर दूर सीमांत ग्राम जो कि भारत तिब्बत सीमा पर स्थित है, डॉक्टर साहब के बुलावे पर मैं आज यहाँ पहुँचा हूँ। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है। आज से करीब 13 साल पहले मेरे ग्राम में तत्कालीन श्री बद्रीनाथ केदारनाथ मंदिर समिति के अध्यक्ष श्री नंदकिशोर नौटियाल जी के सानिध्य में डॉक्टर कराड़ सर, डॉक्टर भटकर सर, सलार मामा जी, प्रयाग अक्का जी और अन्य कई लोग इनके साथ थे। ये लोग मेरे गांव में, क्योंकि बद्रीनाथ जी के दर्शन के पश्चात जो साइट सीइंग का जो प्रोग्राम बनता है वो मेरे गांव में ही बनता है, जो कि बद्रीनाथ से 3 किलोमीटर दूरी पर स्थित है। इन महानुभावों का मेरे गांव में आगमन हुआ। माँ सरस्वती की पता नहीं क्या इच्छा रही, कैसे माँ सरस्वती ने इनको आशीर्वाद दिया कि हमारे ज्ञान विज्ञान मंदिर का जीर्णोद्धार आप ही के द्वारा होना है। इस बीच में कई लोग आए। इंदिरा गांधी राष्ट्रीय कला केंद्र दिल्ली के तत्वाधान में अभी भी सरस्वती नदी के ऊपर बहुत सारे कार्य चल रहे हैं। तो उन लोगों ने भी एक पहल ली थी कि हम यहाँ पर मंदिर का एक भव्य स्वरूप देंगे, लेकिन माँ सरस्वती ने यह मौका केवल डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी को ही दिया। और उन्होंने विगत वर्ष 12 साल बाद, और एक ये रिकॉर्ड है, 61 दिन में इस मंदिर का निर्माण करवाया, जबकि वहाँ की जो भौगोलिक परिस्थिति है, अक्टूबर के महीने में टेम्परेचर माइनस में जाता है। और इनकी टीम श्री दिलीप पाटिल जी, श्री गोविंद अलेथी जी ने दिन रात एक करके उस भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर का निर्माण करवाया। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं MIT WU के संस्थापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी का। आपका यह रंग मेहनत लाई और लाएगी। आज हम 5वें धाम के रूप में उस क्षेत्र का विकास करना चाहते हैं। वह क्षेत्र जो कि सम्य परास के नाम से जाना जाता है, और सम्य परास जो है वो भगवान वेद व्यास जी का स्पिरिचुअल यूनिवर्सिटी है, और दुनिया का प्रथम विश्वविद्यालय है सम्य परास विश्वविद्यालय, जहाँ पर वेदों को विभाजन किया गया। पहले वेद एक हुआ करते थे, बाद में 4 वेदों में विभाजित किया गया, और 18 पुराणों की रचना उसी भूमि से हुई। मैं आज विश्व शांति विश्वविद्यालय के इस मंच से आप सभी को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि 8 मई के बाद जब भगवान बद्री विशाल जी के कपाट खुलेंगे, आप लोग सपरिवार उस स्थान का दर्शन करने के लिए आएंगे। यह आमंत्रण मैं अपनी ओर से दे रहा हूं। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूं। जय बद्री विशाल।
Thank you very much, Shri Pitambar Singh Molpa ji. Thank you very much for all the support that you have extended. Today we also have with us Shri Kundan Singh Takola ji, the former senior manager and social worker at Managaon, Badrinath. I request him to kindly address the gathering.
मंचासीन श्री विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, MIT के फाउंडर और सुपर कंप्यूटर के जनक श्री विजय P भटकर जी, और अन्य गणमान्य लोग, आप लोगों को कोटि कोटि प्रणाम। सर्वप्रथम मैं अपना छोटा सा परिचय देना चाहता हूँ। मैं किस जगह से आया हूँ। एक तो बैकुंठ है और एक भू बैकुंठ है। हम भू बैकुंठ के रहने वाले हैं, जहाँ पर अलकनंदा और सरस्वती का संगम होता है। सरस्वती नदी वहाँ पर द्विरूपा सरस्वती के रूप में जाना जाता है, जहाँ पर कराड़ जी ने जो है संकल्प किया और मंदिर का निर्माण किया। एक तो मूर्ति रूप में वहाँ सरस्वती का स्थापना किया, और दूसरा नीचे जो है जल के रूप में सरस्वती बहती है वहाँ पे। आगे जाकर केशव प्रयाग है, जो अलकनंदा और सरस्वती में विलीन हो जाती है, वो अलकनंदा में विलुप्त हो जाती है। अब आप कहते हैं कि त्रिवेणी में जो है तीनों नदियों का संगम नहीं होता है। कैसे नहीं होता है, जरा बताइए आप। अलकनंदा यहाँ से जब सरस्वती और अलकनंदा का संगम जो केशव प्रयाग में होता है, वहाँ से अलकनंदा निकल जाती है देवप्रयाग तक। इस बीच में कई नदियों का समावेश होता है उसमें, लेकिन वहाँ देवप्रयाग से जाके गंगा बन जाती है। गंगा और यमुना और सरस्वती का मिलन फिर प्रयाग में होता है। तो लोग कहते हैं कि सरस्वती कहीं है ही विलुप्त हो गई है, लेकिन सरस्वती नदी की पानी तो उसमें है ना, तो कैसे विलुप्त हो गई? वो सरस्वती है वहाँ पे, इन तीनों का रूप वहाँ पे है। तो मैं ऐसे स्थान पे ऐसे लोगों बुद्धिजीवी क्षेत्र से आया हूँ, जहाँ पर चिपको आंदोलन का शुभारंभ हुआ है। हमारे लोगों ने पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए चिपको आंदोलन को जन्म दिया। चिपको आंदोलन में भी इन लोगों ने ऐसा आज पूरा विश्व मानता है कि चिपको आंदोलन क्या चीज़ था कह के। वहाँ के इसमें कॉमरेड गोविंद सिंह राउत जी थे, जिनकी दिमाग की ये सोच थी। उन्होंने जो है गौरा देवी को और अन्य औरतों को जो है पेड़ों पर चिपकाया और पेड़ों को कटने से बचाया। तो चिपको आंदोलन का जन्मदाता जो है गौरा देवी को बनाया गया। गोविंद सिंह रावत जी को कोई उसका श्रेय नहीं दिया गया। मैं ऐसे जगह से भी हूँ जहाँ पर जिस व्यक्ति को अंग्रेजों ने पंडित का उपाधि दिया था, नैन सिंह रावत जी, जिन्होंने अपने कदमों से पूरे आपके तिब्बत को नाप के उसमें जब मैप बनाया गया तो 1 इंच का भी अंतर नहीं निकला। तो ऐसे महान विभूतियों ने वहाँ पर जन्म लिया है। अब आप कहते हैं यहाँ पर आस्था और क्या कहते हैं विज्ञान का समन्वय कैसा है क्या कि अब हम आपको बताते हैं, हमारे वहाँ पे आजकल नवरात्रों में दुर्गा पूजन होता ही है। तो दुर्गा पूजन में काली मठ है, अब तो खैर बलि प्रथा वहाँ समाप्त हो गया। पहले वहाँ पर एक छोटा सा कुंड हुआ करता था जिसमें बलि प्रथा दी बकरे काटे जाते तो उनका खून वहाँ पर डाल दिया जाता, तो एक बूंद भी उसके अंदर नहीं दिखाई देता। तो इसको आप आस्था कहेंगे या विज्ञान कहेंगे। वैसे ही हमारे वहाँ जो है पांडुकेश्वर में एक यज्ञ जाति यज्ञ होता है, लोहे के एक रिंग को जो है उसमें गर्म किया जाता है और जब उसमें अवतार अवतरित होता है तो उसको अपने उठा के नंगे हाथों से उठा के और सर से पांव तक बाहर निकाल देता है। तो इसे आप विज्ञान कहेंगे या आस्था कहेंगे। वैसे ही जो है हमारे वहाँ कई चीज़ें, वहाँ पर जो हमारे सरस्वती मंदिर का जो निर्माण करने पर जो विश्वनाथ जी ने हमें जो है हमारे माना गांव को जो है गौरवान्वित कर दिया, क्योंकि आज माना गांव जो है विश्व पटल पर उपस्थित हो चुका है। जो भी चाहता है कि भाई माना गांव है कहाँ और सरस्वती मंदिर कहाँ पे बना हुआ है। अब सरस्वती मंदिर की भव्यता आप देखेंगे तो आप देखते वहाँ का जो पानी है वो मानसरोवर से निकल के आता है। इसका प्रत्यक्ष प्रमाण जो है हमारे लोगों ने वहाँ फूल डाल के किया था और वो फूल जो है वहाँ पर बाहर निकली। उसी के बगल में 2 धाराएं बहती है, वो मानसरोवर से वो पानी निकलता है। सरस्वती नदी बिल्कुल शालीनता से बहती है हमारे वहाँ और अलग नंदा कलरव करते हुए, दोनों का पानी बिल्कुल डिफरेंट है। एक का पानी सफ़ेद है, एक का पानी बिल्कुल नीला है और दोनों का संगम जहाँ पर केशव प्रयाग में होता है उससे आगे जाए आप तो देखते हैं कि आहा क्या मनोहारी दृश्य है, आधा सफ़ेद आधा नीला। ऐसा बहुत कम आप लोगों को देखने को मिलेगा। इससे आगे स्वतोपंथ में अभी स्वर्गारोहण का है, जहाँ पर ये सारे हमारे पांडव लोग गए थे और धीरे धीरे वहीं पर इन्होंने अपने मोक्ष को प्राप्त किया था। तो हम ऐसे भू वैकुंठ से आए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shri Kundan Singh, Takolaji, and both of you for your contribution and support. Now we have with us in this session the renowned scientist and a graduate from Cambridge and MIT Boston alumnus, Dr. Alex Hanke with us. Please welcome with a round of applause Dr. Alex Hanke as I request him to address the gathering in this very important session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy.
Zero. Yeah. Dr. Vishwanath, most revered founder president of Mayors MIT, Dr. Vijay Badkarji, all the eminent speakers on the dais. It is an immense privilege to talk to you today, and I wish to tell you one renowned fact from the third university that I attended. My postdoctoral fellowship was held at Stanford in 1973. In 1970, a group of futurologists at the Stanford Research Institute investigated which philosophies, underlying philosophies, could guarantee the future of mankind. At that time, communism and capitalism were the two main philosophies, and it turned out that neither of them could possibly guarantee the future of mankind. We see today with the situation in Russia and Ukraine that communism is a complete failure. If someone would tell that in West Bengal, I would be very grateful. We also see that capitalism suffers from these continuous problems of corruption, which were referred to earlier by an eminent speaker. In their study, they chose to look at a philosophy which was originated in Europe in the early Renaissance, called the Philosophia Perennis, the perennial philosophy. It is the philosophy which is identical in most respects to Sanatana Dharma, the philosophy underlying the culture of India. Sanatana Dharma is true for Hinduism, it is true for Jainism, it's true largely for modern Buddhism. It is certainly true for sects like the Swami Narayan sect, who we have with us today and whose speech I deeply appreciated. Thank you, sir. It was, may I say, in my native London, there is a wonderful Swami Narayan temple made of the most beautiful white marble, which was carved in India and shipped piece by piece, paid for by the Hinduja family. So I'm well familiar with the work of the Swami Narayan group. I've even been taken to Akshardham for the first great sound and light show at Akshardham by no less a person than Dr. Vijay Badkar. And that is a great, great example of how Indian spirituality can spread peace throughout the world. But what is it about Sanatana Dharma which actually tells us that it can guarantee the future of mankind? This is an incredibly important fact. I cannot emphasize the importance of this fact more, because India is the only country today that lives the perennial philosophy. The perennial philosophy is distinguished by those beautiful words of Swami Vivekananda when he said, "Man is born to become divine." Not necessarily in this lifetime. Lifetime by lifetime, we gain experience. Each life is an education on our path to enlightenment. And for those who choose, when they get to the end of the path and they have rid themselves of the various koshas, the Manamaya kosha, the Vijnanamaya kosha, and finally the Anandamaya kosha, which is known as the Karana Sharir, they are able to take on the body which is used by the Vishwa Gurus, the Mahakarana Sharir. And in that form, they will reincarnate time and time again to bring enlightenment, liberation, freedom and emancipation from all the miseries of this life that was so poignantly pointed out by His Holiness Lord Buddha. There is nothing more valuable than Sanatana Dharma. And I ask you all to remember this, and when you go out into the world as students, you go to your jobs, your offices, you graduate from MIT, you go to do postdoctoral degrees, postgraduate degrees in Western universities. Give them all this message. Only Sanatana Dharma can save mankind. And what does this mean? India is the Vishwa Guru. India is the Vishwa Guru who can guarantee the future of the whole planet Earth. My own guru was His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi more familiar to you just by the words Mahesh Yogi from Jabalpur in the Jabalpur region of Madhya Pradesh. He spent the last 20 years of his life, actually most of 30 years of his life, from 1978 onwards, focusing on creating peace. And the great thing about the Indian sciences, the Vedic sciences, is that they distinguish between the gross level of reality, which is described by physics, classical physics, which is nothing other than the quantum physics of large objects, and the sukshma levels, the subtle levels. Now, what I have showed in my scientific research is that the sukshma levels can be described by modern physics, and it happens to be the area in which I wrote my own PhD. Critical phenomena, phase transitions and critical phenomena. Critical phenomena are dominated by instabilities. And what this means is that the physics of reality, which we talked about in one of the sessions yesterday, the physics of reality is either the physics of stability or the physics of instability. When you know how to operate on the physics of instability, you can achieve many things which cannot possibly be achieved by any other science. This is why the Vedic sciences are infinitely more powerful than the modern sciences. They act on the sukshma level. And acting on the sukshma level, they can achieve things that the modern sciences cannot achieve. I'm currently working in the Department of Biology as a professor of biology and working on a program of integrative medicine based on updates in modern biology. And those updates, which will enable doctors to cure chronic diseases, are entirely coming from the concept of sukshma in the Vedic sciences. The Vedic sciences are infinitely more powerful than the modern sciences, and this is the reason on a technical level, physics level, that we have immense possibilities coming from India. And this is an intimate part, an integral part of Sanatana Dharma. Only Sanatana Dharma can guarantee the future of mankind. And with that, I would like to say thank you again for giving me the privilege to speak. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex Hanke. Thank you very much for your thoughts. And with this, we are coming towards the end of this session, but I cannot go any further without inviting a person to bless all of us on this important occasion. We see on the stage Sadhguru Shri Riteshwar Maharaj Ji, who has come all the way from Vrindavan to bless us all. It is our humble request, Swamiji, if you can please bless us with your words of wisdom. Please welcome, with a round of applause, Sadhguru Shri Riteshwar Maharaj Ji.
कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय हरये परमात्मने प्रणतक्लेशनाशाय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। विश्वगुरु वो नहीं जिसे सारा विश्व जानता है। विश्वगुरु वो है जिसकी बातें सारे विश्व, सारे यूनिवर्स पे लागू होती हैं, उसे विश्वगुरु कहते हैं। वो चाहे कहीं भी हो। आप जानो आप न जानो, लेकिन जिसकी बातें, जिसके चरित्र, जिसकी शैली पूरे विश्व के ऊपर पीस के लिए, हार्मोनी के लिए और ब्लिसफुलनेस के लिए लागू होती हैं, आपके जानने न जानने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। वो विश्व गुरु था, है और रहेगा। बात है रिकॉग्निशन की, रिकॉग्नाइज्ड करना होगा। भारत के साथ एक बड़ी समस्या है, यहाँ सब कुछ था, भारत सोने की चिड़िया थी, उसके बाद सोना गिरवी रखने चले गए। भारत विश्व गुरु था, अब भारत के एक साधारण व्यक्ति से भी पूछो तो अमेरिका भागेगा, लंदन भागेगा, वो कोई भारत आना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन भारत विश्व गुरु था। अगर इतने सालों के बाद भी भारत विश्व गुरु नहीं हो पा रहा है तो हमें उसके कारणों को ढूंढना होगा और ढूंढकर हमें उस पर चलना होगा। ये बात जरूर है कि रोज याद करना चाहिए, जैसे प्रार्थना करते हैं भारत विश्व गुरु था, तो एक होने की फिर से कामना खड़ी होगी और हम वैसा वर्क कर पाएंगे। मैं एक बात कल आपसे कहता था और आज भी कह रहा हूं, जब मैं यहां बैठे हुए सारे MIT के स्टूडेंट से अगर ये कहूंगा, क्योंकि बाकी सब विद्वान हैं, कई सेमिनार्स में भाग ले चुके हैं और ये महान विद्वान हैं, इन्हें कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं, ये अब कर रहे हैं, कथनी से ऊपर उठकर ये कर रहे हैं। पर जो मेरे प्यारे बच्चे यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, जितने भी स्टूडेंट बैठे हैं, उनसे ये पूछा जाए आपको हरि चाहिए या आपको आनंद चाहिए, तो आपका जवाब, अब भले ही MIT में बैठे हो तो बोल दोगे कि हरि चाहिए, पर सबको पता है कि आप ब्लिसफुलनेस चाहते हो। और यही बात जब तक जीवन में सबको समझ में नहीं आती, हमारे माता पिता, मैं माता पिता से भी एक सवाल आज करना चाहूंगा जो लोग यहाँ बैठे होंगे, कि आप अपने बच्चों को जन्म देते, पढ़ाते हैं, उनको बड़ा बनाते हैं, पर आपके बच्चों ने कभी आपको रोल मॉडल माना? उनके घर में शाहरुख खान, अमिताभ बच्चन और आलिया भट्ट के पिक्चर लगे होते हैं। अगर आप इतने सक्सेसफुल इंसान हो इस दुनिया में, तो आपके बच्चे आपके चित्र और आपको रोल मॉडल और आइडियल मान करके क्यों नहीं लगाते? कहां गड़बड़ी हो रही है भारत के साथ? कहां तकलीफ हो रही है भारत के साथ? जो माता पिता जन्म देते, जो माता पिता लालन पालन करते, जो माता पिता उनके जीवन में सर्वश्रेष्ठ हैं, वो उनको फॉलो नहीं करते, वो किसी और को फॉलो करते हैं। और आप कहते हैं सक्सेसफुल। इस दुनिया में सक्सेस का एक ही मैंने सीधा सीधा और बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड में कह सकता हूं, सक्सेसफुल होने का जो परिभाषा है, जो डेफिनेशन है, वो इतना ही है कि आप जीवन में जितने आनंदित हैं, आप उतने ही बड़े सक्सेसफुल हैं। नहीं तो आपके पास कुछ भी हो, दुखी आदमी कभी भी सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो सकता। आप कितनी बड़ी डिग्रियां ले लेंगे, आप कहां बैठ लेंगे, कितने सेमिनार्स कर लेंगे, कितनी तालियां आपके लिए बज जाएंगी। इस दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा कॉमेडियन चार्ली चैपलिन था, पर उससे बड़ा दुनिया में दुखी आदमी कोई नहीं था। अगर आप उसके इतिहास को पढ़ोगे तो दुनिया को हंसाता था और खुद रोता था। आज हमारी भी हालत वही है, एयर होस्टेस की तरह। हमारी मुस्कुराहट भी अपनी नहीं है, हमें पेमेंट मिलता है एयर होस्टेस की तरह, तो हम वहां पे एक बूढ़ा आदमी जिसके सर पे बाल नहीं है, वो भी अगर टिंग टोंग कर दे तो मुस्कुरा के आती है, अगर बाहर निकलो तो जूते निकाल के मारेगी अगर तुम उसको पुकारोगे तो। पैसे के ऊपर मुस्कुराहट भी है। बाप बड़ा ना भैया, सबसे बड़ा रुपया। हम चाहे जितनी भी बात कह दें, लेकिन जब तक इंपॉर्टेंस, लोग कहते हैं महत्वाकांक्षी नहीं होना चाहिए, महत्वाकांक्षी होना चाहिए। लोग कहते हैं आदमी बड़ा महत्वाकांक्षी है, इसको बुराई के रूप में देखते हैं। लोग कहते हैं आदमी बड़ा सेल्फिश है, स्वार्थी है, बड़ा बुराई के रूप में देखते हैं। मैंने एक किताब लिखी है, काश मैं स्वार्थी होता, काश मैं सेल्फिश होता। मैं सेल्फिश नहीं हूं, इसके कारण मैं दुखी हूं, इसके कारण मैं तबाह हूं। सेल्फिशनेस का अर्थ छोटा सेल्फिशनेस नहीं, हम दो हमारे दो नहीं। सेल्फिशनेस का अर्थ होता है जो हमारे विश्वधर्मी, हमारे डॉक्टर कराट कर रहे हैं, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, इसको सेल्फिशनेस कहते हैं। और एक बात और समझ लीजिए, डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराट महान आदमी है, लेकिन एक ही बात मैं कहूंगा, ये महान इसलिए हैं कि अपने आनंद को खोजा इन्होंने। और आप भी, आपको भी एक ही बात कहूंगा, आपको कितने लोग जानते, कितने लोग मानते, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। आप अगर अपने जीवन में ब्लिसफुल हो, आनंदित हो, मस्त हो, जहां जाते हो, कल के गाने की तरह फिर कहता हूं, जिस रास्ते से तू गुजरे वो फूलों से भर जाए, तेरे पैर की कोमलाहट सोते भाग्य जगाए। हम तो ऐसे हैं जहां जाएं कांटे पैदा कर दें और जहां जाएं जिनके भाग्य जगे हुए हैं उनको सुला दें। हमारी स्थिति ये है, हमारे रिश्तेदारों की स्थिति ये है। इसलिए जीवन में आज मेरा कोई ये समय नहीं है, ये डॉक्टर कराट की बहुत बड़ी हमारे ऊपर कृपा है कि उन्होंने कहा 2 मिनट, आप मेरे पास आया 2 मिनट आप भी बोल लो, तो 2 मिनट है तो उसको 2.5 मिनट कर ही सकते हैं। भारत है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, तो 2.5 मिनट ही कर लेते हैं। अंतिम बात आपसे यही कहने आया हूं कि आप सब जितने प्यारे स्टूडेंट्स यहां बैठे हुए हो, देखो जीवन में हमारे स्वामी जी कह रहे थे कि सब कुछ है पर लिविंग आइडियल अगर नहीं है, जीवंत आदर्श नहीं है। संत ज्ञानेश्वर थे, तुकाराम थे, यद्यपि संत का शरीर कभी डिमाइश नहीं होता। वो आज भी कल मुझे बोल रहे थे कि कैसे वापस आकर के वार्ता करते हुए कल बता रहे थे कि जिनके शरीर नहीं है वो भी खड़े होकर के बात कर ले रहे हैं। तो साइंस तो बहुत बड़ा है, साइंस को, और साइंस हो, फिलॉसफी हो और ये प्रॉस्पेरिटी हो, यार शब्दों में क्या रखा है। एक ही बात पूछ रहे हैं, आनंद है कि नहीं, मस्त हो, खुश हो, नहीं हो तो बैठे रहो। साइंस, प्रॉस्पेरिटी, बड़ी बड़े शब्द, बड़े बड़े चीजें, और फिर ये दुनिया ये महफिल मेरे काम की नहीं, बाहर जाके निकल के यही गाते रहो। तुम सुखी हो, तुम आनंदित हो, तुम प्रसन्न हो, तुम जहां जाते हो मुस्कुराहट फैला देते हो, तो फिर चाहे ये विज्ञान, इन्होंने कहा कि विज्ञान अभिशाप है या वरदान है, यही बात कह रहे थे। बचपन में हमने भी यही पढ़ा कि विज्ञान अभिशाप या वरदान, पर आज के समय में ये जरूर कह सकता हूं कि प्रेजेंट टाइम में तो अभिशाप हो ही गया है। अगर मनुष्य नहीं सुधरा, अगर मनुष्य सही नहीं हुआ, तो इस, यद्यपि विज्ञान का अर्थ भी हम नहीं जानते, विज्ञान विज्ञान, साइंस साइंस साइंस, ऐसा लगता है कोई बहुत बड़ा वर्ड है, और साइंस को जान गए तो बहुत। विज्ञान मतलब विशिष्ट ज्ञान, विशेष ज्ञान, स्पेसिफिक ज्ञान, किसी विशेष वस्तु के विषय में ज्ञान, इस माइक के विषय में ज्ञान, मोबाइल के विषय में ज्ञान, किसी रेलवे इंजन के विषय में ज्ञान। व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय विज्ञान? साइंस इतना बड़ा वर्ड नहीं है। साइंस 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 है, वो क्रिएट करके रख दियो यार। किसी भी वस्तु के विशेष ज्ञान को विज्ञान कहते हैं। स्पिरिचुअलिटी, व्हाट इज स्पिरिचुअलिटी? अगर एक वर्ड में आपको डिफाइन करना हो, क्या करोगे? जिसके जीवन में ऑलवेज स्पिरिट है वही स्पिरिचुअल है, जो उदास बैठा है वो कभी स्पिरिचुअल नहीं हो सकता। जीवन में स्पिरिट चाहिए, जो स्पिरिट वो स्पिरिचुअल, जिसका विशेष ज्ञान किसी चीज में वो विज्ञान, और एक बचा ज्ञान, जिस ज्ञान के लिए बड़े बड़े ऋषि, महर्षि, तपस्वी, ये बड़े बड़े लोग जानते हैं। ज्ञान और विज्ञान, स्पिरिचुअलिटी और विज्ञान, रिलीजन एंड विज्ञान, कोई कहता है अलग अलग हैं, कैसे अलग हो सकता है? किसी चीज का विशेष ज्ञान उसको विज्ञान कहते हैं, और इस ब्रह्मांड का समग्र ज्ञान, जिस ज्ञान से आप हैप्पी रह सकते हैं, वो हैप्पीनेस एंडलेस हो सकती है, उसको ज्ञान कहते हैं, उसको रिलीजन कहते हैं, उसको स्पिरिचुअलिटी कहते हैं। तो डिफरेंसेस कहाँ हैं? अलगाव कहाँ है? क्यों वर्ड का अलग अलग करके खड़ा कर दिए हैं? ये साइंटिस्ट हैं, ये स्पिरिचुअल हैं, ये रिलीजियस हैं, ये शब्दों के खेल हैं साहब। इस दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा आदमी वही है और सबसे मस्त आदमी वही है जिसका रिमोट अपने हाथ में है, जो जब चाहे तो हंस सके और जब चाहे तो रो सके, दूसरे न उसको हंसा सके न दूसरे उसको रुला सके। अगर रिमोट आपके हाथ में है तो बहू नहीं रुला सकती, बेटे नहीं रुला सकते, आपके मित्र आपको रुला नहीं सकते, और रिमोट अगर दूसरे के हाथ में है तो चाहे जितने धनवान हो, चाहे जितने यशस्वी हो, चाहे जितनी प्रतिष्ठा तुम्हारी बनी हुई है, एक दिन धूल चाटोगे, क्योंकि रिमोट अपने हाथ में नहीं है। और स्वामी जी शायद इसी को कहते हैं सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन, शायद इसी को कहते हैं आत्म उपलब्धि। टीवी के रिमोट जैसे हमारे हाथ में है, अगर हमारी जिंदगी, हमारे समझ, हमारे बोध का अगर रिमोट हमारे हाथ में आ गया तो समझ लेना तुम भगवत प्रिय हो गए। यही ईश्वर है, यही स्पिरिचुअलिटी है और यही साइंस है। क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं, मैं अपने 2 मिनट का उल्लंघन कर गया। अंतिम बात बोलते बोलते, बैठते बैठते भी जाने में समय लगेगा, बोलते बोलते बैठता हूं। धर्म, अर्थ, काम, मोक्ष, ये 4 चीजें हैं। धर्म, अर्थ, काम, मोक्ष। काम का सीधा सीधा अर्थ वासना भी होगा, तुम्हारे जीवन में जिसे तुम सेक्स कहते हो वो भी उसको इंक्लूड करता है। मनी, धर्म, धर्म, अर्थ मीन्स मनी, जिसको तुम जानते हो, यद्यपि वो है नहीं, बाद में इसका डिफाइन होगा, डॉक्टर कराट करेंगे, स्वामी जी करेंगे। अर्थ, काम, डिजायर्स, काम, मोक्ष, सेल्वेशन, सेल्वेशन मरने के बाद मुक्ति लोगे। जीते जी जो मुक्त है, जीते जी जो फूल से भी हल्का है, जीते जी जो आनंद में है, जहां जाता है मस्त रहता है, उसको ही सेल्वेशन कहते हैं, उसको ही मुक्ति कहते हैं। अब याद रख लेना, भारत दो चीज भूल गया, दो चीज को याद रखा, धर्म और अर्थ। तो अर्थ और काम तो भारत को याद रहा, मनी एंड सेक्स, लेकिन धर्म और मोक्ष भूल गया। गंगा नदी है, मैं वाराणसी काशी में भी रहा हूं, जब गंगा नदी अपने मर्यादा में रहती है तो लोग आरती करते हैं, पर वही गंगा नदी में जब बाढ़ आ जाती है और लोगों को घरे में घुस जाती है तो झाड़ू मार करके गंगा के पानी को बाहर निकाल देते हैं। याद रखना मेरे मित्रों, मेरे बच्चों, मेरे प्यारों, इसमें से कोई भी चीज बुरी नहीं है, अर्थ बुरा नहीं है, काम बुरा नहीं है, लेकिन अगर यह अर्थ और काम दोनों धर्म और मोक्ष के मर्यादा में रहे तो तुम्हारी आरती होगी, और अगर इस मर्यादा को तोड़ोगे तो झाड़ू से मारकर बाहर निकाल दिए जाओगे। धर्म और मोक्ष की मर्यादा में अर्थ और काम अगर चले तो यही साइंस है, यही स्पिरिचुअलिटी है, यही प्रॉस्पेरिटी है और यही पीस है। लव यू ऑल। जय श्री कृष्णा, जय श्री राधे।
Thank you very much, Sadhguru Shri Riteshwar Maharaj Ji. Thank you very much for your blessings and words of wisdom. With this, we have reached the end of this particular session, but before I do that, I would like to request the Dean of Faculty of Skills and Work Integrated Education and the Director of Innovation and Strategy at MIT ADT University, Professor Dr. Rahul Moriji, to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam. अध्यात्मशास्त्राची वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगशाळेमध्ये आपल्या सर्वांस मनपूर्वक अभिवादन. A warm and graceful morning to all of you. Today's session was on role of Mother India as a Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in 21st century, which is the most appropriate and relevant mission in the present context of the world scenario. Someone asked me yesterday why Karat sir is distributing 1.25 lakh copies of Srimad Bhagavad Gita and still saying very less quantity. Okay, I'll just wait. Yes. So, my dear friends, I want to invite, revered our father founder, Chief Patron of MIT Group of Institutions, Honorable Vishwadharmi Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, because without listening to him, I think this session would not be complete. I request Honorable Sir to please bless us with your words.
Please welcome with a big round of applause, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karat sir.
Friends, you have just heard the words of wisdom, very scholarly words from the great two Swamijis. One, the great representative of Pramukh Swamiji, Akshardham, addressing you people and giving the glimpse of a huge work, building 700 temples of knowledge divine world over. Just a glimpse was given to us. I am really grateful. I bow down to them, especially to the mission of Akshardham. I have no words. You have seen another Swamiji from Mathura Vrindavan, Ekeshwar Maharaj. Ekeshwar Maharaj. Jara gaur se dekhiye, to my students, I would like to appeal to you. Don't go on the dress. This very saffron color which is a symbol of sacrifice, devotion, dedication, and the purity of mind and purity of thought and purity in action. जरा गौर से सुनिएगा, मैं तो आपको अपील करूंगा कि इनका जो भाषण हमारे मुकेश शर्मा की टीम रिकॉर्ड करती होगी, बाद में कभी मौका लेकर सुनो। ज्ञान विज्ञान की व्याख्या हो, स्वरूप ज्ञान ये ज्ञान है, प्रपंच ये सारा प्रपंच है, ये जो कर रहे हैं ना अपन, ये प्रपंच ज्ञान ये विज्ञान है। और कृष्ण अर्जुन और कृष्ण का संवाद में दिया है कि जो आदमी अपन जैसे प्रपंच ज्ञान को ही सही ज्ञान मानते वो अज्ञान है। ज्ञान विज्ञान और अज्ञान की इतनी सुंदर व्याख्या शायद ही दुनिया में किसी ने दी हो। These are the words expressed by Lord Krishna, addressing and making him encourage and stand up and fight. Fight for what? For the Swadharma. For his personal, not the religion, for the cause of the society, the well-being of the society. बड़ी लंबी बात हो सकती है भाई। मेरे जो स्टूडेंट मित्र है, आप बड़े बुद्धिमान लोग हैं सारे, इंजीनियर है, डॉक्टर है, मेडिसिन है, मरीन है। मैं इतना चाहूँगा कि जानने की थोड़ी कोशिश करो। आई एम फ्रॉम मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग, आई डू अंडरस्टैंड something like a particle physics or IT or computer, but possibly the very definition of the spiritual component of life, which हमारे जो स्वामी जी ने बताया, दोनों की भाषा थोड़ी अलग हो सकती है, लेकिन दिशा एक है। एक ध्यान में रखना, the indication is the same, the ultimate goal is the same. ओम नमो जी आद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा. We have started, you know it very well, friends, as per the advice of the Schrodinger, Penrose, Einstein, comparing them with the greatest saint of the India who addressed 730 years back. 16 साल की उम्र में एक संत ज्ञानेश्वर नाम का तुम्हारा भाई 730 साल के पहले 16 साल की उम्र में बात करता है. And the words what he has spoken that time, if you just understand, I'll tell you, when I said Sant Jnaneshwar to Albert Einstein, लोगों ने मुझे पागल कहा. ठीक है, मैं तो क्रेजी हूँ, पागल हूँ, जो भी हूँ सू, लेकिन एक ध्यान में रखना भाई कि being your family member, I'd like you to please understand this. दुनिया में आजकल की दिशा अलग है. Western culture has dominated our nation. From the Macaulay who had seen this and given the very wrong direction, the whole of the tradition and philosophy of India. Science, religion and philosophy, 3 words are used. Bhatkar sir, my brother, and what should I say? कितने जन्मों से नाता है ये, बहुत जन्मों का नाता है, आज का नहीं. And if you want to really read and understand why Vijay Bhatkar is in this discussion of religion and philosophy and these things, this is a good fortune for India. बड़ी लंबी कहानी है, मैं लेकिन आपको बताऊंगा कि समझने की कोशिश करो. The स्वामी जी फ्रॉम अक्षरधाम, ये स्वयं कंप्यूटर साइंटिस्ट है. डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, आईटी, कंप्यूटर, you make a name of Google, Facebook, the other terms like the internet, the, what do we call this, especially the artificial intelligence की बात होती है. ये सारी भाषा जानने वाले, लेकिन संस्कृति को जानने वाले, भारतीय संस्कृति का दर्शन हुआ है, ऐसे ये लोग हैं. ये सबसे बड़ी बात है. भाग्यशाली है अपन. मैं अभिवादन करता हूँ, लेकिन टू अपील माय स्टूडेंट्स, लेट मी टेल यू फ्रेंड्स, इफ यू वांट टू स्टैंड ऑन द इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म, व्हेन यू गो टू अमेरिका और रशिया और चाइना, they need your training, let me tell you honestly. They may be the great nations, okay, by the richest. But today, the whole world, starting from America, China, Russia, Rome, Germany, you take the name, they are looking to India, you people, to really show the pathway of Sukh, Samadhan, Shanti का मार्ग क्या है. अभी पहले hug करते थे. Hugging and embracing was their style. Kissing each other on the stage was their style. But they have now started understanding distancing की बात आ गई. मोदी साहब ने जैसे कहा, ऐसे कई दिनों के बाद नमस्ते बोलेंगे. The tradition. I tell you, it has a very tremendous scientific base. The logic and reasoning behind of how to behave and how not to behave. The religious scriptures, what we have been telling, ये भगवद गीता का चिंतन है यहाँ पे. भगवद गीता के साथ होली कुरान है, होली बाइबल है, होली त्रिपिटक है, गुरु ग्रंथ साहब है. पढ़ के तो देखो. गुरु नानक की भाषा में उन्होंने कहा, भाई ज्ञान बातों से नहीं, ईश्वर की कृपा से होता है. यानी concentration of deep understanding, creating an order. एंट्रोपी शब्द आपको मालूम है. टू क्रिएट एन ऑर्डर, इसके लिए मन और आत्मा की बात है. बॉडी एंड ब्रेन की बात तो करते हैं अपन सारे. एंड दैट्स व्हाई ज्ञानेश्वरा हैड सेड दैट टाइम, कैन यू बिलीव इट, rising of the sun in the east and going to the west is the illusion. Friction created in the water can create electricity. So many things, you read it. पढ़ के तो देखो. Without reading and without understanding, don't criticize. And that is the duty which has been assigned to you by not MIT, but by your mother and the father and the members of the family, the teachers and the gurus like them. We once again give them the big clap for both the Swamijis and the speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And as His Holiness Dr. Swami Gyanvatsal Ji personally requested, I would like to request Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, sir, who is the chairman of the organizing committee of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, to say a few words in this session. Please welcome with a round of applause. Please welcome with a round of applause, my friends, Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir.
Revered Professor Karat sir, revered Swamijis who are blessing us with wonderful words, enlightened words that is throwing newer and newer lights on this great subject, the convergence of science, religion, and philosophy. This is the triad, three pillars. If we understand their wonderful convergence, we'll start getting fuller and fuller knowledge. So my dear students, it is for this reason that we have chosen this subject, this grand convergence. And knowing this convergence, we will know which you will not study anywhere in the world. We are trying to know. We are trying to understand this grand convergence. But knowing science alone, knowing religion alone, knowing philosophy alone will not get us to complete knowledge. We'll get knowledge. And as I always said, and as we see, it has been said to us, that knowing incomplete knowledge is very dangerous. Knowing nothing is okay. Knowing half knowledge is dangerous. It is for this reason we had chosen this. This entire triad on which our knowledge, our understanding of the universe, of this great, beautiful world stands. So we had chosen this subject, and several enlightened people, I'm not saying scientists or religious people or the philosophers of the world, can individually throw light on that. And we have seen, we have come to this stage, and we are still exploring until the valedictory function, and will emerge, I'm confident. If we had listened to these great people intently, by trying to become one with their enunciations, we'll emerge as more enlightened and wise people. So my dear students, it is for this reason, these people, what has attracted such great people here? It is because I think the very subject of it that attracted people. During Vedic times, many rishis used to come together, dwell on such difficult subjects which are almost unknowable, and throw more and more light on what we don't know. I am very happy. Each subject, I think, Professor Edison is there, and often he tells me, many people, that we come to know something which we have not known before. Swami Riteshwar ji Maharaj, when you were speaking, you were throwing entirely different light, in a different way. Swami Gyanvatsal, Gyanvatsal Swamiji, whom I know is we are spiritual brothers together. I know, when you are speaking, I think the light you are showing, the life of Pramukh Swamiji Maharaj, whom I experienced, whom we are blessed with. What, Karat sir, we were just discussing when you were narrating that in individual life, one life, unless it is a divine life, one can accomplish, one can do so many things. Such a beautiful life we are endowed when we are born, I think. And we must use this very, very precious life, each moment of it. And that's why this World Parliament is so important. Because we'll never hear such wisdom, words of wisdom. Friends, my dear students, my dear teachers, I think we are blessed with moments, a university, and enunciations which I never heard before. Things like that. And this will continue. This will continue. So, we will, when we break for lunch, go beyond, and again reassemble. Once again, we'll try to understand what we are not understood yet. I will just end with this. What is that? One question every student or every seeker of knowledge will ask. What is that? And we'll continue from that thread further by understanding which nothing remains to be understood. This question was asked this question, Krishna has dwelt on this in chapter 7 of Bhagavad Gita. And we'll throw some light as we close this session, and continue on the next session. So until then, I take a leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Chairman of Organizing Committee, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay B. Bhatkar sir, for your words of wisdom. And I now request Professor Dr. Rahul More sir to kindly continue with vote of thanks.
A warm and gracious morning to all of you. I was just saying, someone asked me yesterday why Karar sir is distributing 1.25 lakh copies of Srimad Bhagavad Gita and still he's saying there are less copies, less quantity. My dear friends, if you open this Bhagavad Gita, it starts with Dhritarashtra Uvach, Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yosvaha. Who is a Dhritarashtra? A blind man. If you look at the last shloka of a Bhagavad Gita that ends with Sanjay Uvach, Yatra Yogeshwara Krishno, Yatra Partho Dhanurdhara. And who is Sanjaya? Who is having a Divya Drishti. So this is a journey of Andhakar to Divya Drishti. And that's what Dr. Karar sir is really advocating. He always says from his Antakarana, please read, please understand. And now, of lately, I have started understanding why he says that. And I think this is the most important role of the Vishwaguru to show the path of science and spirituality and attain the peace in the world. Thank you, Swamiji. Just now, he has given a key to the success of Ananda. That is, normally we say, I want peace and Anand. If you remove the I, that means ego. If you remove next word, want, that is a greed. If you remove your ego and a greed, what remains is a peace and Anand. And that's what I think this Bhagavad Gita and the Vishwaguru Sankalpana shows us. And we are very fortunate today. We have three Vishwagurus sitting on the dais. His Holiness Swami Gyanvatsal Ji, Honorable Vishwadharmi Dr. Vishwanath Karat Sir Ji, and Honorable Padma Vibhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar Sir Ji. If you look at, to really understand, and I'll speak in little Marathi, Gurunchi Thorvi Gatana in Shri Sant Naneshwar in Dhavya Adhyayamade, if you read it, first 15 ovis are the marvelous ovis. So they are so good. In that, he talks about Chandanate Kayaseni Charchave, Amrutate Kevute Randhave, Gaganavari Ugvave, Gade Kevi. म्हणजे चंदनाला कोणत्या द्रव्याची उटी लावावी, अमृताला कसे बरे शिजवावे आणि आकाशावरती कसा बरे मंडप उभारावा, ही गुरूंची महिमा, विश्वगुरूंची महिमा आहे. आणि पुढे ते सांगतात, नमो संसारतम सूर्या अपरिमिता परमवीर्या. म्हणजे गुरु हा अज्ञानाचा, अंधकाराचा नाश करणारा जणू सूर्यनारायणच आहे आणि ज्याचे सामर्थ्य श्रेष्ठ आणि अमर्याद आहे. आणि पुढे ते असे म्हणतात, नमो जगद किल पालना मंगळ मनी निधाना सज्जनवन चंदना आराध्य लिंगा. म्हणजे सर्व जगाचे हित जोपासून कल्याणरूपी रत्नाचा जसा ठेवा आहे तो भक्तरूपी वनातील चंदन आहे आणि पुण्य शिवलिंगी आहे. अशा गुरुरायास माझा नमस्कार. इट्स माय प्रिव्हिलेज to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of each one of us present here on behalf of organizing committee of 8th World Parliament on Science, Religion and Philosophy, MIT ADT University, MIT World Peace University and Management. I extend my gratitude towards our today's chief guest, His Holiness Swami Gyanvatsal Ji, BAPS organization. Sir, thank you for enlightening us that the only way for salvation is the Indian way, and India has destined to be Vishwaguru, and it will be surely encourage us all to in future endeavors. I am indeed lucky to meet Shri Mahan Swamiji twice because of Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, and still it has a very fresh and it touched my life in many ways. Thank you for that. And as Dr. Bhatkar sir once did the revolution through the CDAC, any engineer can become a software engineer. He has proposed first time to the India. I would like to request Honorable Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir and Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir to develop gurus in this very laboratory as a Vishwa gurus through the spiritually oriented scientific laboratory who will bring peace and harmony. And in next Padava, we could send those such 25 Vishwa gurus, 25 gurus in next Padava to the world and restore the peace. So I want to extend my thanks to Honorable Dr. Mangesh Karat sir, Honorable Shri Rahul Karatji, thinkers, philosophers participated in this session. Also, I especially thank from Mangaon, Shri, I think, Kundan Singh Talokaji, Pitambar Singh Molpa, to grace this occasion and bless us. An event like this cannot happen overnight. It requires meticulous planning and a bird-eye detail so thanks to Dr. Milind Pandey, Mahesh Thorve, Mahesh Topde, Dr. Dilip, all committee members of MIT ADT and WPU. Last but not the least, my dear fellow students, faculties, press and media. Thank you one and all. Have a great day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much. With this, we have reached the conclusion of this session. Thank you very much for your participation. We are now immediately continuing with the next session, session 9, the Vedic and Modern Sciences, Insights, Interfaces and Integration, for which I would like to request and invite on stage Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT ADT, Professor Dr. Mangesh Karat sir. I would like to also invite on stage Honorable Professor Ravindra Kulkarni ji, Honorable Professor Dr. Pramod Pathak ji, Professor Dr. Asavari Bhave ji to kindly come up stage. I request
Namaste and good afternoon to all our distinguished guests, faculty, students and staff. On behalf of the entire organizing committee of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, I welcome all of you to the plenary session 9 on the theme Vedic Sciences and Modern Sciences, Insights, Interfaces and Integration. Let us begin the session with a curtain raiser video. I request my technical team to kindly relay the curtain raiser video on the theme Vedic and Modern Sciences, Insights, Interfaces and Integration.
Sciences, Insights, Interfaces and Integration. This session is based on the insights, interfaces and integration derived from Vedic sciences and modern sciences. Clearly, outer or material science has its value in helping us to understand and utilize the forces of the outer world. It gives us better technology which can make our lives easier. But when it comes to the inner world, scientific knowledge is often either indirect or misleading. For the inner knowledge, we need to cultivate the yogic sciences with their understanding not only of the physical universe, but of the subtle forces behind the senses and of our true nature beyond time and space. Vedic science recognizes the importance of sensory perception and reason. It considers that there is another, more reliable and internal source of knowledge, particularly necessary for understanding the inner or spiritual world. Once we recognize the place and value of both the outer and inner sciences, we can learn to use both to improve our lives on all levels. This should be our real work as a species, and it can be a great adventure of discovery and transformation. This universal pursuit of knowledge can be used to set aside our political and religious differences, which are not a matter of truth or direct perception, but of clashing beliefs and opinions. The ultimate unity of science and spirituality can provide a light forward to a true global age of peace and harmony. In such a world, the inner technologies of yoga will be found to be as important as the latest advances in technology.
Thank you technical team. Now, may I invite Dr. Mangesh T. Karad sir, Member Trustee and President, Managing Committee, Mayer, and Executive President of MIT ADT University, Pune, Bharat, for the introductory remarks.
Good afternoon to one and all. Respected dais, our most revered Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji.
Recording in progress.
Then Dr. Jeffrey Armstrong, who is attending this session online from America. Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, he is also from America, but he is present here. I welcome him, Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni. Dr. Pramod Pathak ji, he is also mathematician and scientist. He is present here. I welcome him too. Dr. Kapil Kapoor, he is a former Vice Chancellor. He is also attending this session online. So I welcome him too. And Honorable Swami Atma Priyananda ji, who is attending the session online. He is the Vice Chancellor of the Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda University, Bellur Mutt. And all other dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Dash, Pandit Vasantrao Gadigal ji, our Dr. Asavari Bhave Madam, Dr. Parashar, and all other dignitaries of the dais. Today's session is Vedic and Modern Sciences, Insights, Interfaces, and Integration. It is a very good topic, I think the favorite topic of the Karad sir and Dr. Bhatkar sir. My friends, we always listen and hear that, our Vedic Vedas and Upanishads, they carry great knowledge and they were very useful to the society, and over the years of the foreign rule for thousands of years, after that, all those Vedas, majority of them got destroyed, and because of the foreign rule, they got neglected. But finally, they carry much knowledge. So, whether that knowledge has any relevance in today's era is the question of the today's session. Before that, I will just brief about the Vedas and the other scriptures which were referred as the knowledge books. As you know, India was governed by the four Vedas, Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharvaveda. So this Rigveda used to be for the admiration of the Pancha Mahabhutas, Yajurveda for the process of doing, different yajnas. Samaveda is for singing, doing the bhakti of the Lord, God. So Samaveda used to be for that purpose, and Atharvaveda is for the day-to-day operations of a human being. So these are the four basic Vedas are there. Then comes the 6 Vedangas, the further part. Those Vedangas are Shiksha, that is Ucharan, then Vyakaran, the grammar, you can say grammar. Then the third Vedanga is a Chanda, rhythm, that will teach you rhythm. Then Niruvata Vedangas. Niruvata Vedangas is a dictionary of a language, dictionary of the different words. That is a Niruvata Vedangas. Then the 5th Vedangas is a Jyotisha Vedangas. Jyotish Vedangas, everyone is known with the Jyotish Vedanga because we still use this art or this knowledge. And Kalpa, the Kalpa Vedangas. I will not go into much details of all the Vedangas. There are, 2 aspects of the darshanas. Darshanas is a philosophy. One is a astic philosophy, those who believe in a God, and the other is Gnostic philosophy, those who do not believe in God. So Gnostic philosophy has 2-3 other branches: Jainism, philosophy, Buddhism philosophy, other 2-3 philosophies are there. So that is a Gnostic darshanas. And we have a Astic darshanas, basically where people, society believe in the Vedas and all aspects of this knowledge. So there, again there are, 6 darshanas are there. First one is a Nyaya darshana, that is a, law, logic, debate. So that is the Nyaya darshana. Vaishishika darshana, that is about the physics, materialistic world, physics. That is a Vaisheshika darshana. Then Yoga darshana, Sankhya darshana. That is a Sankhya darshana is a very famous. That is about the cosmology, spirit, matter, prakriti. Everything comes under the Sankhya darshana. Purva Mimamsa darshana. That is interpretation of the knowledge. And so that is the Purva Mimamsa darshana. And finally, the most important is the Vedanta. Vedaka Anta, Vedanta, Jnana Kand. That is the ultimate of the Vedas knowledge. Vedanta is also called as a Upanishads. So Upanishads are the commentary on the Vedas, explanation of the Vedas in an intellectual way, in a simple language. So that is called as a Vedanta Upanishads. Now the point will come, how many Upanishads are there? Why I am telling all these, basic things? Because, my young friends, they should know what exactly is Vedas and what exactly is our Indic knowledge system. This Veda Upanishada association is there. There is a relation between Vedas and Upanishads. If we consider Rig Veda, the 10 Upanishads are connected with the Rig Veda. The famous one, the mainly are Atreya Upanishada, Kaustuki Upanishada. So these 2 are mainly connected. They have made the commentary on the Rig Veda. Samaveda, Samaveda, 16 Upanishads have made the commentaries on Samaveda. The main one are the Chanda Yoga and the Kena Upanishad. So these 2 are prominent Upanishads. Other Upanishads are there, but those are not prominent. Then comes the Krishna Yajurveda. There are 32 Upanishads under Krishna Yajurveda, and those are very, very popular and used by the people. The first Upanishad is the Katha Upanishad. The second is Maitrayani Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad. These are 3-4 prominent Upanishads of the Krishna Yajurveda. Shukla Yajurveda, there are 19 Upanishads under Shukla Yajurveda. Yajurveda is related to the Yajna, Puja, etc. Then in 19 there are so many, I will not read all, but Isha Upanishad is very important. Other one is also there. Atharva Veda is the most important because we have to deal with Atharva Veda. 31 Upanishads are for Atharva Veda. Manduka Upanishad, Mandukya Upanishad, Prasana Upanishad, these 3-4 are the prominent Upanishads which have commented on the Atharva Veda. So total 108 Upanishads are there. The prominent 10 Upanishads are there, which actually guide us, which give us the knowledge of the whole Veda. So these Upanishads are very important. If we come to, the commentaries on these, Upanishads, in India, Adi Shankaracharya, the statue of Adi Shankaracharya is fitted in this hall on the back side. Adi Shankaracharya, he has commented on the Upanishads. Then Ramanujacharya is the second Acharya who has also commented on the Upanishads, and he has developed his own theory. And the last one is Madhvacharya. These three are important acharyas, important religious preachers who have made their own philosophy by reading Vedas and by analyzing Vedas, Vedangas and Upanishads. So these three are very important philosophers for the Hindu philosophy, Indian philosophy. I will not go much into details because this is, but very important observation is that the Mandukya Upanishad says there is a higher knowledge and the lower knowledge. Higher knowledge through which eternal knowledge is known, internal knowledge is known, is called as higher knowledge. Self-knowledge through which the nameless, formless being is known. How to realize ourselves is called as a higher level knowledge. And the lower sciences can similarly be divided into two groups. First are usually material sciences, physics, astronomy, medicine, whatever is the physical world. So that is the lower science knowledge. That is commented in the Mandukya Upanishad. And the second could be called as astrology, Vastu Shastra, which is neglected in the modern world. We feel that astrology has no scientific base. Bhavishya has no scientific base, astrology. So in the modern world has neglected astrology and Vastu Shastra. The number of buildings are constructed, but they are constructed without the scientific application of the Vastu Shastra, which is developed by the Indic system. So this is the last observation I can say. However, the distinction between the outer and inner sciences was never meant as a radical division. In old period, they never used to divide outer knowledge and the inner knowledge. In the Vedic view, one can approach the outer sciences with an inner vision. Are you getting my point? In ancient period, people, all these sages used to study the astrology, astronomy, everything by the inner vision. The physics by the inner vision, Ayurveda by the inner vision. So that was their greatest art, or that was their greatest blessing. So we see number of sages, they have developed the our scientists could predict the distance between the sun and the earth, and that is so accurate as on today also. 340,000 kilometer is the distance between the earth and sun is predicted by our ancient saint or scientist only through the inner vision. And now the today distance is measured by the today's scientists, that is 336,000 kilometers from here. So this is the this is the magic of our ancient knowledge. This is a knowledge, this is the art which was developed by our saints and by our sages in older period. Through inner vision, they used to learn about the outer science, about the lower science, about the physical world. So that was the greatest part. Nowadays we have lost that, lost that art, lost that the wisdom. So this is an important point. Now I will come only to the point, is there any relevance of the Vedic knowledge as on today? I will just give one or two examples of MIT ADT University. Now in 2018, when we thought, our students, they have to be developed holistically. How can we develop them holistically? And I was going through the references, and to my surprise, I got the proper framework for holistic development of a human being. That is mentioned in the scripture, Bhruguvalli, Taittiriya Upanishad, verse 5, and Anuvak 10, maybe line number 10 or that para number 10. And we have used that framework to develop our School of Holistic Development department. Panchakoshas are defined in this Bhruguvalli, Taittiriya Upanishad. They say there are 5 koshas for every human being. Those koshas are Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha. These 5 koshas are very important koshas, and we have developed our School of Holistic Development curriculum by using this, the shloka of this Taittiriya Upanishad. We have developed, Annamaya Kosha, your physical body has to be very perfect, very stable, very fit. So we have incorporated physical, classes, physical development classes in our syllabus. 4-credit course is included in the university syllabus. The second one is the Pranamaya Kosha. Your body has to be, Pranamaya. It has to be conscious. It has to be energetic. How you can remain energetic. So that, that is a parameter. And we teach you yoga, only body, but it has to be fit and energetic. So that what food you should eat, what food you should not eat. Everything we try to deliver to our students through School of Holistic Development Department. Monomaya, you should be able to convey proper emotions. So that is a Monomaya Kosha. So we try to, you should be able to express your emotions properly. That is a very important aspect of the development of any human being. So we give thrust on that by different lectures, by non-formal education. So that is a Monomaya Kosha. Vijnanamaya Kosha. If you are learning architecture, so that is your Vijnan, that is your profession. If you are learning engineering, that is the Vijnan, that is the Shastra you are learning. We are giving you the relevant education in that domain. So that is the Vijnanamaya Kosha. And finally is the Anandamaya Kosha. Are you getting happiness through all these activities is important. And if you are not getting, how to get that happiness is the question. And this Anandamaya Kosha, to tap this Anandamaya Kosha, we have included, performing art, creative art, literature, all sort of other things by which either you will do it or you will create it. So that is the Anandamaya Kosha. So with this aspect, I think School of Holistic Development is designed here. So I will say there is a very much relevance of the Vedic knowledge. We can get the framework, we can get the guideline, how we can develop the syllabus, how can we apply the Indic knowledge for the today's world. The second course, Bhatkar sir, we have developed the other second course in our college. We have launched other program, M Architecture in the traditional Indian architectural knowledge systems. We have launched the program, 2-year program. From this year, 20 admissions are done. The program is based on the Vastu Shilpa Shastra. Vastu Shilpa Shastra. Ancient references such as Manasaram. These are the scriptures which are used by our faculty to develop the course. Samarangan Sutradhar. So this is the basis on which Vishnu Dharmottar Puran. Even in Puranas also, the dialogues between the different the characters that lays down the the foundation of the knowledge. Maya Mamatam, Shilparatanam, Arthashastra. These are the references by using we have developed this M architecture course. And this M architecture course, I will say about that. This course has, this course has integrated following knowledge: understanding and applying Vastu Shilpa Shastra, principles from the, Sthapatya Veda and Samarangan Sutradhar, understanding concept of a self and space. Architecture is about designing self and space from Maya Mamatam. Everything was thought of by ancient people, and they have written in the different scriptures. Principles of a Kaya Madhyam Sutra, Kaya Madhyam Sutra. Indian aesthetics based on a Navarasa, Natya Shastra, Vastu Purusha Mandal. All these aspects are covered in the syllabus. Basics of a Vedic astrology based on a Jyotish Shastra. Even though our ancient science says, depending upon your horoscope, your house shall be designed. The one pattern of house is not good for every person. Depending upon the astrology of every person, your horoscope, your house shall be designed. Your room's location has to be there. So that part also is covered in the syllabus. Theory of Talam, Talam, we have a thumb. Every person's thumb has a different dimension. According to the length and the width of the thumb, the dimensions of your house are designed. So that is called as a Talam Shastra. So that also is used in the syllabus. So every aspect, every building energies, where are you living? Whether that building has a proper energy, positive energy, geo energies are there. So that aspect is also covered in the syllabus. So my friend, I think Indic knowledge has a lot of very relevant knowledge which is still applicable today. So that is a very point. And we should be able to integrate that knowledge with the digital technologies. And we can propagate our knowledge, Indic knowledge, in the modern world with the digital technology. And with that objective only, this course of M Architecture is launched in MIT ADT University. We also have the other program like a BSc Psychology, where the 50% course is taken from the Vedic sciences and 50% is taken from the modern sciences, and psychology, BSc Psychology course is developed. Important observation about the psychology is that the contribution of Vedic sciences to modern psychology and humanities is the minute detailing of a human mind as a functional organ. Vedic science has given the minute detailing of a human mind. How does it work? What are the different parameters of the mind? How to monitor it? How to rectify it? All these things are given in the Vedic science. So psychology is a very important aspect which is dealt by the Vedas, by the Vedic sciences, Vedangas, and the Upanishads and other number of the scriptures. We do not know how many scriptures are there because a lot of scriptures are burned by the foreign, the foreign rulers. So we could not save the majority of the scriptures. But all the scriptures which are still available, they highlight on different aspects, right from mind to astronomy, right from medical science to the astrology, anything you can say, from the mathematics to anyone. So there is a great, relevance of the Indic knowledge in MIT group, in MIT ADT University 3-4. We also deliver one course to our design college about, the Indian view of the aesthetics, how we can do the better design. So that course is also designed on the fundamentals of the Vedic sciences. So here in this MIT ADT University, we have tried to integrate 3-4 courses in a nice way to deliver Vedic knowledge, Indic knowledge to the current generation in a modern way. So that's what I want to say. And there are n number of options by which we can still integrate. I have not read everything. Nobody has read it. Those who will read it, they will understand it. They can find out the framework for their faculty, for their area, and they can use that. That's what I can say. Vedic mathematics is the other area which can be used for the programming language, language for computer engineering. But unfortunately, we do not have the, experts in that area, how to use that. So there, I think we have to develop that, that expertise. And MIT ADT University, through our Vedic sciences, is trying to do that, trying to establish that framework by which trying to give that, that canvas to other people, how we can use the Vedic sciences for the betterment of the society. With these words, I conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mangesh Karad sir, for that comprehensive introductory remarks. Next, I would like to request Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, to kindly felicitate Honorable Professor Ravindra Kulkarni ji, our distinguished speaker, Emeritus Professor from City University of New York, USA. With a huge round of applause, I request the audience, all of us, to have a huge round of applause to our distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Ravindra Kulkarni ji. Now, the applause should continue, my friends. May I now request Dr. Mangesh Karad sir to kindly felicitate our next distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. Pramod Pathak ji, Professor M.Tech Chemical Engineering from IITB, a PhD in Vedic literature and visiting professor from the University of Bhushan. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mangesh Karad sir and Vijay Bhatkar sir. Next, we have with us today our distinguished speaker, Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Armstrong, an eminent philosopher, yogi, author, poet, and Ayurvedic astrologer from USA who has joined with us online. He is a corporate speaker and award-winning author. His innovative fusion of Western technology and Eastern wisdom offers a revolutionary new vision for cutting-edge businesses seeking to embody spiritual values that cultivate long-term sustainability, biodiversity, multiculturalism, and responsible expansion. Jeffrey Armstrong's 7 years of corporate executive work in the competitive world of Silicon Valley, 10 years of corporate speaking for Fortune 500 companies, and over 40 years of dedication to Eastern wisdom has placed him at the forefront of speakers and consultants, inspiring radical change in the way corporations conduct global business. We are indeed honored to have with us Dr. Jeffrey Armstrong. Over to you, sir, for your address.
Thank you very much, and namaste to everyone. What an honor it is to be in this illustrious gathering, and it's a historically noteworthy for the whole world. And so it's very impressive what you're doing and the magnitude of it, and that it has a room to encompass everyone. And so in the brief amount of time that I have, first, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. For the last 50 years, I've been a practitioner of the Vedic Sanatana Dharma culture, and it's one of its representatives out in the world. And so there's a particular subject that I've become very interested in, and it is how linguistics, how Sanskrit, which I've studied, and English, which I've also studied, confuse the conversation in bringing this important Vedic knowledge to the world. So one of the projects that I'm working on, I just recently finished a clarification of the Bhagavad Gita, a translation into English, but I removed all of the inappropriate colonizing Christian terminology. Words like gods, cult, God, Lord, sin, angel, heaven, faith, hymn, hell, religion, bless, bad, good, spiritual, deity, demon, and so forth. And these many words, I know many of them are being used right now in the efforts that you're making to present this wonderful position to the world. But my thesis is that it's time now to remove those words from our vocabulary describing the Vedic culture, knowledge, and civilization, and to teach the world the appropriate Sanskrit words to replace them with. So this is one of the projects that I'm working on. So in order to do this, I took all of those inappropriate words out of the Bhagavad Gita. So Bhagavan is not called God, he's not called Lord, and so forth. And those inappropriate English words were taken out, and some Sanskrit words were left in their place in the translated verse. So the reader must learn about 100 or so Sanskrit words in order to learn the Gita, because they need a new vocabulary. And this is an important next step, in my opinion, in this knowledge reaching out into the world. So to give you a small example, if your organization and this gathering is called the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, with all due respect, my offering to you is, perhaps we could call it the 8th World Parliament of Sankhya, Dharma, and Vedanta in the World Shanti Dome. And the slogan is Loka Samgraha, holding the world together. And this is, of course, just a creative offering and spontaneously as I've been listening. But what you're doing is remarkable and marvelous and life-changing for the whole planet. I would like to co-contribute into this a contribution of removing the colonizing English and using enough Sanskrit, and I call this the Vedic Renaissance. Right now, we're in a revival of the Vedic civilization, and I call that the Vedic Renaissance. And if the Abrahamic traditions are the people of a book, then we are the people of a library. That means we're also the people of a curriculum. And this means, of course, that Sanskrit and the Veda Angas, with the 4 aspects of Sanskrit that make it the most perfect language on the planet, make it an actual programming language. The Nirukta, the Vyakarana, the Shiksha, and all of those characteristics, and the Chandas, make it the most perfect language. This is a very important thing to bring forward into the world and to lead with in initiating the whole planet into a new way of speaking about these matters. So, if this is a classic Vedic text, which it is, one of the Prasthana Trayi, the Vedanta Sutras, the 10 principal Upanishads, and the Bhagavad Gita are the texts on which all acharyas must comment in order to create a sampradaya. Shankara did, Ramanuja did, Madhva did, Nimbarka did, Vishnu Swami did. Each of those great acharyas commented in Sanskrit on those texts. So the Bhagavad Gita amongst those is sort of the field manual, you could say, for the Vedic civilization. So we just clarified it and brought it out in such a way that it's clear and decolonized. So I would like to propose to you that one of the next steps, and I'd be glad to help in this process because I've been working on etymology and these many subjects for 20-some years now. So if it is the time to refine the language and refine the way we speak about the Vedic Dharma so that universally throughout the whole planet, a vocabulary of Sanskrit of a few hundred words is agreed upon and understood by everyone. After all, there are hundreds of millions of yogis in the world. Now, what is the biggest difference between the Vedic culture and the other civilizations and cultures of the world? The other religions? We're not a religion, we're a dharma. the religions of the world and science. The religions and science have one lifetime. How about us? We're immortal. We already are beings who cannot die. We know that. We're Atma, the individual beings who chose to come here. And we'll stay here until we achieve, I know you know the word, moksha. And so, that worldview is entirely different than the three Abrahamic religions and modern science, none of which hold this perspective. And yet, we do. So my proposal is, we must also then introduce a new vocabulary gradually to this yoga community of hundreds of millions of people throughout the world. And this is what I'm in the process of doing. Would love to work together with MIT University on this project. That with this in mind, all of the goals of gradually teaching the vocabulary of the Vedic rishis' legacy to the modern world will teach everyone how to live a dharmic life with each other and to have a namaste culture where everyone is seen from the perspective of immortality as a divine being. So this is one of the proposals that I have, that this be a text with which we lead ourselves out to the world and say, this is a historical reality in the Vedic civilization, that the avatar, so that's a new Sanskrit word for everyone, not for you, but for everyone else. And they need to know, what is the difference between an incarnation and an avatar? So, of course, we don't have time now to elaborate on all of this, but I wanted to introduce it to you as an important element and component of what you're doing so beautifully right now by bringing this all together in the world, may I say, Shanti Dome? In the world Peace Dome? All right, so thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And with this, I hand the microphone back.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jeffrey Armstrong, for your insightful address. Next, we have with us Professor Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, who is a PhD holder from Harvard University in Mathematics, Emeritus Professor from City University of New York, USA, and founding president of the Indian Mathematics Consortium. He is also the ex-chair professor of IIT Mumbai and a distinguished professor from Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore. He has a long-time interest in Indian philosophy and Indology, and he has also organized a one-day event at the Consulate General of India in New York on perspectives on religion and spirituality. He has delivered over 250 lectures at major mathematics centers in the US, Europe, China, India, and over 80 publications in reputed journals in mathematics. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you with us, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. I wish to start my talk with an expression of great admiration for Professor Vishwanath Karad. I truly admire his vision, taken from Sant Dnyaneshwara's Pasayadan, of establishing Vishwadharma based on science, religion, and philosophy. This vision of Professor Karad, well articulated in English by Swami Vivekananda 125 years ago, is going much beyond an interfaith dialogue among religions. In fact, this vision gives a firm foundation for the interfaith dialogue among religions. Once again, my great admiration for Professor Vishwanath Karad and the architectural marvel he has created, namely this dome where we are all sitting. A group of very eminent scientists like Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, Dr. Mashelkar, and many other eminent scientists have joined in promoting this vision. To this vision, Professor Pathak and I, we are doing a coordinated presentation. We are contributing our little squirrel share. On the first day, that is April 3rd, 2022, in the last session on Om and E equals MC square, and I do not know whether this second session on April 4th, Om and Patanjali Yoga Sutras took place, but there they introduced the broad theme of today's session on Vedic sciences and modern sciences. Professor Pathak and I wish to add to some concrete aspects of this theme. This would be of help to students who really wish to know what is going on. I spent 55 years in the field of mathematics, and so mathematics has become my karma. Mathematics is really not a science. It is a meta-science and a meta-philosophy. It is not a lab science like chemistry, nor an observational science like astronomy, nor a definite philosophy like materialism or communism or whatever, but it helps both scientists and philosophers to express themselves with clarity, precision, and brevity. For instance, take this phrase, Vedic science and modern sciences. I would like to put before Dr. Rahul Karad and Milind Pandey and Mangesh Karad an alternative to Vedic sciences, the phrase Indian knowledge system, IKS for short. The phrase Indian knowledge system is being used more and more in the last 20 years, and it is also in the statement of the National Educational Policy. So let's use one vocabulary like this. Now, the Indian knowledge system, it includes Vedic sciences as those theories which take Vedas for their ontology and epistemology. But it also includes, for example, the Buddhist knowledge tradition, which for some reason does not take Vedas as its starting point. Also, there is a distinction between Astic darshanas and Nastic darshanas that we traditionally make. Now, many of the scientists, my friends here, they would not believe in God, but they are very good people. They are very dharmic people. They should be included. And so that we should go to the root of what is dharma, and dharma should not include something like a belief in God, in my opinion. For the sake of my student friends here, let me briefly state what the Vedic knowledge tradition is. A lot of it was covered by Professor Mangesh Karad. Vedic knowledge system has four main parts. Samhitas, namely these four Vedas and Upanishads. Then the Vedangas, classically there are 6 of them. Out of these, 4 are related to language. Shiksha, that is spoken language. Vyakaran, written language. Nirukta, etymology. And Chandas, poetry. I think this distinction in the Indian knowledge system is rather unique. In the remaining 2, one of them is Jyotish, which contains the beginnings of both astronomy and mathematics. The other is Kalpa, which dealt with yajnas or fire rituals, but in the process, they developed plain Euclidean geometry. It is contained in the Shulba Sutra part of the Kalpa. Vedangas represent the beginning of theory building. Now, The darshanas, we use the word darshan to explain it to our Western friends. We should just say theories. Darshanas are the theories. Classically, there are 6 of them. They include Sankhya, Vaisheshik, Yoga, Nyaya, Vedanta. These are 5 of them. They roughly correspond to physics, chemistry, psychology, logic, and metaphysics. The correspondence is not exactly one-to-one, but taken together, they correspond to modern, largely Western science tradition. The 6th is the voluminous darshan, Mimamsa, which is a development of Kalpa Vedanga. It deals with the theory of karmas and their fruits, the ideas of heaven and hell and rebirth. These are stated in this Mimamsa. And the last part is Upavedas. That is what most of us we do in our daily life. These are the applied sciences. There are several among them, and among them is Ayurveda, the science of health and medicine, music, engineering, economics, politics, weaponry, and so on. Now, let me concentrate more on the Sankhya Yoga, Sankhya Darshan, or Sankhya theory. In IKS, the main notion structure comes from the 25 tattvas in the Sankhya system. There are 5 Mahabhutas, Prithvi, Aap, Vayu, Tej, and Akash. You will notice that the first 3 Mahabhutas is just which is called a substance in chemistry 101, which is the solid, liquid, and air. The 4th is Teja, which is the energy, which is really an undefined word even in modern physics. And then the Akasha, which is the vacuum. It's very remarkable that by the thought of putting Akasha among the 5 tattvas. Then there are these karmendriyas, jnanendriyas, tanmatras, and metaphysical principles, manas, buddhi, ahankar, prakriti, and purush. In the 5th darshan Vedanta, more particularly Advaita Vedanta, is a favorite of many saints and philosophers of Indian knowledge system, including Gyaneshwara and Vivekananda. But the students here should know that even Advaita Vedanta is firmly based on Sankhya's 25 tattvas. And if we wish to make correspondence with modern sciences, in my opinion, we must take into account the whole of IKS. Among the modern sciences, the main successful ones are from physics and chemistry. The main triumph of chemistry is atomic theory, which in a mathematical sense gave a very rigorous definition of the philosophical notion of what is matter. In the 19th century, a lot of data about chemical reactions was explained by the hypothesis that the atoms exist. And Mendeleev's periodic table of atoms, which the students here surely know, was a great systematization of this data. But the atomic theory really matured in the 20th century when Rutherford applied it to the physical theory, applied to the atomic theory, the physical theory of electricity and magnetism. His famous gold leaf experiment gave today's mathematical model of the atom, consisting of small nucleus of the size of 10 to the minus 14 meters, consisting of protons and neutrons. And around this nucleus, the electrons move in a small ball of size 10 to the minus 10 meters. And a very large empty space, this is Akasha, between the two. Now there are some pictures here, you know, many of the students now learn them in high school. I learned them in my college years and later. But you know these familiar pictures of atoms. There is a further elaboration coming from the atom's interaction with the light and Planck's theory of light. This brings in quantum mechanics. Presently, physics considers the 4 fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. The general relativity is the theory of gravity, which is valid for large distances close to the speed of light, whereas the other 3 deal with quantum mechanics, dealing with very small distances of the size of the nucleus of atom. These theories are not mutually consistent. Physicists, including the creators of quantum mechanics like Heisenberg and Schrödinger, plus Wigner and Penrose, think that these inconsistencies are due to the lack of understanding of what is mind or consciousness. The last 2 metaphysical principles now come to the IKS. The last 2 metaphysical principles of Sankhyas are Prakriti, you can call it manifested universe, including atoms, electrons, protons, and Purusha, unmanifested energy principle. The Brahman of Advaita Vedanta is a combination of the 5th Sankhya Tattva, Akash, and 24th and 25th Tattvas, Prakriti and Purush. In Akash, in IKS, Akash is empty but full of energy. Now it is interesting, Einstein's quote is given in the book that is distributed here. Einstein says, "I believe in God who reveals himself in the orderly harmony of the universe. And I believe that intelligence is manifested throughout Mother Nature." So he's really talking about Prakriti and Purush. So okay, we two are doing together, myself and Professor Pathak. Yeah, yes, you can call him. For this Akasha, I can just quote one stanza from the Tantra text Svarodaya. It is stated, "Ham bijam gaganam dhyayet, nirakaram bahuprabham, dhyanam jnanam trikala vishayam, aishwaryam animadikam." So he's saying, meditate on the Akash, and it is full of energy, although it has no Akar, and there is a lot of jnana there, and you can understand the Trikala there. And so this is the conception coming from IKS, whereas this has the obvious analogy with the empty space in the atom that is filled with electromagnetic field lines. These field lines are the source of energy in physics. Out of such considerations, the equation like E equals mc square arises. Now, how much did the yogis experience this equation? The yogis who talk of energy and the Vedantins assert that I am not the consciousness and I am not the mind. Now, let me give you a mathematical proof of why I am not the consciousness. No, let me give a proof. I'm sorry, I misquoted. I am not the body. I, that stands for consciousness. But the body consists of atoms. The atom has a size of 10 to the minus 10 meters. The body also has a finite size. Conclusion, body consists of finitely many atoms. But the experience of I, that is consciousness, is a continuous experience like an interval on the real number line. Conclusion, I am not the body. And similarly, Professor Pathak will explain why I am not the mind. So this is some connection between the Indian knowledge system and the modern sciences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni ji, for those insightful address. Now, may I request our next distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. Pramod Pathak ji, Professor in and MTech in Chemical Engineering from IITB and PhD in the Vedic literature, who is also a visiting professor at the University of Houston and has written books on the Vedic literature, scientific approach, and Islamic holy texts, and society, and is a regular columnist for many papers, to give his part of the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. There are three people who are responsible for me to stand here. First is Professor Kulkarni, with whom I have come in contact, a mathematician of repute. He introduced me to Dr. Bhatkar, genius in the computer sciences. And finally, I had a very great opportunity to interact with Vishwanath Karad, a person who conceptualized and actualized the whole setup that we are sitting here. Sir, thank you very much for all the favor that you have done me and given me this opportunity to present. Now, I take over from Professor Kulkarni as we had decided together. I will talk about the nature of the Indian knowledge system, IKS, as he has briefly made. Now, what do we understand by that? It is said in the Atharva Ved, Ganesh Atharva Upanishad, Tvam Jnanamayo Vijnanamayosi. That means you are both the knowledge as well as the science. And what is the scope of that? The Indian knowledge system, what is the scope? It is Yogo Jnanam Tatha Sankhyam. Vidya Shilpadi Karmacha. See, it includes all. Veda Shastrani Vijnanam Etas Sarvam Janardana. It has come down from the Lord that this system comprises of everything. Then I will say, even the Einstein's formula, E is equal to mc square, or as we know all, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, in which initially Einstein was not ready to believe, is also the part of the universal knowledge that has been discovered, gathered through our scientists and philosophers. Now, Professor Karad mentioned about the 5 koshas. Now, this area in particular has remained quite unexplored. Now, what is the nature of kosha? I just want to put a few ideas before you. It is that our Annamaya kosha is something that sustains on the food that we eat. But beyond that, there is a Pranamaya kosha. And I will give you one example. Whenever a dead body is required to be kept for longer time, you see the growth of nails and other things, which are outward expression of the body being still alive. Now, what is that? Although the physical body which sustains on food has gone dead, has become unresponsive, there is a Pranamaya kosha that takes time to come out. Okay, when it comes out, there is still the Manomaya kosha. And what is Manomaya kosha? It is the unfulfilled desires that remain associated with the soul. And as many of us have experienced, that whenever you go for the Shraddha, especially in the Smashan, that is in the crematorium, the crow doesn't touch as long as you don't say that I will fulfill this wish. And this is the experience of many people. So what do we do in that? The soul, which is still embedded in its Manomaya kosha with desires, is to be relieved of those desires by promising him that I will fulfill them. As the son says, I will take care of my mother when the father dies. I mean, this has happened many times. So, this kosha sankalpana needs to be explored in the consciousness laboratory which the institution is going to set up. Now, the knowledge that we talk is really speaking the exploration of the Chit Vilasvad as proposed by Sant Dnyaneshwar. And this is a universal phenomenon. It is not the monopoly of this or that religion. But I will come to the creation hymn in the Rigveda. The very first stanza is Na sadasin no sadasit tadanim. Now what is that? Nasid rajo na vyoma paroyat. I will deal with only first two words. Na sadasit. There was neither asat nor sat. What is asat? The very good example is Vandya Putra. That means the son of a barren lady. Or Shashashrunga, the horn of a rabbit. Do they exist? No, but you can conceive them. That thing can be conceived. And then Sat is something which is name and form. Nama Rupatmakam Satam. If this is a horse, it has a name as well as the shape, existence. Now when you go to the pre-Big Bang state, that is what is described in the Nasadiya Sukta, it is undescribable phenomenon. You cannot describe what existed. And this is what the modern state of singularity talks. When the universe was in its minutest form, no physical laws applied, but the state of singularity existed. And what happened? They say, kamas tadagraya samavartata adhi. There was a desire in that undefinable existence which made the things to come out. Now, where the desire can come from? Manasoretaha. He had a mind and he had a seed of multiplication. That is manasoretaha. What was the desire? The desire was, I am alone. Eko ham bahusya. And as we say, the very concept of the universe started with Bhushan, which is the mathematics. Professor Kulkarni will appreciate this point. It started with mathematics, that he conceived himself in many forms. Now what are many forms? Many. I mean, Ananta vai Vedaha, as they say. Then I come to the very important aphorism in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Kshana tat karmayoho sanyamat vivekajam jnanam. If you are able to concentrate on the moment of thoughts which is defined by a kshana, you have achieved the state of jnanam. And how can it be achieved? Yes, it can be done. Ishvara pranidhanatva. You need not be a theist. You could be atheist. But that state of distinguishing the desire, the state of distinguishing the thought process which constitutes mind has to be understood by various means. It could be through the sadhana, it could be through the nama sadhana, and as we were discussing about 15-20 days before with Professor Kulkarni, we found that the randomness of thoughts in mind can be streamlined by nama sadhana, which is simple as suggested by our saints. And that nama sadhana is something which we will say, I mean, I give this credit to Professor Kulkarni that we thought together, and it is a biological filter. Just as the randomness in the signals in the electronic system are filtered out, here for our mind, the nama sadhana is the biological filter that helps us to lead to the state of manonash. With the commitment, with the tapasya, when you are dealing on only one thought around your deity, the manonash has occurred. And it is the manonash which ultimately is supposed to be the end where the real knowledge begins. You are part of the universal knowledge, and that knowledge dawns on you in words, in feelings, and in spurana. That is this spontaneous thought that you get when you are in that stage of coordinating with the universe. And I wish that this particular consciousness laboratory will explore these aspects of the Indian knowledge system which connect us with the universe, with the supreme entity. At some point of time, we will be able to justify it in the mathematical terms, what started this universe, Ekoham Bhushyamaha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Professor Dr. Pramod Pathak ji, for your insightful address. It was indeed a wonderful presentation which was put together by both of you. Thank you once again. Next, we have with us online our next distinguished speaker, Swami Atma Priyananda ji, who is the Director, Standing Academic and Accreditation Committee, and is the Vice Chancellor and Executive Head of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda University, a multi-campus university trying to actualize Swami Vivekananda's educational vision. Swami Atma Priyananda ji received his PhD from the University of Madras, India, in theoretical physics for his work in elementary particle theory and has a number of research publications in reputed international journals. Inspired by the Ramakrishna Vivekananda ideology, he joined the Ramakrishna Order of Monks in 1978. As a monk and educationist, his present interests are Swami Vivekananda's educational vision for character building in the youth, Yoga Vedanta vis-a-vis modern science, Ramakrishna Vivekananda thought in the context of present-day challenges, and consciousness studies as taught in the Upanishads. He also focuses his research and studies on the synthesis of the 4 yogas as taught by Swami Vivekananda and Bhagavad Gita, and in the harmony of religions as lived and taught by Sri Ramakrishna. He has a good number of publications on the above subjects in the journals of Ramakrishna Order and of various organizations. He is widely traveled and has gone to almost all parts of the globe, including USA, UK, Germany, France, Italy, Switzerland, South Africa, Japan, Australia, Morocco, Ukraine, and almost all states of India to participate as a resource person on invitation in various seminars, colloquia, symposia, conferences, etc., having a bearing on the subjects of his interests as mentioned. Swami Atma Priyananda ji is also involved as a council member or invited participant of a large number of global organizations working for peace and harmony, interfaith dialogue and interreligious understanding, comparative mysticism and spirituality, holistic welfare of children across the globe, etc. We are indeed honored and privileged to have with us Shri Swami Atma Priyananda ji. He is joining online in a couple of minutes. I request the audience to be patient and let him join online, and let us look forward to his address. Once again, for your information, Swami Atma Priyananda ji is the Vice Chancellor of the Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda University, a multi-campus university trying to actualize Swami Vivekananda's educational vision, and he is a PhD in theoretical physics and is known for his work in elementary particle theory. He is also a scholar who has various research publications in reputed international journals, and he joined the Ramakrishna Order inspired by the Ramakrishna Vivekananda ideology in the year 1978. He is also involved as a council member or invited participant of a large number of global organizations working in the area of peace and harmony, interfaith dialogue and interreligious understandings, comparative mysticism and spirituality, holistic welfare of children across the globe, etc. We are waiting for him to join online. There is some technical glitch. I request my audience to kindly be patient and wait for our next distinguished speaker, Swami Atma Priyananda ji. We as Indians have not yet completely imbibed the deep and real meaning of the holy Vedas and the Hindu textures which were written by our great sages and our ancestors. Each of these concepts, knowledge, literature, scriptures, have some deep scientific meaning and technical meaning attached to it. The main objectives of all these Vedic knowledge was to create a socially, economically, spiritually, and healthy society so that Bharat and the whole world could progress together with the theme Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, as taught to us by our revered founder, Vishwadharmi Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. India has been contributing significantly to the field of science and technology since ancient history times, and till date we have been contributing to the same. In this session, we have been essentially reflecting upon the integration and the interface of these two sciences, that is the Vedic and the modern sciences. And we listened to our distinguished speakers of this session, and we are next having with us our distinguished speaker, Swami Atma Priyananda ji, who will be speaking to us on this theme, and we are awaiting him any moment. He will be joining online any moment with us. Kindly be patient, and thank you for your patience. Our next session after this session would be the plenary session 10 on the theme, which will be an academic leader session on the theme Transforming Universities into Centers of Excellence of Spirituality-Oriented Scientific Research for World Peace.
मित्रांनो, खास पंढरपूरवरनं बडवे गुरुजी या ठिकाणी आलेले आहेत आणि ते यांचा सत्कार या ठिकाणी कराड सरांचा आणि भटकर सरांचा करणार आहेत. अत्यंत दुर्मिळ योग या भगवद्गीता ज्ञानभवनाच्या उद्घाटनाच्या प्रसंगी हा सत्कार समारंभ खास पंढरपूरवरनं आलेले बडवे गुरुजी विठ्ठल रुक्माई मंदिराच्या
या ठिकाणी आदरणीय दत्तात्रय बडवे गुरुजी हे प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथरावजी कराड सर आणि डॉक्टर विजय भटकर सर यांचा सन्मान करत आहेत. तुळशीचा खास पंढरपूरवरून या ठिकाणी आणलेला हार आणि प्रसाद घेऊन ते या ठिकाणी आलेले आहेत.
Yes. Next, I would like to request Professor Dr. Asavari Bhave, who is the Dean and Faculty Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences of MIT ADT University, Pune, Bharat, to deliver. He has joined? Yes. So there was a technical glitch from Swami Atma Priyanandaji's side. That is why he couldn't join. Now he has joined us online. Over to you, sir. A very warm welcome to the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy.
Shall I go?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shall I
please.
begin?
Please, please. Over to you. Over to you.
Do I begin?
Yes, Swamiji, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahe Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma Viddishavahe Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Supreme Being protect us both, the teacher and the disciple, by revealing to us the true nature of knowledge. May the Supreme Being protect us both, the teacher and the disciple, by revealing to us the application of that knowledge. May we both, the teacher and the disciple, strive together for the acquisition of knowledge. May the knowledge and the wisdom that we acquire be illuminative and effective. May there be no dissension between us. Om, peace, peace, peace. So, brief discussion on the principles of the Vedic sciences, meaning the philosophy and science of the Upanishads, and the modern Western science. The modern Western science has grown over the decades and centuries based upon three fundamental principles. One, the unification principle. Two, the generalization principle. Three, the classification principle. We will show how these three principles owe their origin to the science and philosophy of Vedanta, the Upanishads and the Vedas. Classification. All of us know that knowledge needs to be classified. For example, if you're using a computer, then you classify all your data and files into folders. And these folders are put appropriately. Nowadays they put it in the cloud so that you can retrieve them so easily. So classification is a very fundamental characteristic of the human mind in acquisition of knowledge and for easy retrieval of the data stored. The most famous example everybody knows is the periodic classification of elements. In the periodic classification, as you know, elements have been classified into groups and periods so that the properties of elements can be clearly understood by locating them in the periodic table. According to the location of the periodic table, you come to know the properties of these elements. And there is a period in which the inert gases are put. Inert gases are gases which do not interact with anybody, do not form compounds. Argon, helium, and so on. And the periodic law says every element in the periodic table interacts with every other element in such a way as to reach the inert gas configuration nearest to it in the periodic table, which is a great philosophical principle. Why inert gas? In that case, you do not have to interact with anybody. And the most stable state is a state of lowest energy in which you just remain alone, non-interacting. This is the principle of Kevalatva in Vedanta, Kaivalya Prapti in Yoga, which shows that when you're alone, Vivikta Sevi, Laghvashi, Yatava, Kaya Manasa, Jhana Yoga Paro Nityam, Vairagyam Samapasrata, the Gita will say, Vivikta Sevi, Aratirajana Samsadi. He wants to go away from the crowd, just remain alone. Ekantavasa. Atmanyevatmana tushta sthita prajnastadochyate. The sthita prajna lakshana, a man of steady wisdom, the Bhagavad Gita. I just want to be alone, non-interacting. This is based on a philosophical principle, and every element in the world would like to reach the configuration of the inert gas, classification. Now, our ancient rishis are master classifiers. Suppose somebody asks you, do you have suffering? Are you worried? Do you have any deep sorrow? Of course. How many kinds of sorrow do you have? Oh, innumerable. How can I say how many varieties I have? Can you classify them? Our ancients classified even sorrow. Dukkha. Adhyatmika dukkha, adi bhautika dukkha, adi daivika dukkha. 3 kinds of sorrow. One sorrow arising from your own body and mind. You are ill, you have a terrible stomachache, backache, and you have some problem with your kidney, and so many different kinds of physical ailments. Then you have the mental, depression, sorrow, and so on, adhyatmika. Adi bhautika dukkha, coming from beings. Particularly recently we saw the coronavirus, COVID-19, which is a combination of all the 3 dukkhas. It can come from cockroaches in the kitchen, it can come from tigers and lions in the forest and so on, snakes, from coming, or human beings. They're also beings. And human beings can give you endless sorrow, adi bhautika. Then adi daivika dukkha, that which is beyond natural calamities, for example. The coronavirus was so deadly because it's a combination of adhyatmika, adi daivika, and adi bhautika. So you can't think of any other dukkha, sorrow, beyond these 3 classified things. And they also ask, how many kinds of wants do you have? Do you want anything? Yes. How many kinds of things you want? Oh, innumerable wants I've got. Can you classify them? Human aspiration, human want, was classified into dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So you have this classification principle, and the second principle is the generalization principle. Science has grown through the generalization principle. You generalize. So particular to the general, general to the more general to the most general, or the universal. A simple example is given by Swami Vivekananda. When Newton saw an apple fall, he did not take it to be an isolated incident. He said, when apples fall, stones fall, every object falls. So can you generalize it to say that falling on the earth is a general principle that you have? The most general principle which he discovered through this analysis is the law of universal gravitation. Particular to the general, general to the more general to the most general of the universal. And in Vedanta, they went on generalizing. Suppose anybody asks you, who are you? Where do you come from? I come from Tamil Nadu, I come from Andhra Pradesh, I come from Maharashtra, I come from Gujarat. Can you generalize when you go abroad? You don't say, when somebody asks you where do you come from, you don't say Gujarat or Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh. You say, I come from India. So you generalize all the states of India into one and call India. Generalize it still farther. Who are you? I'm a human being. I'm a male person, somebody else a female person, male, female, or a human being. Generalize it to human being. So can you still generalize it? Why only human being? Why not some human beings? A cat or a dog will come and tell you, why not me? So I call it beings, living beings. What about the tables and the chairs and the beautiful, huge dome that has been built up there? in MIT,
Swamiji.
that also exists.
Swamiji,
so
I'm sorry
generalize it
to
still farther
intervene.
and say being.
Swamiji,
Being
if you can
is
hear
the
me.
most general description. So Vedanta calls it Sat, Asti.
Swamiji.
So Sat is the most general principle. Existence. I exist, the moon exists, the sun exists, the atom exists. Everything exists. In school physics, we know algebra, AX plus BX plus CX plus CX,
Swamiji, I'm sorry to
X
intervene,
outside,
but we are
A
running
X
short of
into A
time.
plus B plus C,
So if you
etc.
could kindly wind up
So
in a
take
minute.
existence outside and within brackets you put all the objects. So existence is the most general description, and all the beings individualized are superimposed as it were on existence. So the most general is existence. And that which exists as consciousness has to reveal itself spontaneously, self-revealing, swaprakasha, swayam prakasha, that is consciousness or chit, awareness. And awareness of existence gives you bliss or ananda. So sat, chit, ananda is the most generalized description of this principle which is ultimate, generalization. The last principle is unification principle. Whole of science depends upon this principle of unification. Go on unifying. It was discovered there are 4 fundamental forces of nature. We knew about the gravitational force, you know the electromagnetic force, then came the weak force and the strong force, the nuclear force. Now, scientists started asking, can you not unify them and say all these forces are manifestations of a single force? This unified field or unified forces was what was attempted, and Abdul Salam and Weinberg, they got the Nobel Prize for unification of the fundamental forces. Albert Einstein tried all his life for the unified field theory, unsuccessfully though, and the latest attempt in unifying the other 3 forces, the weak, strong, and electromagnetic, with the gravitational force, which has not been done so far, the quantum realm on the one hand, and
Swamiji,
the macrocosmic
I'm sorry
realm
to
on the other
intervene.
hand.
We request you to kindly wind up in a minute and bless us as we are running short of time.
This is attempted through superstring theory. This is still unsolved problem in science and in physics. But the attempt is, how do you unify everything? A human mind is unhappy, dissatisfied with many. So the question was asked in ancient India, what is it by knowing which everything can be known? Stephen Hawking talked about the theory of everything, TOE. Kasminnu bhagavo vigyate sarvamidam vigyatam bhavati Mundakoparishad. Sir, what is that by knowing which everything can be known? The Chandogya calls it Ekatva Vijnana. One thing being known, everything can be known. So that is the master key to the understanding, and the ancients realized and proved that the key is consciousness, which is your own ultimate existence, knowledge, bliss, Satchidananda, and it is consciousness which is all-pervading, the universally unified principle which pervades everything, exists at all times, everywhere, and not subjected to causality. So this is the idea of the unified field which perhaps Einstein was attempting.
Swamiji,
this was solved
Swamiji, if you can hear me.
So this is
Thank you so much, Swami Atma Priyananda for blessing us with your words of wisdom. Next, may I invite Professor Dr. Asavari Bhave, Dean Faculty Humanities and Social Sciences of MIT ADT University, Pune, Bharat, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all. With the gracious consent of Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, revered Dr. Vijay Bhatkar ji, Professor Dr. Mangesh Karad sir, erudite dignitaries on and off the days, I consider it my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this unique session discussion. I, on the behalf of organizing body and MIT Art Design Technology University, would like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the honorable dignitaries who have blessed us with their august presence and enlightened us all on this very interesting topic of discussion, which can go on, Vedic and modern sciences, insights, interface, and interactions. At the outset, today's all the erudite speakers have opened our mind that at the base of the Vedic Shastras, or as Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir has rightly said, Indian knowledge system lies a firm scientific foundation of deep, holistic study of nature, human psychology, and of knowledge that itself, which is rooted in insightful observations, methods embedded in logic and language, and validating through experimentation, which goes in tandem with the modern sciences. I would like to express my immense sense of accomplishment under the leadership of able leadership and guidance of Professor Dr. Mangesh Karad sir, who has given us an overview of exhaustiveness of the Vedic Shastras and how it has been successfully integrated into the school of Vedic sciences and modern sciences. Thank you, sir. My special gratitude towards most revered scientist, Honorable Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, who has always asserted that the integration of Vedic and modern perspectives will lead to creation of new knowledge for achieving sustainable goals. I would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to Honorable Swami Atma Priyananda, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, Dr. Shri Armstrong, Professor Pramod Pathak, for bringing their expertise, experience, and engaging in such a fruitful, constructive, and open dialogue, which is the need of the hour. Thank you one and all for enriching us with the food for thought, and I'm sure everyone now is waiting for food for stomach. And with sincere feelings of gratitude, I would like to take your leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asavari Bhave ma'am. With this, the plenary session 9 on Vedic and modern sciences, insights, interfaces, and integration comes to an end. A very important announcement that our next plenary session, session 10, which is an academic leaders session on transforming universities into centers of excellence of spiritually oriented scientific research for world peace, would begin sharp at 3 p.m. I repeat, the next session would start sharp at 3 p.m. and I request all the audience to kindly have their lunch and be back at 2:55 p.m. for the next session. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Our next plenary session, that is session 10, which is an academic leader session on transforming university into centers of excellence of spiritually oriented scientific research for world peace, would start in next 5 to 7 minutes. I request all the students and faculty members and staff to kindly be seated in the front rows. Kindly occupy the front rows. The front rows are vacant. I hope all of you can shift to the front rows. The guests would be arriving soon. Once they arrive, we'll start the session. In this session, we have our special guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, who is the Chairman EC of NAC and National Research Professor of Ayush and former Vice Chairman of the University Grants Commission, New Delhi. We also have with us distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Ms. Sushma Yadav, who is a member of the University Grants Commission and former Vice Chancellor of BPSMV, Haryana. We also have with us our distinguished speaker, Honorable Dr. Sunil Rai, who is the Vice Chancellor at University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun. We have with us our distinguished speaker, Honorable Shri Vivek Savant, who is the Chief Mentor and former Managing Director of Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited. We'll also have with us Honorable Dr. B.V.K. Shastri, who is the President and Chair of Yoga Samskritam University, USA. And last but not the least, we'll have Professor Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, who is the Vice Chancellor of Marwadi University and former President of AIU, New Delhi. The session will also be blessed by Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, Chancellor, Nalanda University and Chairman of the Organizing Committee of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. So our session will start in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Request all of you to kindly occupy the front row seats and be seated. Thank you. We are going to start our session, our plenary session 10, the academic leader session. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, invite our special guest of honor, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, our distinguished speaker. Let's have a huge round of applause, please, audience. Honorable Professor Ms. Sushma Yadav ji, Honorable Dr. Sunil Rai ji, Honorable Shri Vivek Savant ji, Honorable Dr. B.V.K. Shastri ji, Honorable Professor Dr. Sandeep ji. Let us all welcome them with a huge round of applause to the dais. As soon as they are seated, we'll start the session. Request the audience to kindly be seated in their places and kindly occupy the front rows. As you can see, there are a lot of places and chairs in the front rows. Kindly occupy the front row seats. I request the discipline committee to kindly get all the audience members seated before we begin the session. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, welcome our special guest of honor for the day, Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, Chairman, EC of NAC, National Research Professor of Ayush and former Vice Chairman of the University Grants Commission, New Delhi, and Honorable Professor Ms. Sushma Yadav, Member of the University Grants Commission and former Vice Chancellor of BPSMV, Haryana, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis, Sir, of MIT World Peace University, Pune, Bharat. I request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy their seats, and I request all of you to kindly be seated so that we can start the session. Thank you so much. Shankadhwani. The the Shankha Dhwani reverberating in the hall. Next, I invite Professor Amruta Kulkarni, Assistant Professor of Faculty of Peace Studies, MIT WPU Pune, Bharat, for the Om meditation.
हेलो, नमो नमः। ओम एकाक्षर ब्रह्म है। ओम यही एक अक्षर से सर्व शब्द, सर्व भाषा, सर्व सृष्टि इसकी उत्पत्ति हुई है, जो भूत, वर्तमान, भविष्य आदि से त्रिकालातीत है। ऐसे ओंकार को हम नमन करते हैं। मोक्ष दिखाने वाला ऐसा ओंकार है। चलिए ऐसे ओंकार का अभी हम ध्यान करेंगे। कृपया स्थिर बैठिए, अपनी आँखों को बंद कीजिए और ध्यानावस्था में बैठिए। मैं हमारे तकनीकी यंत्र संचालकों से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वो ओमकार ध्वनि का प्रक्षेपण करें। कृपया अपने हथेलियों को रगड़िए, ऊर्जा निर्मित करें। वो ऊर्जा अपने चेहरे पर लागू करें और धीरे से अपनी आँखों को खोलिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for guiding us through the Om meditation. It is said that when we chant Om, we are symbolically and physically acknowledging our connection to nature and all other living beings, which exactly resonates with what our founder, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Sir, has been inculcating and following at the Myers institutions as Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. On behalf of the organizing committee of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, I would like to invite all of you to the 10th plenary session, that is the academic leaders session on transforming universities into centers of excellence of spiritually oriented scientific research for world peace. For the welcome address, may I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis, sir, to the dais. Over to you, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Namaskar. Good afternoon and good evening both to all ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our founder president and UNESCO chairholder, revered Dr. Vishwanath Sir, Executive President Honorable Rahul Vishwanath Sir, Honorable Dr. Mangesh Sir, all honorable trustees of Myers, the faculty, students, invitees and delegates, It's my pleasure to welcome dignitaries on the dais for this important session. In these 3 days conclave, and whatever has been discussed, we are here to now deliberate upon in next 1.5 hours to 2 hours. What kind of impact it will have on the students, especially in the syllabus, especially in the pedagogies, and what could be the aim and objective of the education other than information sessions which we normally do in our respective colleges and universities. Formally, may I welcome all the dignitaries on dais for the special academic leaders session of the World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. You are aware, but for the benefit of dignitaries on the dais, let me share that last 3 days were full of thought-provoking discussions and intelligent deliberations. We saw a gathering of thinkers, gathering of philosophers, saints, spiritual leaders, scientists, and academicians coming together at one point of time in this very, very important, auspicious dome, named in Saint Gyaneshwara and Saint Tukaram. The plenary sessions were thoughtfully designed to cover a variety of topics and 9 different plenary sessions. These topics included, sir, mind, matter and spirit, union of science and spirituality, Om is equal to MC square, India is a Vishwaguru, Vedic sciences and modern sciences. We completed this. It was a great experience to listen to the views and comments of the subject experts sharing their knowledge. I would have loved to speak about this topic initially, but Honorable Governor of Kerala is coming at around 5 o'clock here for the valedictory program, and this is the most important plenary happening, which how to convert these 3 days deliberations into students' life. And that's why I will not touch upon the topic. I will restrict myself only to welcome address, as I am a duty-bound soldier. Ladies and gentlemen, this special academic leaders session is aimed to rightly understand the pragmatic role of we all academicians representing our respective institutions in the overall development of education sector. The theme of this academic session is need to transform universities into centers of excellence of spirituality-oriented research and innovation for the creation of peace-loving global society. As mentoring academic institutions, we play a major role is laying the foundation of the students' thinking processes, which ultimately lead to their progression as a responsible and peace-loving global citizens. Friends, to begin this discussion, I'm glad to extend a cordial welcome to today's esteemed guests. A warm welcome to Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, who is the Honorable Chairman of Executive Council of NAC, former Vice Chairman of University Grants Commission. Professor Dr. Sushma Yadav ji, an acclaimed academician, Honorable Member of UGC and former Vice Chancellor. Dr. Sunil Rai, sir, you were Vice Chancellor of this university earlier, and you are Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun. May I welcome Shri Vivek Savant ji, former Managing Director of Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation. Also, allow me to welcome Dr. B.V.K. Shastri, the Honorable President of Chair of Yoga, Sanskritam University, United States. Association of Indian Universities former President is here, Dr. Sandeep Sanchez ji, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Marwadi University and our esteemed guide and patron, Dr. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, also likely to come after some time. And finally, a warm welcome to all of you, academicians, students who are here after lunch on time. And let me now also tell the dignitaries on the dais that this is being live, and the streaming is done on YouTube, Facebook, and thousands of students, thousands of faculties are watching. Our own university in Kothurud, all of them are also watching. And that's why may I welcome all those who are online too. With this, I would hand over mic to Master of Ceremony, my colleague, Dr. Anuradha. Thank you all. God bless you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful welcome address and for setting the tone for the session. I now request my technical team to kindly relay the curtain raiser video for the 10th session, that is the academic leader session.
Academic Leaders Session. Need to transform universities into centers of excellence, of spiritually oriented scientific research and innovation for the creation of peace-loving, holistic global society. Universities are repositories and generators of knowledge, sites for the evaluation and application of new knowledge, important contributors to society and nations. And apart from being educational establishments and generators of knowledge and technology, universities also nurture the future world citizens. The communities and the nations can be shaped here. Therefore, there is a need to transform universities into true centers of research, innovation, scientifically oriented knowledge, wisdom, and holistic human development.
Thank you, my technical team. It is indeed an honor and pleasure to welcome our special guest of honor today, Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, who is the Chairman, EC of NAC and National Research Professor Ayush, and former Vice Chairman of the University Grants Commission, New Delhi. Before I welcome him to address the audience, let me take the privilege of introducing him to all of you. Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji is a professor and former director of the Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences of SPPU Pune, Bharat. He is a biomedical scientist who is fellow of National Academy of Sciences and National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Currently, he is chairman, additional charge of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi, and member of the National Board of Examination. He has worked on the boards of several universities and has been the member of important national committees of the University Grants Commission, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, and Indian Council of Medical Research. He has worked on several policy-making committees and task forces of the National Knowledge Commission, Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, and Ministry of Ayush. He has made original contributions in evidence-based Ayurveda, especially in Ayurvedic biology, ethnopharmacology, natural product drug development, and integrative approaches to improve public health systems. He is a recipient of many orations and awards, including Sir Ramnath Chopra Oration, Waldemar Halfkine Oration, Dr. C. Dwaraknath Oration, Dr. P.K. Devi Oration, and V.K. Jog Best Teacher Award. The WHO Geneva awarded him a study on the role of traditional medicine in public health. We are indeed honored to have you with us today, sir. We request you to kindly address the audience. Let us have a huge round of applause for Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji.
Namaskar. Let me first thank MIT group of institutions for inviting me here. And the subject which they have chosen today, is extremely important. And I think that the transforming universities into centers of excellence of spirituality, I would say that MIT itself is a role model. I have been witnessing progress of MIT for last, I think, 25, 30 years. And I know how its founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, at that time dreamt of science and spirituality coupled with philosophy, taking them all together and bringing them in the education. It was not an easy exercise at that time, I must tell you. He also faced a lot of challenges, difficulties, but his determination was so strong, and he was blessed by the Santa tradition of this great state that gave him that blessing which you see today what MIT has grown in. And so I said that the spirituality and excellence coupled with scientific research and peace, if you want to really talk about, this is a role model. I'm not going to speak much today, but I want to tell you that the way in which education is moving all over the world, and with the new education policy, the opportunity that we have got to completely transform our education, we must all work together to make it really happen and not let this opportunity go again. Somehow, our education system, which was actually based on the very, very smart, I would say, strategy of Macaulay, who believed that if you want to rule India, then you have to destroy their culture, you have to destroy their languages, you have to destroy their self-respect, and then your job is done. And that's what happened. He did it very, very intelligently through the university education system. And so slowly we were transformed from a typical Gurukula tradition, which was our own tradition, to Kulaguru tradition, which is Vice Chancellor-led universities, which is typically a British model of universities which we have gone. And their model obviously was for the people who can actually get trained in good English and can serve as babus in East India Company. And my friend, Dr. Alice Hanke is here, and I must compliment MIT for getting such a person here, And we have been working together for a very long time. And Alex comes from a Lord family, real blue blood from British. And he himself will tell you that how flawed that education system was, which their country has already disowned, but we are still thinking, and we in our mind, what I would like to call it as a monocultural dominance, We have a dominance on our mind, and we have been made to believe that whatever comes from West is the only science, which is not true, actually. Because without science and technology and engineering and other enriched knowledge traditions in our country, you would not have seen what we see even today, kind of temples which you see, kind of dams of 2,000-year-old dam which is there in Tamil Nadu, what you see, and many marvels which you see around, would not have been possible if we would have been just snake charmers, which we were made to believe, But with this new technology, this policy, the whole thing is changing now. The mischievous narratives which were put on our mind are now slowly getting destructed, and a new Bharat is emerging, A new Bharat is emerging, which is Atma Nirbhar. Dr. Karad, welcome to you. I was telling them about your journey. I just told them that if this session theme is to be seriously followed, then you have a role model of that university right here, which you created. The Atma Nirbhar Bharat, will happen only when we regain our Atma Sanman and Atma Vishwas. And this can happen only through education. I strongly believe that whatever damage has happened because of wrong education can be corrected only because of good education. And that's what the current process is happening with the National Education Policy 2020. And I'm sure the new model which India will prepare, which has been already tried and tested at institutions of MIT, will lead the world for peace, prosperity. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much for your insightful address, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji. May I now request our beloved founder, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, to kindly felicitate all our distinguished speakers for the session. May I request sir to first felicitate our special guest of honor, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji. Let us have a huge round of applause, my dear friends, for our guests of honor. May I now request sir to kindly felicitate Honorable Professor Ms. Sushma Yadav ji, who is a member of the University Grants Commission and former Vice Chancellor of the BPSMB Haryana. Let the applause keep going. May I now request Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir to kindly felicitate Honorable Dr. Sunil Rai ji, who is the Vice Chancellor at the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun. Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir to kindly felicitate our next distinguished speaker, Honorable Shri Vivek Savant ji, who is the Chief Mentor and former Managing Director of the Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited. Let us have a huge round of applause, my dear friends. Let the applause keep going. May I now request you, sir, to kindly felicitate Honorable Dr. B.V.K. Shastri ji, who is the President and Chair of Yoga Sanskritam University of USA. Let's have a huge round of applause for Honorable Dr. B.V.K. Shastri ji. May I now request Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir to kindly felicitate our next distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. Sandeep Sanchez ji, who is the Vice Chancellor of Marwadi University and the former President of AIU, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the distinguished guests on the dais. Next, we have with us another distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Ms. Sushma Yadav, who is a member of the University Grants Commission and former Vice Chancellor of BPSMB Haryana and former Professor of Public Policy and Governance, Indian Institute of Public Administration, and also a former member of the Press Council of India and former Pro-Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, New Delhi. Before inviting her to address the audience, let me take this time to introduce her to all of you. Professor Sushma Yadav has been a member of the Working Group on SCs for the 12th Plan Approach Paper, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. She has also been a member of the International Political Science Association on the Research Committee on Rethinking Political Development and the chairperson of the governing body of College of Vocational Studies, University of Delhi. She was also a member of the peer team of the NAC Bangalore and former president of the National Social Science Association. She has an illustrious career of over 38 years in teaching and research and has authored and edited more than 12 books. She was a topper during all her studies and has published several research papers in national and international journals. She has played a significant role in planning, implementation, and evaluation of policies and academic activities as a member of the Finance Committee, Academic Council, and Executive Council of the Central and State Universities. She is also a recipient of the various prestigious awards like Pride of the Nation Excellence Award 2019 and Woman of the Year.
And former Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, Honorable Dr. Sunil Rai, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Petroleum and Energy, the host Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.M. Chitnis ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MIT World Peace University, the other fellow panelists, Shri Vivek Samadji, Chief Mentor and former MD, Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited, Shri Dr. B.V.K. Shastri, Venkata Krishna Shastri ji, Honorable President and Chair, Yoga, Sanskritam University, USA, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Marwadi University, and former President, AIU. Chairman Organizing Committee, I think Dr. Vijay Bhatkar ji will join us. He is not here at the moment. The Pro Vice Chancellor, MIT ADT University, Professor Dr. Anant Chakradev ji. Professor Amrita Kulkarni, who took us to Om meditation, and Professor, thank you. Now you can see me, I think. Professor Anuradha Pai ji. Esteemed guests, invited delegates, faculty members, scholars, students, and I can easily say sisters and brothers, because that's one relationship which doesn't need any epithets. It's a great honor for me and great pleasure for me to be here. To be here because this place is an epitome of a man's dream, a man's imagination, a man's determination, and a man's realization of dream. Very few of us can have that determination and that kind of realization. I really compliment and congratulate Professor Vishwanath Karaji for dreaming about this university or dreaming about a place like this. That's ideal for bringing together science, spirituality, and the knowledge which comes out of it, for which I think this session has been thought of. Because it's academic leaders session, and it thinks of or envisions transforming universities into centers of excellence. The words of transforming universities, I think universities are supposed to be centers of excellence. We failed somewhere, so we have to say that we have to transform universities into this. Because a university must be known for its creation of knowledge. And creation of knowledge does not come without excellence in research. And they are two very much related subjects. However, the National Education Policy 2020 also keeps it at the center that we have to have universities which are called multidisciplinary education and research universities called Meru, which can really be the Merudand of Indian higher education system. And the Merudand has to be very strong. like the Meru mountain. Otherwise, we won't be able to generate or create knowledge. And if we are not able to create knowledge, the universities fail in their very core mandate. Because education in itself or teaching in itself also cannot take place without a perennial generation, recreation, creation of knowledge which comes out of research. You know, over the years I've been asking young teachers, what's your ideal of a teacher? And they give all answers, but they hardly ever combine research and teaching together. And I think a teacher is incomplete if a teacher is not able to continuously research, continuously relook at what he or she understands, and continuously recreate himself or herself besides his own subject or her own subject matter. And that's what a center of excellence can be really created out. I compliment again this university and its visionary leader, because over the years we had really forgotten that science, religion, and philosophy are an interconnected whole. We kept religion as mythology or as something, you know, which is personal, or as something which is at the back in our homes. Science as something which is very progressive, which is very Western, which is very rational, and therefore it has to be researched upon. And philosophy was a stage of the ancient past where we had philosophers who would go into forests, meditate, carry on with the Om Dhvani, and maybe we can read about them. And that's why India hardly had innovations in different fields which we could boast of. I would never agree that India never had minds. I would not agree that Indian youngsters or teachers and scholars did not think beyond the routine. But these binaries or segregations or isolations or compartments ultimately could not create a wholesome knowledge or a wholesome innovation, as we call it now. So after 75 years of independence, we are now saying we must have innovations, we must have creativity. Language also played its role. Because if we think in one language, read in another language, write in that language, so our mind is almost all the time puzzled and thinking in diverse fields, which must go. And I think we must give the freedom to our young generation to adopt any language, use any language. And if we have ideas, then the world is open to understand those ideas or catch those ideas. And therefore, a university like MIT or a university like this must be there to really provide a place to the young researchers where they can think beyond these binaries. 10 minutes is too less, you know, I've just postulated. But I think this place resonates and our voice also resonates. I hope the ideas also resonate and you'll be able to understand what I wish to say. Let's finish up with these binaries of languages, of disciplines, of mind and matter, of heart and mind, of science and spirituality, because the best solutions for mankind would come which combine mind and matter and heart, which combine religion, philosophy and spirituality, and which combined science with spirituality, because science has to understand the spirit, and the spirit of science would be complete when we relate it with the soul. And I hope and wish in years to come, with the NEP 2020 giving you wide spectrum of disciplines and choices and credits and options, we'll be able to see India regain its position of Vishwaguru. That's my heart's desire also, and wish for the future. Thank you very much once again for listening to me. I won't cross the time. Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We would like to bring to your notice that under the able guidance of Revered Professor Vishwanath Karad sir and our Executive President Rahul Karad sir, MIT has been promoting the spirit of innovation in its true sense through seed funding for innovation. Next, we have amongst us our distinguished speaker, Honorable Dr. Sunil Rai ji, who is the Vice Chancellor at the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun. Before welcoming him to address the audience, let me take this time to kindly introduce him to all of you. Dr. Sunil Rai ji is the Vice Chancellor at the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun, and was a former Vice Chancellor of MIT ADT University and Azam Kasiranga University, Jorhat, and Director of the Maharashtra IT Corporation, Government of Maharashtra, Mumbai. He has served as Commissioned Officer in the Indian Navy for 20 years and has served on ships INS Vikrant, Nilgiri, Himgiri, and oil tanker Shakti. He has served as DGM MIS of Goa Shipyard Limited, Vasco, Goa. His academic credentials include PhD in Business Continuity Management from BITS Pilani, Masters in Business Administration with HR Specialization, MTech in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Mumbai, and BSc Honours from JNU New Delhi. He is a prolific speaker at various management seminars and conferences. He possesses nearly 22 years of experience in managing ships and technical establishments of the Indian Navy in various capacities and retired as commander in 1999. He also developed and commissioned ERP for Navy-wide logistics management. Let me now invite you, sir, to kindly address the audience. Let us have a huge round of applause for Dr. Sunil Rai ji.
परम आदरणीय हम सबके गुरु, मेरे गुरु डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड जी, the founder of Wire Group and MIT Group of Institutions, Naman. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, Professor Sushma Yadav ji, Shri Vivek Savant ji, Dr. Shastri ji, my mentor and good friend Dr. Sandeep Sanchez, another former colleague of mine, Dr. Anand Chakradev. Is it all right? Am I heard? Okay, sir? All right. The Executive President of MIT ADT University, Dr. Mangesh Karad ji, all the members of the Mayer trustees, faculty, heads of institutions of MIT Group of Institutions, dear students, the future of Bharat, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and honor to be standing before you on talking on this very important topic as Bhushan Patwardhan ji mentioned, and Sushma ji mentioned. Actually, the role model, as Bhushan Patwardhan ji said, for establishing the spiritually oriented centers of excellence for research and innovation, MIT Group of Institutions are the role model. This land, particularly here at Loni, we had been trying, and it will come in my mention through the PPTs that I have talked about. There are some context that I would like to set. Science without religion is lame, and religion without science is blind, said Albert Einstein. And how very true, and Vishwanath Karad ji always keeps talking about it, that science without spirituality is a possible device of destruction. And as Dr. Mangesh Karad mentioned on the opening day, we are seeing it, demonstration of that in Ukraine. It is such a sad thing for the entire humanity that this science, which could have been used for the benefit of mankind, is being used for destruction. And this is what happens when science is without spirituality. Without science, spirituality without science could also result into superstition. and which is wrongly understood, misconstrued, that many superstitions are way of spirituality. So therefore, as Madam said, these two are very well intermixed, integrated, science and religion. If you can just go one back. ये बड़े मुश्किल से डायलॉग इकट्ठे किए थे थोड़े से, तो चूक नहीं जाएं. Scientists have their roots in spirituality, and spiritual leaders are held accountable to scientific principles of inquiry. And this is what is being talked about from all those who practice spirituality. It has to be with principles of inquiry. Next, please. So I am suggesting, next slide, please. I am suggesting a 5-pillar model to establish spirituality-oriented centers of excellence of scientific research and innovation institutions. And these 5 pillars are Adhyan, then Mulya, value system which will come from Adhyan, and then Prayojan, which is the purpose which will come out of the value system, and then creating the right ecosystem to foster research, which is Vatavaran. And finally, the beauty is in execution. It is Karyanvanam, is these 5 pillars. I'll take one of them one by one. Adhyan. Next please. Adhyan. The Indic knowledge, Vedas are the manual of universe. And Einstein said, we owe a lot to Indians who taught us how to count, without which no scientific discovery could be made. And he also said, whenever I find difficulty in experiments, I refer to Vedic insights. This is the power of Vedas. And you see this dome, you see the Gita Bhavan, you see the way of life at MIT group of institutions. It is highly influenced and directed by Vedas. Vedas and scientific discoveries, if one was thinking that these scientific discoveries only took somewhere around the Industrial Revolution in 16th century, as we are told wrongly, and this is particularly for the young children who are the future of our nation. Please look at it. The laws of motion were given by Rishi Karnad 5,000 years ago. Astronomical laws by Aryabhatta, which talked about the perfect calculations of distance of one planet from the other planet. Panchtantra, talking about the various elements and their measurements. So it was not MKS system as you are reading today. It was all designed by our rishis and munis. And Ayurveda is the gift of free medicine to the mankind. Ayurveda works on the principles of prevention than prescription. And Rishi Shishrut, as youngsters would know, was the first surgeon in the world, first surgeon 5,000 years ago. The way of life taught by yoga and meditation, now the whole world celebrates the Yoga Day. Now I talked about this is basically the Adhyan of Vedas, of spirituality will put you in the right track. If the mind is put on the right track, everything else will follow. So if Adhyan is right, and Adhyan is right, that almost accounts for 40% of what you would like to do. Next, please. We, of course, was demonstrated by the first university, formal university of the world, Takshila. Next, please. So if Adhyan is correct, it will give rise to the value system, what we call Mulyas. The Mulyas, as Vishwanath Karatji always talks about, Vasudev Kutumbakam, Bahujan Hitay, Bahujan Sukhay. The Sarve Sukhina Santu, Sarve Santu Niramaya is the thought, and if that thought went into Putin's mind, he wouldn't have been attacking Ukraine, because he would have realized the pain that the world will go through, not only just the Ukrainians. So therefore, we are worried about people, planet, animal, vegetations. That's why in our Vedas, every aspect of creation of God is worshipped. So the emphasis is not on consumption, but it is on contribution. And today we talk of profit line, the bottom, triple bottom line, which is people, planet, and profits. And then the people talk of sustainability. Sustainability is the word not discovered by the Western world. It was a way of life as far as this land was concerned. So then research is for what? Am I doing research to get my name published? high Scopus index, H index, this for my colleagues, the research. What good is research if it is not good for the mankind? And therefore, if you are spiritually inclined, you will ensure that your research is for the mankind. Next, please. So, I have talked about the importance of getting your mulyas right, your adhyan right, will only happen through a holistic education. You see the holistic education, all of you know about it. You see two circles on the, one on the left, which is SHD, and the other circle is School of Life. This SHD was practiced here from 2018 when Dr. Mangesh Karad and myself, we created School of Holistic Design. We created this in 2018, and the NEP came out in 2020, said we should have holistic education. If holistic education is there, so children, please pay a lot of attention to this SHD, whatever we do, that will set you correct. Next, please. And of course, it will give you all those human values of compassion, passion for others, empathy, and so on and so forth. Please, respect for everybody, equity. Next, please. And then, if your mulyas are right, it will give you the purpose, the spirit of inquiry, proved by evidence. We are not saying anything. For everything, there is an evidence. It has to be equitable and inclusive. Tum hi tum ho, to kya tum ho, hum hi hum hai, to kya hum hai. It has to be progress of all us, all inclusive. And therefore, the purpose has to be that conserve and not consume is the idea. Coexistence with nature and find real solutions. Don't get carried away by artificial reality. Reality is reality. Artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence. So driving has to be with prevention, and that's what Vedic science states us. Next, please. Create that Vatavaran of collaboration and not competition. Right atmosphere if it is created after the mindset is done. Next. Then, of course, when you're putting it together, next, is get the value system right, as I said. Next, please. The approach, and then finally, next, last one, please. So I can close. Yeah. So I have just given a basic model of transforming the higher education systems, and if somebody was to see the model, how it is to be done, visit any MIT group of institution in particular. Please come to this campus and you will find the right model of creating spiritually oriented centers of excellence for research and innovation. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Sunil Rai ji, for that wonderful presentation and insightful address. Thank you so much. Next, we have with us our next distinguished speaker, Honorable Shri Vivek Savant ji, who is the Chief Mentor and former Managing Director of the Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited. Since its inception in 2001, he has been, under his leadership, MKCL has emerged as a high-tech initiative of the Government of Maharashtra and 10 universities in Maharashtra for the development and delivery of education, governance, and empowerment technologies, solutions, and services to masses. In MKCL, Vivek Savant ji has successfully integrated a network of about 5,420 authorized learning centers spanning over the Maharashtra state. This is the single largest private-public partnership network of its kind in India. Later, after completing his education, he participated in the design and development of India's first indigenous supercomputers, Param, at CDAC from 1988 to 2000. During his tenure at CDAC, he developed the nationwide network of 20 advanced computer training schools, that is ACTS. In order to ensure the success of citizen-centric e-governance projects, Mr. Savant strategically initiated the IT literacy campaign within the Government of Maharashtra from 1995, which today, in the form of MKCL as MSCIT, has emerged as the largest IT literacy movement in the world. He is also a recipient of various awards like the Dhyan Surya Award, the Rotary Young Recipients Award, the Yashokirti Award of the Computer Society of India, and so on. We are indeed honored and privileged to have with us Dr. Vivek Savant ji. I would now request you, sir, to kindly address the audience.
Honorable Professor Garad, the distinguished speakers, and my brothers and sisters. First of all, I express my deep gratitude to have been invited for this august gathering. The most important aspect of Adhyatma is to know yourself. So far, it was a pursuit to be undertaken at the will of an individual. However, now for the universities and for all of us, it has become... Oh, yes, thank you. Now for universities and for all of us, it has become a compulsory subject. You know why? Because now the artificial intelligence will know you much better and much faster than you can know yourself. So now you are in competition with artificial intelligence in knowing yourself. As a result, you have to know yourself much faster, and therefore the universities need to be transformed. Not only for centers of excellence for science, but also for spirituality and for the arts. I will show you a few slides. Can I get the next slide? The National Education Policy 2020 says that universities should catalyze this process of India becoming a knowledge society through the academic research. Next. It highlights that the universities must have a robust ecosystem for research in higher education institutions, for knowledge creation and research, for the sustaining the large and vibrant economy of India, for uplifting our society, and for inspiring the greater heights. Next. Next. The classical universities stands for discovery, memory, and mentorship. Memory means generational memories which our professors have and the scholars have, so that you can learn any subject by an optimal path. You don't have to wander here and there. That is what classical university offers. Now, the university has no option but to stand for sustainable development as well. Next. Previous. Yes. The classical university stands for the connection between the students, scholars, and subjects. Now it has to stand also for the society and the environment. And that is where the interplay of science and spirituality comes in. Next. University has to nurture a very, very vibrant, innovation ecosystem. Next. For that, I am proposing to Professor Karad a way forward. Unless you bring extremely talented children into the research ecosystem early enough, the nation may not have a future that we are aspiring for. Next. So, the NEP in section 17.8 highlights the role of the talented school children to be brought into the research ecosystem. Next. Therefore, the universities will have to start, grow, and sustain research Olympiad mission. It's like an Olympiad environment that we will have to create, especially for standard 6 to standard 12 students. So now the university has to have porous boundaries for the children who are talented, who are having potential to come into the system. Next. Main objectives of this, next, is to identify such students with scholarship, discovery, research, and having high levels of curiosity. Like in Adhyatma, it is said that first you have to have a Kutuhali Bhakta, then you can be a Jidnyasu Bhakta, and then you can be a Mumukshu Bhakta. So we have to catch the children who have high levels of curiosity. Next. These are the kinds of so many gifted children. Next. And these are the child prodigies whom we have to bring into the confluence of science and spirituality. Next. We have to offer a very systemic and diverse exposures to these students or children to find a match between their passions and our research priorities. Next. Next. We have to organize in such a beautiful campus the winter schools and the summer camps for such gifted children, you know, and with collaboration of national and international institutions, laboratories, private and public, and enterprises who are created for innovation and disruptions. Next. These institutions, you know, should give the winners some kind of exposure to their real life problems, and also in research methodology and the research mindset. Next. They may also give exposure to current trends, the seriously amazing hands-on experiences, and the mini research projects. Next. On one hand, it will help them to discover themselves. On the other hand, the universities can identify their future potential. Next. Let us not leave this only to the music industry who does this early enough. Let's look at the science and technology as well. And we have to counsel the parents for this. Next. We have to encourage and regularly guide the winners to participate in national and international Olympiads. Next. And award them certificates of appreciation and assignments so that they can pursue these things while they are away. Next. And to give them certain credits in their regular school subjects which are of low preference to them. Next. And each university should establish such a Research Olympiad Mission Center so that they can carry out this activity in their geographical region. Next. And finally, it is expected to build and nurture their future batches of high potential students for research in the universities. Next. And you can have the undergraduate programs with research credits. Next. 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 This is the kind of program you can have, and this is the credit structure you can have. Friends, I shall conclude here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shri Vivek Savantji, for that very wonderful and comprehensive presentation on nurturing research aptitude in universities. Thank you once again. Next, may I invite our next guest, Honorable Dr. B.V.K. Shastri ji, who is the President and Chair of Yoga Samskritam University, USA. He is the founder and president of the Yoga Samskritam University, USA, Florida, which is established to facilitate higher education to fulfill yoga directive from Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, he became a yogi, and he is an educator with 3 decades of teaching experience, a visionary researcher, online education technologist, an online techno-course content developer, a language technologist, a researcher by passion, and an invited member for the Vedic Unicode proposal. He holds US patent on Sanskrit and computer application related productized as innovative English accommodative Brahmi Indic multilingual keyboard for all Indian languages. He is a promoter of many innovative initiatives like Shruti Kranti, language appropriate technology LAT, using Paninian Sanskritam for building voice primary AI HMI interfaces for non-English like languages, for applications in IVR, IoT, robotics, and physical cybersecurity systems, aiming de-Romanized Indic language representation and develop de-Anglicized natural language programming to avoid global threats of techno-corporate colonization and digital death of classical languages. He promotes Vak Yoga teaching, that is the yoga way of learning, practicing Sanskritam, the language of yoga. He is an invited member of the Indian Didactics Association of Vice Chancellors for Social Transformation through Education Planning for Universal Progress. He hails from Karnataka, South India, and holds a PhD in Sanskrit and is also a recipient of the President's Award for Innovations in Sanskrit Teaching. It is an honor to have you amongst us today, sir. We request you now to kindly address the audience. Over to you.
Namaste to all the yogis and the yoginis. Dr. Vishwanath Karadkar, Bhushan Patwardhan ji, Sushma ji, Vivek Savant ji, and all the members on the dais and off the dais. Some have adored the stage with a saffron dress in the last 3 days, and some have adored the stage with a suit and a cultural attire. We have heard enough inputs on education, connecting that with the world peace. I have a few thoughts and probably some statements which I would like to make. I would like to conclude my thoughts with a few lines in Sanskrit because I consider that to be appropriate to do that. And to begin with, all my humble pranams and respects to the MIT institution and the people who invited me here to share the thoughts. This is not a speech, this is sharing of thoughts. Yoga is the recommended method and system for peace. Everyone agrees for that. Yogi is a citizen of nation who is healthy, ethical, cultured, and conscientious. Conscientious means the person with the Atma Sakshi, Sakshi Cheta. It is not about the Shraddha, faith, Mata, all that kind of a thing. Advanced yogis generate an invisible shield protecting peace, peaceful productivity, and prosperity at nations. At least this is what we believe as the people in the Himalayas and all the Siddha yogis protect a national shield, and India is protected from several influences. Gita, or full name Srimad Bhagavad Gita, guides everyone, has guided everyone, those whose icons are put around here, to strive and deliver personally and socially to achieve and maintain peace. Antashanti, Bahishanti. Samajik Shanti or Adhyatmik Shanti. Now the question comes, what is this Shanti in Gita? The word Shanti comes in Gita in two different contexts. It is a practice directive to all citizens of nations made for each according to their state, status, profession, potential, personality, and practicality. The directive for unification of yoga and Sanskritam as Vak Yoga is the signature mark of Bharatiya Yoga Samskriti Samskara Sampradaya, according to Gita 6:46. This is one element missing in all Indian universities' vision and policies. This needs to be integrated. The essence of Gita directive is tasmat, therefore, and it doesn't say what is therefore. Therefore, yogi bhava. First become and then continue to be. It is not a certificate you hang on the wall. Become and be a yogi. And the standard for that is Yogakshema, Swasthya, Saukhya, Shanti, Samruddhi, Amrutam. Missing elements from the vision and the deliverables from universities graduating engineers, doctors, administrators in the academic institutions. Therefore, there is a need for transforming universities to become the centers of excellence. Now, in Gita context, Shanti comes in two understandings. One is called Adhyatmika Shanti or Brahma Shanti, and that is for the front rows here. You know, the central line separating the recipients on that side to this side. This is the Brahma Shanti people. They want to achieve the personal, spiritual, inner satisfaction. But what about the other side? The other side is not looking for Brahma Shanti. They are looking for something else. So we are trying to give them what we consider as best. But the other side says, no, don't give this to us. This is not what we want. What you want on the other side is called Dharma Shanti. Dharma has got 10 lakshanas, which includes Nyaya and all that. The Purushartha concept that was mentioned in the morning. That is the Shanti, the peaceful togetherness, Sahatva, Sahacharya. That is the aspect that they are looking at. And the Shanti that side looks for is Daivi Sampat. Can I, with my education, live a respectful, responsible, dignified life? And what we are teaching them is, give up everything, go to the ashram, sit below a tree and meditate. Your next birth, next life, you are going to be something to become one of these icons in this room. There is a tremendous disconnect in understanding this Tasmat Yogi Bhava. This is the reason to expect a transformation of universities to become centers of excellence where spiritually oriented scientific research has to take place. Where does the inspiration come from? It comes from Bhagavad Gita, 7th chapter, Jnana Vijnana Yoga. The graduating student has to be Jnana Vijnana Truptatma, a person satisfied with knowledge and spirituality. If we can integrate this particular thing, then we will be outputting Susamskrita yogis, Raja yogis, Karma yogis as national resource of human excellence. Now, last 2 minutes, I will say a few things in Sanskrit because I consider Sanskrit to be the language which can speak to anybody, anytime, anywhere, and especially to the past generation of the yogis around us. Mananiyaha, Manchasthaha, Rashtrayoginah, Rashtrayoginascha, Ashraminaha, Shraminaha, Rajayoginah, Karma Yoginah. Atra Tridivasiya Siddha Yogi Samarope Vishwa Shanti Vishayaka Jnana Vijnana Tattvadarshana Vishayam Adhikrutya Katham Shantihi Abhyupagamyam Iti Charcha Prachalita Mahadbhi Tatra
अनेके विषयाः प्रस्तुताः। यदि अस्माभिः आधुनिकविश्वविद्यानिलयः गुरुकुलचिन्तनात् कुलगुरुचिन्तनात् अतिरिच्य योगेश्वरः श्रीकृष्णः यथा अर्जुनं विषादयोगेन उद्धृत्य कर्मयोगिनं कृतवान् तथा कर्तुं शक्यते चेत् अस्माकम् आधुनिकविश्वविद्यानिलयाः अतिसमीचीनतया विश्वगुरुस्थानं लब्धुं समर्थाः इति भवत्सु समर्प्य मम वाणीं विरमामि। धन्यवादः।
Thank you so much, Shastri ji, for that wonderful and very insightful presentation and address. Next, we have with us another distinguished speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, who is the Vice Chancellor of Marwadi University and former President of the AIU New Delhi. Dr. Sancheti has more than 3.5 decades of experience in the field of teaching, research, and academic administration. He holds a PhD from the Queen's University of Belfast, UK, and served as the Vice Chancellor of the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, during his last stint. He is the past President of the Association of Indian Universities, AIU New Delhi, and is currently the Executive Council member of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, London, UK. Dr. Sancheti is actively involved in policy making and advisory roles and is a member of a court and council of IISc Bangalore. He has also worked as a principal coordinator of QIP program of AICTE in 2005. He has been the chairman of NIMSET and All India MCA entrance test in 2008, the chairman of Central Counselling Board CCB 2011. He has also been the chairman and direct admission of students abroad DASA from 2010-12 schemes of MHRD under the Government of India. He has received numerous scholarships and fellowships and has contributed as a member of the Microsoft India Academic Advisory Board. He has been a member of the Kakotkar Committee for Review of NITs, a member on Distance Education Council DEC, and a member of several other committees of UGC, AICTE, NAC, and so on. We are indeed honored to have you amongst us today, sir. We now request you to kindly address the audience.
आदरणीय विश्वनाथ कराड़ साहब, श्री भूषण पटवर्धन साहब, मंच पे और मंच से नीचे विराजे सभी उपस्थित अतिथिगण और सारे आज वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट को अटेंड करने पधारे सारे यंग स्टूडेंट्स, सारे साथी, सबका स्वागत है। मुझे आज बहुत खुशी है कि मुझे यहाँ प्रोफेसर चिटनिस द्वारा आमंत्रित किया गया कि मैं इस सभा में भाग ले सकूं, आप लोगों से मिलकर कुछ सीख सकूं, इसी चेष्टा से यहाँ उपस्थित हुआ हूँ। मैं अपनी पढ़ाई लिखाई से या पेशे से एक इंजीनियर हूँ और हम लोग कुछ बहुत ही ज़्यादा लॉजिकल हो जाते हैं अपनी थिंकिंग के अंदर, थॉट प्रोसेस के अंदर। तो शायद कहीं ना कहीं हमने अपनी ज़िंदगी में जो स्पिरिचुअलिटी वर्ड है या रिलीजन है या एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच है जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं हम, उसको नेग्लेक्ट करा है और उसी को शायद सुधारने के लिए मैं यहाँ पे हाजिर हूँ। टॉपिक के बारे में आपको बहुत बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स ने अपने विचार व्यक्त किए हैं, आपको उससे एक नया दिशा दी है कि कैसे हम यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बना सकते हैं जो स्पिरिचुअली ओरिएंटेड साइंटिफिक रिसर्च से जुड़ सके या इनोवेशन से जुड़ सके। साथियों, जैसे मैंने कहा, मैं इतना काबिल नहीं हूँ कि मैं आपको उसके बारे में ज़्यादा ज्ञान दे सकूँ, पर मेरा ये कहना है कि स्पिरिचुअलिटी एक बहुत होलसम टर्म है, बहुत बड़ी टर्म है
जो शायद मेरे जैसा छोटा आदमी नहीं समझा सकता है. It is related to maybe human spirit, maybe something which is not physical and material, so you cannot see it, maybe related to religion, maybe something else which is knowing oneself more thoroughly or beyond something, or knowing the purpose of life. All those things combined could be called as spirituality in my opinion. इसके बियॉन्ड मैं इसके बारे में जानकारी नहीं देना चाहूँगा, पर मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा कि मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी में ये अनुभव किया है कि रिलीजन और साइंस कहीं जुड़ते हैं. जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, मैं एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजीनियर हूँ. मैं RF रेडियो फ्रीक्वेंसी या माइक्रोवेव या वायरलेस की दुनिया में काम करता हूँ, और वहाँ पे ये तरंगें चलती है, वेव्स घूमती हैं जो आपको हमको मोबाइल से जोड़ती हैं. हम लोग जो उसको जानते हैं ये कहते हैं कि वो एक भगवान का ही रूप है. वो इसलिए कहते हैं कि भगवान की तरह वो वेव्स हमें दिखती नहीं हैं. भगवान की ही तरह वो वेव्स सब जगह उपस्थित हैं. भगवान की ही तरह आप ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि वो वेव्स बड़ी पावरफुल हैं. ढंग से काम में ली तो खाना भी गर्म होगा और कम्युनिकेशन भी हो जाएगा, और नहीं ली तो बॉडी को डैमेज कर देगा. उस टाइप की पावर भी है. इसी तरीके से RF सिग्नल कई रूप में काम में लिया जा सकता है या देखा जा सकता है. उसी तरीके से भगवान के भी कई रूप हैं. कुल मिला के मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि कहीं ना कहीं साइंस और रिलीजन या भगवान एक जुड़ाव है. मेरा अपना बहुत सिंपल टर्म्स में ये मानना है कि जहाँ साइंस ख़त्म होती है वहाँ स्पिरिचुअलिटी चालू होती है. इसलिए हमें उसको एक इनफाइनाइट रूप में, बड़े रूप में देखना चाहिए, उसके बारे में बातचीत करनी चाहिए, उसके बारे में हमें कुछ बताना चाहिए और उसके बारे में कुछ जानना चाहिए. एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर द बेस्ट प्लेस टू सीड दोज काइंड ऑफ आइडियाज़ विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम ऐसा नहीं करते हैं. ये एक उदाहरण था जो मेरी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ से है कि स्पिरिचुअल वर्ल्ड और प्रोफेशनल वर्ल्ड कैसे जुड़ा हुआ है. हमें एक ध्यान रखना है इस संबंध में कि जब हम अपना विजन मिशन बनाते हैं, क्योंकि हम संस्थाओं की बात कर रहे हैं कि संस्थाएं इसको कैसे आगे बढ़ाएगी, कैसे जोड़ेगी कि पीस हो सके, कैसे जोड़ेगी कि हम सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बना सकें स्पिरिचुअलिटी ओरिएंटेड रिसर्च में. तो हमें ध्यान रखना है कि जब हम अपना विजन मिशन बनाएं तो हम सिर्फ ये नहीं लिखें कि हम वर्ल्ड क्लास यूनिवर्सिटी बनना चाहते हैं, हम बहुत बढ़िया से बढ़िया साइंटिस्ट बनाना चाहते हैं. मेरा यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा उदाहरण है जो हमने आज से 15 साल पहले निर्धारित किया था और जो हमने उसको उपयोग में भी लिया, और वो था कि सबसे पहला जो हमारा ध्येय होना चाहिए यूनिवर्सिटी के विजन मिशन में, हम आप सबको और अपने आप को गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग्स बनाएं. दूसरा जो ध्येय होना चाहिए हमारा, उस लॉजिकल ऑर्डर में बता रहा हूँ, वो है रेस्पॉन्सिबल सिटीजन, कि हम एक अच्छे नागरिक हों, जिम्मेवार नागरिक हों. और तीसरा जो हमारा ध्येय होना चाहिए वो होना चाहिए कॉम्पिटेंट प्रोफेशनल. मैं इंजीनियर हूँ, आप डॉक्टर हैं, तो आप उसमें अच्छा करें, मैं अपने विषय में अच्छा करूँ. अगर हम ऐसा ध्यान रखेंगे तो शायद हमारा फ़ायदा होगा और हम इन चीज़ों को जोड़ सकेंगे. और जो हमारा आज का उद्देश्य है कि पीस लिविंग होलिस्टिक ग्लोबल सोसाइटी जो हमें बनानी है, वो शायद बन पाए. एक छोटा सा उदाहरण मेरी पर्सनल लाइफ से और देना चाहूँगा, और वो ये बताना चाहूँगा कि मैं एक बाय बर्थ जैन हूँ. ये बात अलग है कि मैं उसको बहुत ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता हूँ, तो जैन कहलाने लायक तो नहीं हूँ, पर बाय बर्थ हूँ. और घर में कुछ होता है, बड़े लोग करते हैं, इसलिए कुछ जानते हैं. तो एक बार फिर जो धर्म से निर्धारित जो प्रक्रियाएं हैं या जो प्रैक्टिस हैं, वो अगर उसको ऑब्जर्व करें तो आपको जान करके आश्चर्य होगा कि वो कितने साइंस से जुड़े हुए हैं. आज की तारीख में हम सब मास्क लगाते हैं, मास्क लगाना ज़रूरी है. ये बात अलग है कि 2 दिन पहले महाराष्ट्र में रिलीफ दे दिया गया है तो आज मास्क नहीं दिख रहे हैं, पर शायद कुछ टाइम पहले लगाने पड़ते. यही मास्क जैनिज़्म के अंदर कंपलसरी है, जो भी उसको फॉलो करता है. आज से 2 साल पहले तक मुझे कभी समझ में नहीं आया कि ये हमारे महाराज या संत वगैरह जो होते हैं मास्क क्यों लगाते हैं और क्या खास फ़ायदा है. कुछ बताया गया था पर समझ में नहीं आया ज़्यादा, पर आज समझ में आ रहा है कि उसके पीछे भी साइंस थी. उसके पीछे भी ये था कि आप इन सब चीज़ों से जो रोग या जो भी चीज़ें होती, बैक्टीरिया वगैरह, न किसी को दें न किसी के लें, और आप अपने आप को इफ़ेक्ट नहीं करें. साइंस थी रिलीजन के साथ. इसी तरीके से अगर आप देखेंगे अगर हम बात करते हैं कि खाने की कि खाना समय अनुसार जल्दी ले लेना चाहिए, तो वंस अगेन वहाँ पे भी यही लॉजिक है कि आपकी पाचन प्रक्रिया, स्वास्थ्य संबंधी जो चीज़ें हैं उसका ध्यान रखते हुए ये चीज़ बनाई गई थी साइंस की। और आपको जान करके आश्चर्य होगा कि वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड के अंदर, ज़्यादातर वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड के अंदर शाम का खाना जल्दी खा लिया जाता है और हिंदुस्तान में नहीं। जहाँ इन चीज़ों की अवधारणा हुई, जहाँ से चालू हुआ वहाँ पे फॉलो नहीं होता, और जहाँ नहीं था वहाँ पर ये होता है। इसी तरीके से कई सारी चीज़ें हैं। सबसे बढ़िया एक सिद्धांत है, और वो सिद्धांत कह के मैं अपनी बात को ख़त्म करूँगा, और वो है सिद्धांत अपरिग्रह, नॉन कलेक्टिवनेस ऑफ द मटेरियल। आपको जितनी ज़रूरत है सिर्फ उतना ही लें, उतना ही बनाएं, उतना ही खाएं, उतना ही रखें। जैसे जैसे अगर आप बिना ज़रूरत का सामान रखते हैं तो आपकी जो ग्रीड है वो बढ़ जाती है, आपकी जो इच्छा है बढ़ जाती है, ये भी काम आएगा, ये भी ले लूँ, ये लेऊँगा तो उससे बढ़िया हो जाएगा। ये सारी चीज़ें हमें सिखाने की है एजुकेशन के अंदर। अगर हम ये अपरिग्रह का सिद्धांत अगर हम सिखा सकें ढंग से, किसी भी एग्जाम्पल से, पढ़ाई लिखाई प्रयोग से, तो मेरे ख्याल से हमारी शिक्षा सफल होगी, जो आज हम करना चाह रहे हैं कि हम एक पीस लविंग सोसाइटी बनाएं, हम एक पीस लविंग सेटअप बनाएं जो स्पिरिचुअल वर्ल्ड से जुड़ा हो, जो रिलीजियस वर्ल्ड से जुड़ा हो, जो भी किसी भी चीज़ से जुड़ा। अगर पीस की बात करनी है तो हमें ये भी ध्यान रखना है कि हमें किसी से कंपटीशन नहीं करना है, किसी को मारना नहीं। जब हम किसी को मारते हैं या हार्म करते हैं तो हमारे अंदर क्रोध पैदा होता है। क्रोध अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है। अगर आप पीस चाहते हैं तो ऑब्वियसली क्रोध पीस का उल्टा ही है। पर जो उस धर्म में सिखाया जाता है वो ये है कि आपको साल में कम से कम एक बार क्षमा याचना करनी है। जितने भी जीव संसार में रहते हैं, जहाँ तक हो सके उनका नाम लेके और उनको हाथ जोड़ के क्षमा याचना करेंगे। इस तरह के कई प्रयोग आप देखते हैं कि धर्म में भी हैं जो पर्सनल लाइफ में हैं, और इसी तरीके प्रयोग मैंने आपको प्रोफेशनल वर्ल्ड या एजुकेशन में भी बताए। अगर हम इन सबको जोड़ सके, इन सबको हम ढंग से अपने बच्चों को या यंग जनरेशन को दे सके, तो हो सकता है कि हम आने वाले समय में हमारे जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो हमारी जो डिज़ायर है, उसको पूरी करने में सफल होंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपना स्थान ग्रहण करता हूँ। एक बार फिर आयोजकों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत अच्छा लगा यहाँ आके, एंड आई मस्ट से दैट आई एम ओवरऑड by the dome which I'm coming inside for the first time. Indeed, it is a very large, probably world's largest dome, and we are privileged to be with you. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Sandeep Sancheti ji. Today's session on the academic leader session on transforming universities into centers of excellence of spiritually oriented scientific research for world peace was indeed a reflection of what universities can be. Each of our distinguished speakers spoke about how we can transform the Indian universities into centers of excellence, and we can promote spiritually oriented scientific research. Most of them took MIT WPU and MIT ADT as an example of how we can actually cultivate the concept of blending science with spirituality and creating a youth, a future group of leaders who are scientifically as well as spiritually oriented. With this, we come almost to the conclusion of this session. Next.
Thank you very much, ma'am. As my colleague rightly said, that it has been really an amazing journey for last 3 days. We have been enjoying the discourse of knowledge, wherein every scholar apparently reconfirmed that India will become the next Vishwaguru, or we are on the path of becoming Vishwaguru. We have been talking about various religions, belief in those religions, and how we all can come together to take our country ahead. We have with us on stage Shri Edison Samraj-ji, who is an eminent thinker, scholar, and a renowned personality. Let's take little advantage today to understand more from his side that how and what role we all can play to make India Vishwaguru. May I request all of you to please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause Shri Edison Samraj ji.
Good afternoon, friends, distinguished members of the dais, the Vice Chancellor of the University, World Peace University, Dr. Mangesh Karad, and distinguished friends of the dais and on the dais. I've been asked to present to our young generation some thoughts that can stimulate you to understand the importance of what we are doing here over the last 3 days. And I believe that the generation today is anxious and is in a quick response to what is happening, concerned about what is it for me and what is it that is going to make me change. So I would like to propose 3 or 4 things that the young people can engage themselves with in this time when we are at the critical crossroads of history, where on the one hand we have a war that has been unjustified, and on the other hand, we have just come out of a global pandemic, not realizing how serious it was for all the health and the well-being of the human race. But today, we have returned back to the dome after 2 years of break, and I believe that you and I are fortunate to look at the entire canvas of education differently. At the beginning of the Congress and the conference, I think it was mentioned that it is for us to review, refresh, and understand the dynamics of change and transformation of any university that is given to us. The Maharashtrian governor made a very interesting statement about MIT. What did he say? He said, it is a magnificent institution for transformation. MIT is not Maharashtra Institute of Technology, but a magnificent institution for transformation. But the question I want to ask the youngsters today is that the enterprise of transformation is not something that you can buy in Mahatma Gandhi Road. The process of transformation is a process. It's not an event. It's a destination that needs to be reached. And for that to happen, we need one ingredient that alone makes transformation work. And I want to present to the young people today this one ingredient that alone can make transformation work. You can do anything you want, but if you don't have this, it is not going to make transformation possible. So I'm going to not lecture, but I'm going to tell you a story. A story that actually captures the essence of transformation, the basis of transformation, and the criteria for transformation. And the story goes like this. And young people, I hope you're listening to what I'm saying, because all of us have the privilege of listening to stories from childhood. But this story is a parable, and it exemplifies the essence and the purpose of transformation. And I begin by asking you the question, do you think by this experience of transformation, we can actually make things happen? And if you say yes, I want to say that surely you can be a recipient of this if and only if you have this ingredient. Okay, the story begins like this. Once upon a time, there were 4 frogs inside a well. And it was in the desert of Saudi Arabia. And in that desert, this well was in the midst of a scorching sun. And there were 4 frogs. One was an American frog. The other one was a Chinese frog. The third was an African frog. And the fourth one was an Indian frog. These 4 frogs were faced with a problem. And the problem was the water level of the well was going down and down. And so they thought for a minute, how can they escape out of that well? And so the only solution was that if it is possible for them to come out, they have to do something about their predicament. And therefore, they had a standing committee. And in the standing committee, they were deciding together what they can do to come out of the well that they were in. So the American frog, he took his cell phone from his pocket and he dialed to Obama. And he said, President Obama, I am an American frog. I want to come out of this well because I have been inside and the sun is getting hot and there is no water remaining here and we are going to scorch to death. And Obama replied, friend, I know that you're an American frog, but I don't think we can send anyone to rescue you because we have spent a lot of money in Iraq and therefore we can't spend any more. And sorry, I can't help you. So the Chinese frog that was standing next to the American frog, he took his laptop and typed a letter to his business friend in Beijing and asked him to send a rescue team to pull him out of that well. And the business friend from Beijing replied back saying, sorry, we don't have time to waste with liabilities like you. There remained the African frog, who was probably wanting to do something different from the American frog and the Chinese frog. He said, I would like to call somebody who is very economically strong to come and help me. So he dialed to his friend and his friend said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. And then he called to the Indian frog. The Indian frog wrote a letter to Dr. Manmohan Singh, at the then Prime Minister of India. And he said, I am an Indian frog in the well in Saudi Arabia. I would like to come out. And the reply came from Dr. Manmohan Singh, please don't ask me, you please ask Sonia ji. And the story doesn't end there. The story begins here. The American frog, being a superpower of the world, could not do anything about it. The Chinese frog, being an economic power, could not do anything about it. The African frog had a connecting influence, could not do anything about it. So the Indian frog turned to the American and the African and the Chinese frog and said, when I was a small frog, my grandmother used to say that when you are faced with a crisis, when you are faced with a problem, when you are faced with a critical situation, you must actually go to God. And so, they all agreed upon that conclusion because none of the other friends helped them. And so they took advantage of this suggestion that came from this Indian frog. And as they all together returned to God and prayed to God, the Almighty, the Divine One, the rains came down that night. And the rains came, filled the well, and the village women who were passing by were able to put their buckets in, and the frogs jumped into the buckets and came out. Ding dong bell, pussy's in the well, who put us in? Little Tommy Tin. Who pulled us out? Little Tommy Stout. Ding dong bell, we are in the well. Who put us in? The evil one put us in. Who can pull us out is God alone. In this conference today, I want you to take the story of this frog to symbolize the need for us to return to Scripture, as I mentioned in my presentation 2 days back. Unless there is a basis of our anchor in God, the unity between religion, philosophy, and science will not work. So my submission to my young generation today, return to God. God will be the uniting factor and the anchor of your life and the defining process of purpose in your academic pursuits. But more importantly, I must also say that our culture, Indian culture, has been a great heritage for us. And we must look to our own cultural roots and see where we can discover purpose. And that purpose should drive us to a meaningful and a very thoughtful experience of life, so that our lives will be one that of blessing for not only yourself, but for the human race. And as I look at the dome today, I see that this dome exemplifies the height and the breadth and the width and the depth of the human spirit. So today, with that note, I also want to make an appeal to you. You be an instrument in the hands of God to make transformation work. Transformation, as I said, is not an event, it's a destination, and it is a focus on the process rather than an event. So I wish you all the very best as you pursue academically in whatever subject that you are taking, that you will keep God as a unifying factor and make God as the purpose-driven life, so that your life and our life together as an academic institution can indeed be an epitome of transformation and also be an instrument in the hands of God. That's my prayer, and I believe that this is my short message to the young people today, and I hope and pray that you have got the essence of what I had to say. Power cannot give us peace. Economics cannot give us peace. I think that's the culture also cannot sometimes give us peace. It's only God who can give us peace, because He is the Prince of Peace. That's my prayer for each one of you. May God's peace be upon you as you take your academic pursuits seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edison Samrajji. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you very much. We have with us Professor Larry Azadji, eminent speaker, motivational speaker, and the person who can enlighten us with his thoughts. I would like to request Professor Lari Azad ji to kindly come up stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause, my friends. A big round of applause for Lari Azad ji. Thank you very much. And I request him to kindly address the gathering.
डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी के मेरे नौजवान दोस्तों, मैं सीधे सीधे आप तक ही आ रहा हूं, क्योंकि आपने बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम सुना है ना। उसमें एक बहुत बड़ी लाइब्रेरी है, इतनी बड़ी। उसमें जब कोई किताब इशू की जाती है तो उस किताब की खाली जगह पर एक लकड़ी का टुकड़ा वहां पर रख दिया जाता है, ताकि जब किताब वापस हो तो उसे लगा दिया जाए। इस जगह जहां आप बैठे हैं, आपको जो लोग लेकर आगे चल रहे हैं, आपके जो वर्ल्ड लीडर्स हैं, डॉक्टर राहुल कराड जी, जो इस वक्त आपके मिडसोक को पूरे दुनिया में जिन्होंने शोहरत अता की है, आपकी नई पीढ़ी के जो वर्ल्ड लीडर्स हैं, डॉक्टर मंगेश कराड जी, आपकी जो इस पूरे विचार दर्शन के पिता है, इस पूरे MIT संसार के जो पिता हैं विश्वनाथ कराड जी, उनके ख्वाबों तक आपको पहुंचना है। और ये ख्वाब कभी उन्होंने देखा था, आपकी आंखों में भरा है और आपको पूरा करना है। ख्वाब जवानी में ही देखे जाते हैं और जवानी के ख्वाब बहुत हसीन होते हैं। मेरे बच्चों, मैं आपसे चाहूंगा कि अगर आपके पास कोई माइक ले जा सकता है, कोई भी सवाल आपके दिल में हो, एक सेकंड के लिए आप भूल जाइए कि हम रिलीजन पे बात कर रहे हैं, साइंस पे बात कर रहे हैं, फिलॉसफी पे बात कर रहे हैं, या इस वर्ल्ड के लार्जेस्ट डोम पे बात कर रहे हैं। जवानी एक बहती हुई नदी है। जब वो निकलती है गंगा, जहां से गोमुख से, तो गंगा सागर तक वो बहती जाती है और बीच में जितने भी पड़ाव आते हैं, उमड़ती घुमड़ती नदी उसे पार करती है। आपकी कहानी वही है। चाहे आप मैरीन इंजीनियरिंग के स्टूडेंट हो, चाहे आप मिडसोक के स्टूडेंट हो, मेडिकल के स्टूडेंट हो, इंजीनियरिंग के हो, ह्यूमैनिटीज के हो, सोशल साइंसेस के हो, मेरे प्यारे बच्चों, यहाँ बड़े कठिन कठिन, बड़े मुश्किल मुश्किल लेक्चर्स आपको सुनने के मिले। आप लोग आपस में मुस्कुरा रहे होंगे। मैं कभी कभी कैमरा घूमता था तो दिखता था आप लोग आपस में बातें कर रहे हो, कुछ उपकाई ले रहे हो। लेकिन अभी मौका है, जब तक हमारे महामहिम राज्यपाल हमारे बीच में पधार रहे हैं और इसका वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन होने जा रहा है, मैं आपको ऑफर करता हूं कि अगर आपका कोई भी सवाल आपकी ज़िंदगी में ऐसा है तो मैं उसका जवाब देने के लिए खड़ा हूं। कोई अगर माइक हो, आप इनको दे सकते हो तो दें, वरना मैं आपको कुछ पैगाम देना चाहूँगा। कोई है, हाथ उठाएगा? कोई मिडसोक का कोई स्टूडेंट है जिसके ख्वाबों में ये पल रहा हो कि वो भी एक दिन मुल्क का एक लीडर बनेगा? किसी की आंखों में ख्वाब पल रहा है कि वो भी एक दिन नासा में साइंटिस्ट बनेगा? किसी की आंखों में ख्वाब तैर रहा हो कि वो एक दिन हिंदुस्तान की आंखों का तारा बनेगा? कोई नहीं है। मैंने सुना था बहुत बड़ा नाम, यहाँ बहुत बड़ी वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट होती है स्टूडेंट्स की, मिडसोक की। आप में से कोई लीडर ऐसा हो जो हाथ उठाकर कहे कि मेरा एक सवाल है। मैं इंतजार में हूं, तू कोई सवाल तो कर। डॉक्टर राहुल कराड़, मैं आपकी नज़र ये शेयर कर रहा हूं क्योंकि ये सब आपके शागिर्द हैं। मैं इंतजार में हूं, तू कोई सवाल तो कर। मैं इंतजार में हूं, तू कोई सवाल तो कर। खुदा की कसम तुझे लाजवाब कर दूंगा। सिर्फ तालियां बजाने से काम नहीं चलेगा। यहां मैं डमरू बजाने नहीं आया हूं। कोई सवाल, और एक नौजवान के पास यहां 100 सवाल, 1000 सवाल आने चाहिए थे मेरे सामने। जब हम आपकी उम्र में थे, हमारी निगाहों में सवाल ही सवाल थे। सवालों की एक लंबा सिलसिला था, ख्वाबों का एक लंबा सिलसिला था। मेरे नौजवान दोस्तों, ये सवाल कभी एक बहुत छोटे से लड़के के दिल में गूंजा था। ये फोटो आप देख रहे हैं, ये किस उम्र के रहे होंगे? जिस भूमि पर मैं खड़ा हूं, पूना ने जिन 3 बड़े नामों को दुनिया को दिया है, मौली ज्ञानेश्वर, संत तुकाराम, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, ये सबसे बड़ा नाम है। इस महाविभूति की उम्र, किशोरावस्था में जिसने संजीवन समाधि ली थी, आपसे भी कम उम्र का था, लेकिन दुनिया को उसने जो गीता की टिप्पणी दी, ज्ञानेश्वरी ने पूरी दुनिया को बदल दिया। आपको जान के ताज्जुब होगा कि 1980 में बिट्स पिलानी में मैं जब चीफ गेस्ट होकर गया तो मुझसे किसी ने सवाल पूछा था कि सर आपने ज्ञानेश्वरी पढ़ी है? मैंने ज्ञानेश्वरी तब तक नहीं पढ़ी थी, लेकिन मेरी सर्विस के उस समय तक 2-3 साल हो चुके थे। बिट्स पिलानी के लड़के ने जब मुझसे पूछा तो मैंने आकर के ज्ञानेश्वरी खरीदी, पढ़ी और पढ़ने के बाद धन्य हो गया, क्योंकि मेरे जीवन के आदर्श ग्रंथों में सर्वश्रेष्ठ ग्रंथ है ज्ञानेश्वरी। अगर आपने नहीं पढ़ी है तो अंग्रेजी में, हिंदी में, मराठी में और दुनिया की कई जबानों में ज्ञानेश्वरी मौजूद है, और आपको आपकी लाइब्रेरी में, आपके गूगल पर ये फ्री एक्सेस हो जाएगी।
We have a question.
मेरे दोस्तों, क्या इज देयर एनी क्वेश्चन?
Yes, sir.
किसी भी तरह का सवाल, फ्री, यू आर फ्री टू, फ्री फ्रॉम द बार्स ऑफ एनी टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन, प्लीज आस्क.
Sir, good afternoon. Myself, Himanshu Sahu. Sir, I want to ask one thing that जैसे आपने बोला कि किसी आपको जिंदगी में नेता बनना है या फिर कुछ, तो I simply ask you that what quality does a great leader have? किसी महान नेता के अंदर ऐसी कौन सी विशेषता होना चाहिए कि वो सब में अलग हो और विशेष हो?
वेरी गुड, बहुत अच्छा सवाल, बहुत अच्छा सवाल। देखिए, आपके सामने मैं 3 लीडर्स का नाम बताता हूं दुनिया के। दुनिया में सबसे पहले अगर आप डेमोक्रेसी का, पॉलिटिक्स का शुरुआत करते हैं, खास करके मैं मिडसोक की नजर कर रहा हूं, इसे रिकॉर्ड करके रख लेना, सिसरो का नाम आएगा। उस वक्त 2 नौजवान थे, एक तरफ जूलियस सीजर था, एक तरफ ऑक्टेवियस सीजर था, लेकिन नाम दुनिया में एक पॉलिटिकल फिलॉसफर के तौर पर, यहां तक कि दुनिया की पहली किताब प्लेटो ने पॉलिटेइया के नाम से लिखी, दुनिया में पढ़ाया जाता है अरिस्टोटल, लेकिन हकीकत यह है कि चूंकि ग्रीक विश्व विजेता थे इसलिए उन लोगों ने उन किताबों को पढ़ने के लिए मजबूर किया। वास्तव में अगर राजनीति का पाठ आपको पढ़ना है तो सिसरो से पढ़ना कि कैसे राजनीति क्लाइमेक्स होती है और भरी सभा में जूलियस सीजर का मर्डर होता है, भरी सभा में, और मारने वाला कोई दूसरा नहीं है, उसका सच्चा प्यारा बगल में खड़ा हुआ जो उसके गले में लगा हुआ दोस्त है ब्रूटस। शेक्सपियर के जूलियस सीजर को पढ़ो, जब उसको सारे चाकू मारते हैं तो जूलियस सीजर चिल्लाता है ओ हे राम हे कृष्ण, लेकिन जब ब्रूटस उसे चाकू मारता है तो कहता है यू टू ब्रूटस, तुम भी ब्रूटस। तो नेता बनने के लिए पहली चीज अपने छाया पे भी, अपने साए पर भी विश्वास मत करना। सेल्फ नॉलेज, सेल्फ रिलायंस एंड सेल्फ कंट्रोल, याद रखना मेरे बच्चों, अलेक्जेंडर पोप ने ये दुनिया को एक डिक्टम दिया था, सेल्फ नॉलेज, सेल्फ रिलायंस एंड सेल्फ कंट्रोल, these three only lead life to sovereign power। आत्मनियंत्रण अगर तुम रखते हो, अगर तुम आत्म संयम रखते हो और आत्मविश्वास रखते हो तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत तुम्हें दुनिया के किसी ऊंचाई तक पहुंचने से नहीं छोड़ सकती। सिसरो के बाद अगर किसी नेता को मैं नाम लेना चाहूंगा तो सीधे सीधे तुम अब्राहम लिंकन पर आ जाओ। कई हजार साल मैंने पार किए, क्योंकि इस ग्लोब में जब मैं खड़ा होता हूं, आज 20 सालों से मैं आ रहा हूं, जो कोथरूड का अपना गुंबद है, संत ज्ञानेश्वर का गुंबद, जब उसमें भारत के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति महामहिम एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम आए, जब उसमें शांति के नोबेल विजेता दलाई लामा आए और मेरे जैसा एक मामूली गली कूचे का सड़क छाप आदमी आया, तो हम देख के दंग रह गए कि उसमें वो वाइब्रेशंस होते। मैंने कल एक लफ्ज इस्तेमाल किया था, सदियों का मुसाफिर। ये सदियां पार होती हैं, आप गुजरोगे तो सदियां पार हो रही हैं, हजारों साल पहले से चल रहे हो। बुद्ध ईसा से 2500 साल पहले, प्रभु राम अनंत काल, हरि अनंत हरि कथा अनंता। हम जानते भी नहीं हैं उनके युग को, कह लो अपने खुश होने के लिए कि त्रेता द्वापर 50,000 साल पहले, लाख साल पहले। जब धरती नहीं थी तो राम थे, जब धरती नहीं होगी तो राम होंगे। तुम होगे या नहीं होगे, मैं होऊंगा या नहीं होऊंगा, राम राम रहेगा। मेरे प्यारे बच्चों, इस राम के उस शब्द के चक्कर में मत पड़ना कि मैं तुमको खुश कर रहा हूं। इस राम के उच्चारण बदल सकते हैं। यही शब्द कोई दुनिया में कहीं खड़ा होकर के कह सकता है अल्लाह, कोई कह सकता है गॉड, कोई कह सकता है कुछ और, लेकिन तुम्हारे अंदर वो राम बसता है। अपने रोए को, अपने हाथ को ऐसे खोलो, मैं बातें कर रहा हूं, अपने बटन को खोलो और देखो तुम्हारे रोए खड़े हो जाएंगे। अगर राम का नाम तुम प्यार से लोगे तो अपने रोए को देखो। अगर तुम किसी से प्यार करते हो, अपने माँ बाप से प्यार करते हो, अपनी महबूबा से प्यार करते हो, अपने दोस्त से प्यार करते हो, अपने मुल्क से प्यार करते हो, इंसानियत से प्यार करते हो, तो राम का नाम लेकर देखो। राम का नाम लेने के लिए तो बहुत आ जाएंगे। तुमने बहुत सारे कपड़े देखे होंगे, क्यों नहीं मैं कोई लाल काला पीला चोंगा पहन कर आता हूं। कभी गूगल पर जाकर मेरे नाम को देखना, अगर मैं कपड़े पहनने लगूं तो लाल पीले नीले कपड़े कम पड़ जाएंगे। लेकिन सामान्य रहते हुए, कबीर की फोटो देख रहे हो, एक बुनकर के रूप में रहते हुए, अपने को राम की बहुरिया मान करके जो जीवन भर जीता रहा, मैं उस कबीर की धरती से आता हूं। मैंने कल कहा था बेटे कि पूरी जिंदगी के सारे पोथियां, तुम्हारी सारी थर्मोडायनामिक्स, सारी फिजिकल केमिस्ट्री, सारी तुम्हारी ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री, इनऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग, केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग सब कुछ धरी रह जाएगी अगर 2.5 शब्द प्यार के तुम्हारी जिंदगी में नहीं। तुम किसी से प्यार करके देखो बेटे, ये मैं कह रहा हूं, एक गुरु, एक पिता, एक माता, मैं तुमसे कह रहा हूं, क्योंकि एक गुरु के अंदर तुम्हारे घर पे एक पिता होगा, एक माँ होगी, 2 व्यक्ति होंगे, लेकिन जब गुरु के पास आते हो तो माँ और पिता दोनों उसमें जुड़ जाते। मैं तुमसे कह रहा हूं, तुम अपनी जमीन के कण से, गंगा के एक बूंद पानी से, एक पशु से, एक गूंगे बिल्ली से प्यार करके देखो। प्यार में कितनी बड़ी ताकत है। वो नाम अमर हो जाता है बेटा, नाम अमर हो जाता है। यहां पर बड़े बड़े लोग आए, कह रहे थे श्री राम, श्री कृष्ण, लेकिन भारत की सनातन परंपरा, मैं शास्त्रज्ञ हूं, वैयाकरण से बोल रहा हूं, पाणिनि और पतंजलि को पढ़ के बोल रहा हूं, छाती ठोक कर बोल रहा हूं, सीता राम अगर नहीं कहोगे तो राम संपूर्ण नहीं होता, राधे कृष्ण नहीं कहोगे तो कृष्ण संपूर्ण नहीं होता है, पार्वती शंकर नहीं कहोगे तो शंकर पूर्ण नहीं होता है। हमारे देश का ही नहीं, सनातन संस्कृति है अर्धनारीश्वर की, ये धरती अर्धनारीश्वर की है। अगर तुमने किसी से प्यार नहीं किया है तो तुमने कुफ्र किया है, तुमने जुल्म किया है, तुमने गुनाह किया है। इसलिए प्यार करो, प्यार करके देखो, प्यार ही इस दुनिया को जिंदा रखेगा, प्यार ही तुम्हें सुकरात बनाएगा, प्यार ही कबीर बनाएगा, प्यार ही बुद्ध बनाएगा, प्यार ही विवेकानंद बनाएगा। अगर तुम्हें अपनी किताबों से प्यार है, तुम्हें अपने दोस्तों से प्यार है, अपने गुरुओं से प्यार है, अपने देश की संस्कृति से प्यार है, दुनिया के अनजान लोगों से प्यार है, होनोलुलु और हवाई के रहने वाले लोगों से प्यार है, उसे प्यार कहते हैं। प्यार बढ़ता नहीं है बेटा। जो प्यार बांट दो कि मैं तो बस हिंदू से प्यार करता हूं, मैं तो बस मुसलमान से प्यार करता हूं, मैं तो बस लड़की से प्यार करता हूं, मैं तो बस अपनी मां से प्यार करता हूं, वो कौन सा प्यार है? That is not love. That is not love. प्यार तो एक ऐसी गंगा है जिसमें जब तुम नहाओगे बेटे तो दुनिया के 5 स्टार होटल नहीं, मैं जब भी फॉरेन जाता हूं तो वहां पर मुझे 7 स्टार होटल में रोकते हैं। इंडिया में कोई 7 स्टार होटल नहीं है। शंघाई में, कैंडी में, न्यूयॉर्क में, कैलिफोर्निया में मैं 7 स्टार होटल में रुका हूं। ऐसा कोई शावर नहीं है जो गंगा के जैसा पानी दे सके। प्यार किसे कहते हैं? देखो, गांव में जो कुएं होते हैं, जब उसमें से कोई व्यक्ति नहाता है सुबह सुबह तो गंगा का स्मरण करता है। यह है गंगा से प्यार। गंगा एक नदी नहीं है बेटे, गंगा बहती हुई नदी नहीं है, भारत की संस्कृति है जो हजारों साल से बह रही है। गंगा को जिसने नदी कहा वो बेवकूफ है। अब्राहम लिंकन का नाम मैंने लिया था। अब्राहम लिंकन ने कहा था कि मेरा देश आजाद होगा तो इन लोगों के साथ होगा जिनसे तुम नफरत करते हो। गोरे और काले एक साथ आजाद होंगे। तुम्हारे सवाल का दूसरा जवाब और तीसरा जवाब है, धरती पर ऐसा नेता न पैदा हुआ, न होगा, न भूतो न भविष्यते। महात्मा गांधी को याद रखना। ये 3 लोगों को अगर आदर्श तुमने बना लिया तो राजनीति कर सकते हो, प्रधानमंत्री बन सकते हो, मुख्यमंत्री बन सकते हो। महाराष्ट्र के एक दिन यू विल बी द फ्यूचर चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, यू विल बी द फ्यूचर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया एंड यू कैन बी ए परमानेंट मेंबर ऑफ इंडिया इन यूएनओ। अगर पॉलिटिकल लीडर बनना है तो आत्मनियंत्रण, आत्मसंयम, आत्मविश्वास रखो। अपनी छाया पे भी विश्वास मत रखना। एनी मोर क्वेश्चन? मैं समझता हूं तुम्हें मैंने 3 नाम दे दिए बेटे। इन 3 नाम के बाद चौथे नाम की तरफ मत देखना। दुनिया में कोई आदर्श नहीं बन सकता है। अगर ऑस्ट्रेलिया का भी प्रधानमंत्री चाहे तो गांधी को अपना आदर्श बना सकता है। यहां इतने लोग आए, 3 दिनों में जितने लोग आए और जितने देशों की यात्रा उन्होंने की होगी, उन सबसे ज्यादा मैं दुनिया घूमा हूं। लेकिन दुनिया में ऐसा कोई देश मैंने नहीं देखा, देखो मैं गवाही दे रहा हूं, मेरी फोटो खींच लो, मेरी आंखों से देखा है। दुनिया में ऐसा कोई देश नहीं देखा। 20 किलोमीटर का देश भी देखा है मैंने छोटे छोटे देश देखे हैं, हेती, नौरू, पेरू और मॉरिशस, मालदीव्स, ब्रुनेई। लेकिन बेटा देश ऐसा नहीं देखा जहां गांधी की मूर्ति ना हो या गांधी के नाम से सड़क ना हो। तुम गर्व करोगे कि अमेरिका के कैलिफोर्निया में, अमेरिका के न्यूयॉर्क में, जापान में, चाइना में, फ्रांस में, जर्मनी में, ऑस्ट्रिया में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में ऐसा देश मैंने नहीं देखा जहां गांधी के नाम से सड़क ना हो या गांधी की मूर्ति ना हो। मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा है। गूगल पर जाओ, मेरी फोटो दिख जाएगी, चाहे वो केप टाउन हो, जोहानेसबर्ग हो, न्यूयॉर्क हो, लंदन हो, तुम्हें हर जगह वो मिलेगी। हाँ, yes, most welcome. Any more questions?
Thank you very much. Yes, we have, you can see the person right behind. Sir, can you please wave your hand?
Please raise your question.
Honorable Governor, sir, His Excellency, the Governor of State of Kerala has reached the campus. He would be arriving in this dome in few moments. My friends, we are ready to take some questions. If you have any questions in your mind, you can go ahead and ask, because I'm sure the topic which we have been discussing for last couple of days, you might feel it is little heavy, but the topic that we discussed today, that making India Vishwaguru, what role students can play in this endeavor is, I'm sure, is the question in your mind. If there are any questions, we are ready to take the individual questions. If you can please raise your hands, I will send the mic next to you. Anyone? Boys and girls there? I can see many students right behind. Yes. Yes, please.
नमस्ते सर।
Please tell your name, where are you from, and then your question, please.
मेरा नाम है विवेक डेरे और मैं यही MIT ADT का विद्यार्थी हूँ। और मुझे आपसे ये पूछना है कि अगर हमें भारत को विश्वगुरु बनाना हो तो भारत के युवाओं में ऐसे कौन से गुण होने चाहिए?
बहुत अच्छा सवाल, बहुत अच्छा। I am very happy. May I congratulate you, Dr. Rahul, that you have bringing and MIT has brought the laurels in such type of very enthusiastic and zealous students. बहुत अच्छा सवाल। देखो बेटा, बैठो। पहले तो भारत विश्वगुरु था, है और रहेगा। There is no two opinion. इसमें तो पढ़ना ही मत। दुनिया में कोई नेशन इसकी बराबरी नहीं कर सकता है। दुनिया में कोई नेशन इसकी बराबरी नहीं कर सकता है। भारत के युवा को समझना होगा कि इतिहास से सीख लेनी होगी। इतिहास बहुत ही क्रूर है बेटा। अपने अतीत को देखो, वर्तमान में उसे सीखो, सजो और अपने भविष्य को बनाओ। अगर विश्वगुरु बनना है तो तुम्हें भी, जैसे रितेश्वर महाराज कह रहे थे, विश्वामित्र की तरह पक्का बनना होगा। बुद्ध एक दिन में नहीं बनता है। उस बच्चे का नाम सिद्धार्थ था, वो गौतम था, एक हसीन औरत का पति था जिसका नाम तुम जानते हो कि एक छोटे से बच्चे राहुल को छोड़कर एक रात वो चला गया, तब जाकर के बुद्ध बना। महावीर एक दिन में नहीं बनता है। एक राजकुमार था, उसकी बीवी का नाम यशोदा था, एक रात वो चला गया। जिन्होंने दुनिया को नकारा, देखो एक बड़ी खास बात मैं बता रहा हूं, मैं इतिहास का विद्यार्थी हूं। दुनिया के जितने बड़े महल, बकिंघम पैलेस से लेकर लुव्र पैलेस और हिंदुस्तान में गोलकुंडा का महल, आमेर में, जयपुर में आमेर का महल, लाल किला, मैंने देखा है शाम को कुत्ते वहां पेशाब करते हैं, चमगादड़ वहां जाकर के रहते हैं, सूअर घुस जाती है। लेकिन तुम फकीरों के उन मज़ारों पे जाओगे, गुमनाम पे, संतों के उस स्थान पे जाओगे, जैसे कहीं दूर नहीं जाना है, आलंदी चले जाओ, मौली ज्ञानेश्वर के पास देखो, वहां पर दुनिया का हर राजा आकर झुकता है, हर प्रधानमंत्री, हर राष्ट्रपति आके सिर झुकाता है, और सुबह से शाम तक वहां चिराग जलते हैं। चिराग रोशनियों के नहीं जलते बेटे, दिलों के चिराग जलते हैं। सुबह से शाम तक लोग जिस राम ने अपने महल को छोड़ दिया उसका नाम लेकर आज भी लोग सुबह से शाम कर देते हैं। और ऐसे नहीं करते बेटे, आंखों में पानी आ जाता है। कहत सुनत आवे अखियन में पानी। राम की कहानी इतनी आसान नहीं है कि मैं खड़ा होकर के तुम्हें सुना दूं। अगर राम की कहानी को पढ़ने लगोगे तो अगर आंखों से आंसू नहीं बह रहा है तो ना तो मैं कहने वाला हूं और ना तुम सुनने वाले हो। अगर मैं कहने वाला हूं और तुम सुनने वाले हो तो हम दोनों की आंखों में पानी होगा, तभी राम की कहानी आगे बढ़ेगी। बेटे, विश्व गुरु इतनी आसानी से नहीं बना जाएगा। विश्व गुरु बनने के लिए हमें भारत के 3 आदर्श हैं, याद रखना, जिस पर भारत खड़ा है। उन 3 खंभों में सबसे पहली चीज है सत्य। भारत ने सदा सत्य का साथ दिया है। क्या भारत के पास शक्ति नहीं थी? चोल साम्राज्य, चालुक्य साम्राज्य, मैं इतिहास का विद्यार्थी हूं, पढ़ाता हूं, बाहर से तो छोटे मोटे लुटेरे आए। महमूद गजनवी की कितनी बड़ी सेना थी, 2-4 हजार लोग घोड़े पर दौड़े चले आ रहे हैं, भूखे और नंगे, मध्य एशिया से, यहां से लूटपाट के चले जा रहे हैं। एक नहीं 1000 नाम बताऊं। भारत में सम्राट अशोक, समुद्रगुप्त, चंद्रगुप्त, हर्षवर्धन, क्या ये हमले नहीं कर सकते थे? ये बैक्टीरिया नहीं पार कर सकते थे? आक्सस नदी पार नहीं कर सकते थे? सिर्फ अलेक्जेंडर आ सकता था? क्या हिंदू कुश को पार करने की हिम्मत समुद्रगुप्त में नहीं थी? थी बेटा, लेकिन हमारे में वो हिंसा नहीं थी। भारत अहिंसा का देश, इसीलिए गांधी ने कहा था अहिंसा, महावीर ने कहा था अहिंसा। और सबसे बड़ी चीज, भारत ने कभी हमला नहीं किया। भारत के किसी सम्राट ने, किसी साम्राज्य ने, जबकि बृहत्तर भारत, मेरी एक किताब पढ़ना, भारतीय इतिहास के अनकहे अध्याय, गूगल पे सारी किताबें हैं, अमेजन पर मेरी किताबें आप सर्च करोगे तो आपको मिल जाएंगी। बेटे, उसमें मैंने दिया है कि भारत के जितने सशक्त साम्राज्य थे, कभी इन्होंने दुनिया में हमला नहीं किया, दूसरे को नहीं सताया, दूसरे पर हुकूमत नहीं की, और जो आया उसे अपना लिया, उसे गले से लगा लिया। वो हमलावर बनकर आया था, हमें मारते काटते आया था, हमने उसे गले लगा लिया, अपना बना लिया। ये हिंदुस्तान की जो औदार्य है, जो हिंदुस्तान की सहिष्णुता है, जो टॉलरेंस है, इट इज द ग्रेटेस्ट पिलर। ये मेरुदंड शब्द जो है, एक इमारत के बीच में एक मेन खंभा होता है, वो चीज। अगर भारत को विश्व गुरु बनना है तो सत्य के प्रति आग्रह, जो सत्याग्रह है, अहिंसा जो सविनय के साथ होगी, और सहिष्णुता, औदार्य, इन अगर 3 चीजें हैं तो भारत विश्व गुरु था, है और रहेगा। जिस दिन इसे छोड़ दोगे, भारत भारत नहीं रहेगा। कोई और सवाल?
Yes, any more questions? We are running out of time, but I can take 1 or 2 questions more if there are any. Please raise your hands. Anyone, staff, students, we are, yes, behind there, please. Okay, I'll come to you. Thoda up, yes, you can also move. Yes, go ahead, please. Tell your name, where are you from?
My name is Chetan Patil and I am from
Yes, yes. Sir, go ahead.
I'm from MIT Academy of Engineering, Alandi. सर, अभी आपने कहा था कि हमें प्यार करना चाहिए, मतलब घर वालों से मतलब परिवार है, दोस्त है, और आपने बाद में ये भी कहा कि हमें जो अगर लीडर बनना है तो घर भी छोड़ना पड़ेगा. तो हमें मतलब क्या करना होगा आखिर में?
क्या छोड़ना होगा?
घर छोड़ना होगा.
नहीं, मैंने नहीं कहा.
त्याग करना. सर, लास्ट में जो लीडर्स होते हैं
वो नहीं बेटा.
यस सर.
ये जो फोटो देख रहे हो ना कबीर की, कबीर का पूरा परिवार था. उनके बेटे का नाम कमाल था, बेटी का नाम कमाली था. कबीर ने कहा घर छोड़ने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है.
यस सर.
देखो बेटा, मैंने सिर्फ ये कहा कि प्यार को बांट दो. जो प्यार कहीं रुक जाए, जैसे हम ट्रेन में चले जा रहे हैं, अगर कोई केला बेचने वाला आया तो हम उससे उसका दर नहीं पूछेंगे, हम केला खरीद लेंगे. अगर कोई चाय बेचने वाला है तो हम चाय उससे मांग लेंगे, उसकी जाति नहीं पूछेंगे. अगर हम कहीं जा रहे हैं और हमारे दिल में प्यार है तो प्यार के लिए एक शेर तुम्हारी नजर करता हूं कि कभी तुम देखो कि तुम्हारे जिसे तुम चाहते हो उसकी बाहों में कोई और है तो जल मत जाना. वो तो इंसान थी. तेरी याद की महवियत में मैंने दरो दीवार को सीने से लगाकर चूमा. अरे बेटा, प्यार में पागल होगे तो दीवार को पकड़ लोगे, अपने दुश्मन को पकड़ लोगे. प्यार का पागल आदमी जो है उसे सिर्फ प्यार ही प्यार नजर आता है. अगर प्यार में भी हम और तुम नजर आने लगे तो प्यार क्या है? वो प्यार नहीं है बेटा. प्यार करके देखो, फिर अगली बार मैं आऊंगा तो बताना. जब तुम्हें अपने दुश्मन से प्यार हो जाए, जब अपने विरोधी से प्यार हो जाए, अपने ईर्ष्या करने वाले से प्यार हो जाए, तब समझना कि तुम प्यार कर रहे हो या प्यार में जल रहे हो या प्यार में तर रहे हो.
वाह, वाह. Thank you very much for that answer. I have left only time for one question. His Excellency Honorable Governor of the State of Kerala is entering this hall any moment now, as you can see on stage. But I still have time for one question, so I'm not going to let that go. Yes, there was one hand raised right behind there. Where is the mic? Yes, sir. There, that section. Left-hand side section behind. Is somebody raised hand there? Yes, yes. Can you please come out? Please come out so that he can reach you. Sir, behind. Last row.
मैं समझता हूँ सर, एक्सक्यूज मी, कि महामहिम आ रहे हैं. अब मुझे इजाजत लेनी चाहिए.
सर, हमारे पास शायद अभी भी 2 मिनट हैं. उनको सीढ़ियाँ चढ़ के आने में टाइम लगेगा, तो तब तक हम लेट्स ट्राई.
चलो एक शेर तुम्हें सुना देता हूँ, फिर बात खत्म करता हूँ. आने वाली नस्लें तुमसे रश्क करेंगी ऐ हम असरों. रश्क कहते ईर्ष्या, हम असर कहते हमारे समय में जी रहे लोग. आने वाली नस्लें तुमसे रश्क करेगी ऐ हम असरों कि तुमने विश्वनाथ कराट को देखा है. ऐसे दुर्लभ लोग रोज रोज नहीं दिखाई पड़ते हैं बेटे. आंख भर के देख लो, जी भर के देख लो, उनकी तरह से जीना देख लो. दुनिया में बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, सिर्फ वहां पर पैसे कमाए जाते हैं, डोनेशन लिए जाते हैं. लेकिन वर्ल्ड पीस MIT, मायर्स MIT अकेली ऐसी यूनिवर्सिटी है जहां तुम्हें प्यार सिखाया जाता है, तुम्हें दुनिया में जीने की कला सिखाई जाती है, तुम्हें और धर्मों से प्यार करना सिखाया जाता है, तुम्हें और जातियों से प्यार करना सिखाया जाता है, तुम्हें अपने देश से प्यार करना सिखाया जाता है. इन शब्दों के साथ बेटे हम फिर मिलेंगे, हम कभी आपके साथ मिटसोग में आएंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच. ओके, बाय.
Thank you very much. Larry Azad ji, thank you very much. And we can see from the response of the students that they really enjoyed this interaction. Thank you very much. And His Excellency, the Governor of the State of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab, who is the chief guest of this valedictory session, is arriving in the World Peace Dome any moment now. As you can see on the screen, all the dignitaries are making their way. For the valedictory session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. May I request everyone to please rise in their seats as we welcome the dignitaries in the World Peace Dome. Please welcome with a big round of applause His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Honorable Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab, along with UNESCO Chairholder Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karat sir, and all the other dignitaries who are making their way. I request the dignitaries to please join the hands for lighting the traditional lamp. All the dignitaries are joining their hands for lighting the traditional lamp, which would mark the beginning of Valedictory session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. We have the presence of His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of the State of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, Shri Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Shri Rahul Karatji, Priyanka Upadhyay, Shri Rahul Solapurkar, Dr. Mangesh Karat sir, Suchitra Nagre Madam, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis sir, and Professor Dr. Ananta Chakradev ji. I request all the dignitaries to please join their hands for ringing the bell of world peace. Yet another beautiful tradition of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. All the dignitaries are joining their hand for ringing the bell of world peace, which would give the message that this World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy stands together for sending the message of world peace to entire humanity. Let's give a big round of applause and join the celebration of ringing the bell of world peace. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come up stage, please. Starting from left, Dr. Suchitra Nagre, Dr. Mangesh Karat, Shri Rahul Solapurkar, Priyanka Upadhyay, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, His Excellency Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Shri Rahul Karat sir, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, and Dr. Ananta Chakradev. I request everyone to rise in their seats for national anthem. I request everyone in the audience to please rise in their seats. Please restrict the moment. Let us have the national anthem. Thank you very much. I request everyone to kindly be seated. A very warm welcome and good evening to all the dignitaries on the dais and everyone in the audience. We all have gathered here today for the valedictory ceremony of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. In the discourse of last 3 days, we have witnessed some of the magnificent moments of this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Namely, we had 10 sessions in which many stalwarts of every walk of life enlighten us with their thoughts. Right from the mind, matter, spirit and consciousness, Om tends to E is equal to MC square, Om and Patanjali Yoga Sutra, India's greatest gift to mankind, union of science, religion and spirituality alone will bring the harmony and peace to mankind. Philosopher Shri Gyaneshwara World Peace Dome, spiritually oriented scientific laboratory for the world peace. India's voyage of science from the Vedic to modern times, the basic of value-based universal education. Role of Mother India as Vishwaguru in promoting the culture of peace in the 21st century. Vedic sciences and modern sciences, insights, interfaces and integration. These were some of the amazing sessions that we all witnessed in the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. And with this, today we all have gathered here for the valedictory ceremony. But before I go ahead with the valedictory session, as per the tradition of MIRE's MIT group of institutions for last 40 years, I would like to request each one of you to once again rise in your seats for World Peace Prayer, a prayer which does not talk about any caste, creed, any religion, or any particular section of society. Hence, I request everyone to please rise in their seats. Please rise in your seats, fold your hands. I request everyone to please fold their hands, close your eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in World Peace Prayer.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you very much. I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Pune, Bharat, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnisar, to kindly propose welcome address.
Namaskar and good evening to all of you. On behalf of our founder president and UNESCO chairholder, revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, on behalf of executive president, Honorable Rahul Karad sir, on behalf of Dr. Mangesh Karad sir, all honorable trustees of MIT Group of Institutions, faculty members, staff, students, delegates, and invitees. It is great honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to all in this valedictory session of the World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. Friends, in last 3 days, which were full of thought-provoking discussions and intelligent deliberations, we witnessed a pious gathering of thinkers, philosophers, saints, spiritual leaders, scientists, and academicians. The 9 plenary sessions were so meticulously crafted by the organizers who were personally guided by our beloved and revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. These topics were varied and so were the valuable thoughts of the speakers. The last session, which concluded a while ago, was the academic leaders session. This session rightly underlined our pragmatic academic role as organizers and the values and principles on which our MIT World Peace University has been founded. A warm welcome to our esteemed guide and patron, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, who is with us to guide us. A very warm welcome to special guest of honor today's ceremony, Honorable Professor Priyankar Upadhyayji, who is a UNESCO Chair Professor at Banaras Hindu University and Global Fellow of Peace Research Institute, Oslo and Varanasi. And a hearty welcome to Shri Rahul Solapurkarji, who is a multifaceted and multi-talented personality in the field of arts and the culture. May we welcome Honorable Karve Guruji, who will bless us with his divine blessings. Honorable Swamiji Riteshwar Swami, and we also welcome our honorable guests who are not present amongst us, but they are online from United States of America. Honorable Dr. Ashok Joshi ji, founder, Microlin LLC, Salt Lake City, Utah, USA. Honorable Ronald Gunnell sir, founder, global chairman at the Truth Alone Triumphs, Global Enterprise LLC, Salt Lake City, Utah Valley, USA. Honorable King Hussain sir, chairman and CEO of Span Construction and Engineering Incorporation, USA. Honorable Brian Grimm, President, Religious Freedom and Business Foundation, Washington, D.C., USA, who will be coming online with us. Friends, we are honored and privileged to welcome the chief guest of today's valedictory session and the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab. Honorable Governor is a distinguished personality. Apart from being an extremely able governor, he has been a great political leader throughout his career, an acclaimed author, a visionary transformationist, especially for Muslim women, and a devoted social worker, having established Samarpan, which is an organization for the physically handicapped and challenged people. We are truly honored, sir, to have you here and grace the occasion. And finally, a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of our MICE trustee members who are present here, in presence here as well as online. You all are aware that this program is being live streamed on YouTube channel as well as Facebook, and thousands of students and faculty and gentlemen and women are attending this online for last 3 days. So with you, may I welcome all of them for this spectacular conclave of 8 World Parliaments, Science, Religion and Philosophy, for this important finale, which is a valedictory session. Friends, in the culmination of this 8th World Parliament, let's begin this prestigious valedictory session and gather the pearls of wisdom from the thoughtful addresses of today's guest of honor. Welcome all once again. With this, I will hand over mic to Master of Ceremony. Thank you all. God bless you. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for your kind words and welcome address. And now, as per the tradition of our motherland, Bharat, I would like to request revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the dignitaries on the dais. Of course, the first and foremost, I would like to request, sir, to kindly felicitate His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of State of Kerala, former Cabinet Minister of Energy and Civil Aviation, Government of India, the chief guest of today's session, Honorable Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab. A big round of applause, my friends, as we welcome Honorable Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab. Sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the special guest of honor of this session, Honorable Professor Dr. Priyananda Upadhyayji, UNESCO Chair Professor of Banaras Hindu University and Global Fellow of Peace Research Institute, Oslo. He is accepting the felicitation at the hands of Shri Rahul V. Karad, I request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome Honorable Shri Rahul Solapurkar-ji, famous Marathi film actor, writer, and the special guest of honor of this session. I request revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT ADT, Dr. Mangesh Karat, sir, felicitating Shri Rahul Solapurkar-ji. On stage the august presence of Karve Guruji. I request Shri Rahul Karat, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome Parama Puja Karve Guruji. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Thank you. My friends, it is important that on the day of valedictory session, we understand what next, because valedictory session will mark the end of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. But what exactly is our vision? What exactly is the path that we are going to walk in the future? To share the same, I would like to request the Managing Trustee and Executive President of MIRS MIT and Executive President of MIT World Peace University, and the person who initiated the first school of Bharat for creating the future political leaders, MIT School of Government, and the one who founded Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament, World Health Parliament, and Sarpanch Sansad. Please put your hands together and welcome Shri Rahul V. Karar as I request him to share the future vision of World Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bapat. Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. Behalf of the bodies of trustees, our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karar sir, the chairman of organizing committee, Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, all of the respected trustees sitting on the dais, Professor Mangesh Karar, and in particular I want to make a mention about Riteshwar Swamiji. Maybe yesterday it was a different lot of students, but a great guru here sitting amongst us. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Rishikesh. In that side particularly, there is another Vibhuti sitting, Shri Maharshi Karve Guruji ji, a great astrologer, and he's just 90 plus, 93. So Karve Guruji is another one such luminary here sitting on the dais. Of course, we have the UNESCO chair holder, Priyankar Upadhyay Sahab is also here. What a good fortune, Priyankar ji, आपका आज यहाँ पे आना हुआ. बाकी सभी मान्यवर मंच के ऊपर बैठे हुए, Dr. Chitnis, and our well-wisher and our beloved friend Shri Rahul Solapurkar ji, who is working for the Sanatan Dharma through his various such acts and various cultural activities. Thank you so much, Rahul Solapurkar ji, for being here. And everybody sitting, Dr. Suchitra and Dr. Swati, all other members. And of course, the last but no, I want to speak about Honorable Governor Sir separately. So, and in the audience there are many such. Lari Azad Sahab, you did a wonderful job sometime before. We were worried about because the student community was sitting here and we were just waiting for Honorable Governor Sir to come here. But you, I think, engaged so beautifully through your unique style, and Edison Samraj ji also. I see Madam Yadav, she's sitting here in the audience. Thank you, Madam Yadav. She's a very senior member of the UGC and a Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Yadav. And all other respected members sitting here, Professor Das and Pandit Vasantrao Gadgil ji, who is very much sitting in the front row. In 2012 at MIT World Peace University, Honorable Prime Minister specially came to felicitate Shri Pandit Vasantrao Gadgil ji, Governor Sahab. Just he completed his seva of Sanskrit for 60 years. So Pandit Vasantrao Gadgil is another such person, and recently for some government program, again Prime Minister Modi ji came to MIT. That was of course not MIT World Peace University, our institution program, but what a good fortune. And today is a great day, my dear friends. Last 3 days, such a wonderfully, Dr. Chitnis, Professor Milind Pandey, Professor Chakradev, all other team members of MIT World Peace University and ADT University, they worked so hard for the accomplishment of this very 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. I'm just sharing a little my sentiments because Dr. Chitnis just now shared his mind beautifully about overall conduct of last 3 days. But Governor साहब बहुत अच्छा 3 दिन तक जिस तरीके से लगातार एंगेजमेंट रही, बहुत अलग अलग लोगों ने अपने अपने तरीके से ये पार्लियामेंट हम जब भी आयोजित करते तो कम से कम 4-6 महीना जाता है. बट पता नहीं आदरणीय कराड़ सर के मन में ये विचार, वो बोले राहुल ये हमें ये करना है और 40 दिन में इतनी सारी डिग्निटरीज और पूरे भारत के सभी लोग इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किए. कैसे आयोजन हुआ हमें भी पता नहीं. प्रोफेसर मंगेश, माई सेल्फ, वी वर वरीड कि ये कैसे होगा और ये इसका पूरा इतना कम समय में लोग कैसे इसको रिस्पॉन्स करेंगे. बट एक बहुत अच्छा एक मैं कहूँगा कि नॉलेज क्रिएशन थ्रू दिस वेरी एक्सरसाइज ऑफ वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट ऑफ साइंस, रिलीजन एंड फिलोसॉफी for the betterment of the student community, we could accomplish this today, and we have a great satisfaction. Yesterday, Bhagat Singh Koshiyari Sahab was here, और उन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छा भाषण दिया. बाकी भी काफ़ी सारी लोगों ने अलग अलग तरीके से भाषण किया. मैं अभी एक इंट्रोडक्टरी के नाते यहाँ पे खड़ा हूँ, बहुत लंबी बात नहीं करूँगा, 2-3-4 मिनट में मेरी बात ख़त्म करूँगा. लेकिन गवर्नर साहब यहाँ होने के नाते, जो ऐसी व्यक्ति मेरे लिए वो मेरे हृदय से कहिए या एक इमोशनल फीलिंग है. मेरे पिताजी के मतलब आदरणीय कराड़ सर के तो बहुत वो नज़दीक है, बट मैं भी सर आपको एक अलग तरीके से, बिकॉज राजनीति का प्रशिक्षण देने का पहला संस्था 2005 में MIT स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट के माध्यम से शुरू किया. और बहुत भारत में आज के डेट में बहुत कम लोग इस तरीके से राजनीति में है. काफ़ी सारे अच्छे लोग हैं और हम इसी बात को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं कि पढ़े लिखे लोगों ने राजनीति में आना चाहिए, अच्छे लोगों ने राजनीति में आना चाहिए और हमारा डेमोक्रेसी का पूरा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होना चाहिए. तो मैं सर आपको एक राजनीति का आध्यात्मिकरण इस विषय के ऊपर भी थोड़ा बहुत हम काम कर रहे हैं। तो वेन एवर आई लुक एट यू, आई सी दैट रिफ्लेक्शन, दैट एनर्जी, दैट इंस्पिरेशन, एंड यू नो दैट, एंड वी ऑल गेट फॉस्टर, द फैटर्निटी गेट फॉस्टर वेन एवर दे लुक एट यू। कोई गेस्ट आता है तो उसकी तारीफ करना स्वाभाविक है, अपना अतिथि देवो भव। बट मैं सभी स्टूडेंट्स को अपील करूंगा कि अगर आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब का अगर आपने थोड़ा सा चरित्र देखा, बैकग्राउंड देखा, और मैं कई बार मेरी ये कोशिश रहती है कि कोई व्यक्ति किसी मकाम पे पहुंचती है तो मैं उसके पोजीशन में जाके वो वहाँ तक किस तरीके से लैडर वो पार करके वहाँ तक पहुँचा, इसका मैं थोड़ा सा मैं एक वो महसूस करने की कोशिश करता हूँ, और तब जाके व्यक्ति की गहराई बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझ में आती है। ऐसा मेरा खुद का एक अनुभव रहा है। आरिफ मोहम्मद साहब, आप 3, 4, 5 बार पता नहीं कितनी बार इस संस्था को गवर्नर के रूप में भी, उससे पहले भी आप आए हैं, और आपके जैसी व्यक्ति शायद भारत में इतने सारे गवर्नर्स होंगे, बट आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब की एक ऐसी खासियत है कि इतनी सारी पब्लिक एंगेजमेंट्स, हो सकता है कि मैं वेंकैया जी को भी मैं परसों मिला, ऑनरेबल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट साहब को, और उनको भी मैं वही बात बोला, शायद आप दोनों ऐसे लोग होंगे भारत में कि आपका जो प्रोटोकॉल है उसके बियॉन्ड जाके शायद बार बार एक राज्य में हो, बाकी राज्यों में है, तो आपका संबोधन, क्योंकि वो जो एक मैं उनको एक भूख देखता हूँ कि लोगों से बात करने की भूख, और इन सब पोजीशंस में मुझे लगता है ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। और ऐसे लीडर्स अगर हमारे देश को आने वाले समय में अगर हम तैयार कर पाए तो बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि हो सकती है। और विश्व शांति की जो बात, इस विश्व शांति के गुम्मत में से हम जो प्रमोट करने की आदरणीय कराड़ सर ने ये जो पहल यहाँ पे की है, एक जो लैबोरेटरी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड पीस यहाँ पे खड़ी की है, तो मुझे लगता है कि सही मायने में हम इसमें आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। मैं बाकी काफ़ी सारे सर विषयों के ऊपर मैं अभी काम कर रहा हूँ, एजुकेशन और सोसाइटल प्रॉब्लम्स, रूरल इमोशनल प्रोग्राम्स, होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट का स्कूल एडीटी में है। ये सभी विषय ये संस्था क्यों बोलती है, कई बार हमें लगता है कि इसका क्या लेना देना है। मुझे परसों कोई एक दूसरे हमारे मित्र थे AICT के, वो बोले कि स्टूडेंट्स ने कॉलेज में आना क्यों है, उनका क्या मकसद है। आज मोबाइल के माध्यम से, टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से 2 स्ट्रोक 4 स्ट्रोक इंजन हो या टर्बो इंजन हो, हम बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से आपके टीचर्स से भी ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझ सकते हैं। फिर हमें कॉलेज क्यों आना है, ऑनलाइन का इतना बड़ा भंडार है। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की बात कल रितेश्वर जी ने भी बोली, बाकी भी लोगों ने बोली, और आप जानते हैं कि लाइफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, तो MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी जो आदरणीय कराड़ सर ने, स्वामी विवेकानंद का जो सपना, यूनिफिकेशन ऑफ साइंस एंड स्पिरिचुअलिटी, उन्होंने सपना देखा, उन्होंने एक विचार रखा, और उस विचार का वो मेरे पिताजी है या संस्था के प्रमुख है इसलिए नहीं कह रहा हूँ, बट प्रत्यक्ष रूप से कल कई लोगों ने इसके बारे में उनकी भावना यहाँ व्यक्त की कि एक इस तरीके का एक्चुअल कंसेप्ट जमीन पे उतारना, एकता की बात तो हम सब करते, तो ये अपने आप में मुझे लगता है एक यूनिक तरीके से हमारे लिए एक बहुत अच्छा फाउंडेशन आने वाले जनरेशन्स के लिए 200, 400, 500 साल के लिए, इस पूना के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के लिए नहीं, बट पूरे विश्व के लिए यहाँ पे बना है। ऐसा मैं यहाँ पे मेरे भावना व्यक्त करता हूँ। मैं आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब, मैं काफ़ी सारी अपेक्षाएं बीच में मैंने आपसे बोली है। मैं ये एक वर्ल्ड पीस का जो सिलेबस हमारी संस्था के माध्यम से जो यहाँ पे हमने प्रमोट किया है, हमारे एक्चुअल सिलेबस में 10 से 12 क्रेडिट, इंटर रिलीजियस इंटरफेथ डायलॉग की बात हो, कंपैरेटिव स्टडी ऑफ द रिलीजन्स की बात हो, ये सब कुछ चीज़ें हम इसमें पढ़ाने की कोशिश करते हैं, और 12 क्रेडिट हमारे संस्था में हमने इम्बाइब किए हैं। मैंने कल माननीय महामहिम गवर्नर साहब को भी, यहाँ पे कोशियारी जी को भी मैंने ये किया, ये पूरा सिलेबस बहुत विस्तृत तरीके से शांति से बैठ के आदरणीय कराड़ सर ने पिछले 30-40 साल में उनके चिंतन से बनाया, और थोड़ा बहुत हमारे बाकी सब टीम ने उस विषय को आकार देने की हमने कोशिश की है। बट ये बहुत बड़ा विजन है सर, और हमारी विनती है कि आने वाले समय में अगर विश्व शांति की बात हम करते, तो अगर ये मुझे लगता है कि ये जो एफर्ट हो रहा है ये बहुत सुंदर और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण एफर्ट है, जिससे चर्निंग होता है, संगोष्ठी होती है, एक साथ लोग आते हैं, चर्चा करते हैं, उसमें से प्रतिभा बनती है। बट एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड एफर्ट हमारी सिस्टम में, एजुकेशन, 1 मिनट संबोध, स्ट्रक्चर्ड एफर्ट हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम में होना ज़रूरी है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। और उसके लिए नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने भी कुछ योगदान अभी किया है, बट मैं समझता हूँ कि ये सिलेबस में पूरा इसका बहुत बड़ा ये है सर। आई एम गोइंग टू सेंड इट टू योर गवर्नर्स ऑफिस ऑल्सो। और आपने केरला में एक कम्युनिकेशन भेजा कि दौरी कोई भी यहाँ पे दहेज नहीं लेगा पूरे बच्चों को, तो पूरे केरला में और पूरे भारत में उसका मैसेज था। तो उसी तरीके से मैं समझता हूँ, और ऐसे काफ़ी सारे क्रांतिकारी निर्णय आपने आपके लाइफ टाइम में लिए हैं सर, और ये भी एक बहुत क्रांतिकारी निर्णय हो सकता है। यू बीइंग अ पॉलिसी मेकर, यू बीइंग अ चांसलर ऑफ द सो मेनी गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस, कल कोशियारी जी ने भी इसके बारे में एक भावना व्यक्त की। मैं आपसे भी ये विनती करता हूँ, तो सही मायने में इस जो विश्व शांति के गुम्मत का पर्पज़ ये हम मुझे लगता है कि ये कंप्लीट कर पाएंगे। इसके लिए मैं आदरणीय कराड़ सर को विनती करूंगा कि ये आप ये जो पर्टिकुलर पीस का सिलेबस है ये आप आदरणीय महामहिम गवर्नर साहब के हाथ में दे दे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, Shri Rahul Karat sir. And now it's a beautiful moment in which revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir is handing over the syllabus for world peace to His Excellency Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Muhammad Khan sahab. Thank you very much for that. And now we have with us the Chairman of Organizing Committee of World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, Padma Bhushan and Chancellor of Nalanda University, father of Param Supercomputer and Chairman of National Steering Committee of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and former Chairman of Board of Governors, IIT New Delhi. Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir.
Friends, once again a great moment in the history of this conference, which we call very boldly, very bravely, thanks to the nomenclature that has been given to this conference, which we call World Parliament. We are aware of one World Parliament, 1893, the Parliament of Religions of the world. And that made great impact on the thought, on the tribers of different parts, multi-religious world of 7 billion people, not at that time. This World Parliament, 8th edition, as it evolved over the years, has been called World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Honorable Sir, bringing these three streams of human thoughts has been a very bold attempt indeed. Last 4 days is the 4th day. So many diverse thoughts, so many diverse opinions have come together and thrown new light on new challenges the entire humanity faces. It was the desire of my dear elder brother, guide, philosopher, that we must bring this thing together to throw an integrated look on human thought. And we have seen this. Honorable Governor of Kerala, who was here, who visited this magnificent dome and addressed many conferences, many thoughts, and enlightened us. Sir, I was in Kerala for 7 years and in several years. It is there. The electronics revolution was actually sparked off. From there began what was to change the face of India as a superpower in computing, in electronics, and India was not to be the same again. I was just there for Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, and I was wondering how this communist state essentially is taking lead, not lead, taking leap in several cutting edge of technologies. And that is possible, that was possible, and that was made possible, where not a single industry could be grown. I don't want to speak on that. I want to just say very briefly that this World Parliament, as I said at the beginning of this Parliament, that this is the Parliament of the world, where since out the world, 7 billion people, mostly in democracies, are making a choice for the future of their people. And we must take an integrated look. We must take the holistic look, and we should not take a fragmented look in terms of sciences, in terms of its religions, and in terms of its various philosophies. It is this dimension, it is this integrated dimension, it is this holistic dimension that should govern the people of the world. It has been a great experience to all the people who witnessed, who participated in this conference, in this parliament. I'm sure we'll go back from here more enlightened, more educated, and throw new dimension, create new dimension to the reality, so that world will be a better place, and we will transform this world into a peaceful world, hopefully for the benefit of entire humanity. I'm very happy, sir. I'm very happy, Professor Karad, sir, that this dimension has never been brought in this form ever. And we are trying to impart that dimension here. Once again, it has been a very enlightening experience. I congratulate, I greet, for all the people who address this parliament and throw new light on how the future humanity should be. So thank you again, once again. Thank you so much for giving a wonderful dimension.
Thank you very much, Chairman sir. We are really blessed to have Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar sir as the Chairman of Organizing Committee of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Thank you very much for your thoughts. We now have with us the UNESCO Chair Professor of Banaras Hindu University and Global Fellow of Peace Research Institute, Oslo, from Varanasi. The special guest of honor of this session, Honorable Professor Dr. Priyanka Upadhyayji. But before I invite him to address the gathering, may I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Professor Priyanka Upadhyay holds the UNESCO Chair for Peace and the Intercultural Understanding at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He also heads the Malivia Center for Peace Research Institute in the university. Professor Upadhyay holds the Masters in Philosophy and Doctor in Philosophy degree of Jawaharlal Nehru University. He also holds an Advanced International Diploma in Conflict Resolution from Uppsala University, Sweden. Having over 36 years of experience in teaching, Professor Upadhyay has supervised over 20 doctoral and postdoctoral researchers. Professor Upadhyay has received 2014 ICCR Chair, Dublin City University, Ireland, 2014 University Desk Researcher, 2019 Senior Fellow, International Peace Research Institute, Oslo, and many more such honors and awards. We are honored to have Priyanka Upadhyay here at it.
Thank you very much for that film. Please welcome with a round of applause, Honorable Professor Dr. Priyanka Upadhyayji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I just looked at these wonderful visuals and I was very tempted to take them back to my own city, my own university. They're so beautifully made. His Excellency, Honorable Shri Arif Muhammad Khan, the Governor of State of Kerala, and most revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath, the Karat, the senior most UNESCO Chair for Peace in this country now, and perhaps the most illustrious one. Dr. R.M. Chitnis, the Vice Chancellor, MIT World Peace University. Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkarji, whom we heard, Chancellor of Nalanda University and an eminent scientist in his own right. And most dynamic, Mr. Rahul V. Karat, whom I heard and I was congratulating him for his dynamic speech. He's Executive President of MIT World Peace University. Dr. Mangesh T. Karat, Executive President, MIT ADT. Dr. Rahul Solapurkar, the film actor, celebrity, writer, and a creative person, and Professor Swati Karat. This is a little list I made. If I'm missing somebody, my apologies. And not to miss, very honored, a great friend, Professor Pathan, who is responsible for my being here. His very sharp and emotional insistence in Delhi UNESCO Chair meet brought me here. Thank you very much, sir. And my pranam. For me, it's a blissful moment. It's a dream come true. Since I joined this UNESCO chair way back in 2010, and my chair is incidentally UNESCO Chair for Peace and Intercultural Understanding, I always used to admire from a distance the revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat and the way he has built up an institution. Sometimes I will tell my colleagues, look, I'm a small fly. Look at this man. I can never reach even one point of his achievement. So this is a blissful moment that I am in his institution, in his creation. And of course, I have brought blessings from the Kashi Vishwanath, to the city of Professor Dr. Vishwanath. So there is a Vishwanath link, and somehow I feel that I'm not here perchance. Maybe you might be hearing about the imprint or somehow the Banaras Hindu University that I belong to. I have been there past 40 years plus, and this institution having more organic and dynamic links. Now, there is also a very special feeling that I had. And the feeling is that when at Banaras Hindu University, we think about Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, the great educationist, the person who created an institution, and of his absolutely immense, enormous achievements to conceive at that point of time during the British era, a university which brings the best from East and the West. He was many science departments like metallurgy, chemical engineering were first time introduced in Banaras Hindu University. At the same time, a very special focus on Oriental studies, Sanskrit studies, and Vedic studies, East and West coming together. And more significantly, value education. You know, one of the first posters or epithet that we see on our Vice Chancellor's house is that the university is not a production place of, and this is especially for my young friends, I should have also welcomed you here, that university and education is not simply to get job or professional, job-oriented education, but university and education is a place where you learn values to how to become better citizens and better global citizens. And these values I find, if I find in anybody at this time in this country, I find in my most honorable and revered Guru, Professor Vishwanath Karat. I mean, he had no reasons to name this university as World Peace University. In frustration, and I'm, I think, one of the oldest peace researchers in this country. I mean, globally, I'm acknowledged as that for good or bad reasons. And I'll tell you, peace does not sell. Violence, security, military studies, they have takers all over. But peace doesn't sell. And despite that, he realized that peace has to be brought at a center stage. Peace has to charge all that we know. And what kind of peace? Not simply disarmament in nuclear weapons, although they are also important, but inter-religious peace. That's the clue. Today, if you look at the world, especially the post-clash of civilization world, suddenly the United Nations and all institutions have become very conscious of inter-religious dialogue. But it was a part of our great Indic religion, in Hinduism, in Buddhism, in Jainism, in all religions. And this is the spirit that Professor Vishwanath Karad saw it coming, and before anything, he created an institution to display that. When I look around, my eyes were wet, because this is the dream come true. In a single peace dome, you find Christ, you find Buddhism, you find everybody. And why not? When I was, incidentally, I was just discussing, the UNESCO Paris has asked me to write a volume, a global volume on inter-religious dialogue, good practices and challenges. Suddenly, religion is not a taboo for international organizations. And I was doing my research in all discourses and literature across East, West, North, South. There is one acknowledgement that the inter-religious dialogue begin with Vivekananda, Swami Vivekananda's famous Chicago speech, 1893. And that day, before that, nobody knew him. Nobody knew India that sense. But he brought all religions together. So he is seen as the protagonist of inter-religious dialogue in the modern sense. I mean, of course, somebody may say that, well, our Veda, our Upanishad, the Buddhist treatise, they're all full of these things, no denying, but to brought it center stage. And today, while we were pulling that rope for the peace, bell, I was taught that in September 1893, after Vivekananda Swamiji spoke, 10 bells were rung for 10 different religions. And that was the first time in the human history that all religions, they came together. So, and he has been I wouldn't say a soul warrior, but I think he jumped into the fray and created an institution. And I will tell my young friends here that for God's sake, never think values to be extracurricular. Peace is most pragmatic. Peace is the way to live. There is a very famous theologian, in academic discourse, he's highly quoted, and he would say, there'll be no peace in the world until there is peace within the religion or among the religion. And there'll be no peace in religion unless there is a dialogue. So the dialogue, the inter-religious dialogue, in the West, Abrahamic religions call it interfaith dialogue, is the flavor. Take it or leave it. This is the way we have to live. And peace, I always insist, is pragmatic. There is so much to learn, so much to share. I got swayed away. I don't know if I have time enough, but maybe in just a couple of minutes, let me finish by saying that the message, sir, you have disseminated through these institutions, through your initiative, is finally finding a site. The UGC has very lately accepted one of the recommendations of, and this is one of the recommendations of new education policy, to have a course for all students across disciplines on global citizenship education. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the flavor of this particular ethos, and our Prime Minister has been saying these things, and India is gearing itself to prepare to declare Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam as a United Nations Special Day. So much to learn, so much to share. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Priyanka Upadhyay. Thank you very much for your thoughts. We now have with us the special guest of honor, a famous Marathi film actor and writer, Shri Rahul Solapurkar ji. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Rahul Solapurkar ji.
educated from Kundan Marathi School and SP College, Mr. Solapurkar won 3 inter-school drama competitions in a row. He also received 5 various prizes in inter-school oratory competition. In 1979, Mr. Solapurkar received Best Cadet of the Navy from NCC along with over 9 gold medals from then Prime Minister Morarji Bhai Desai. During the same period, he stood first with total 65 oratory and storytelling awards, working over in 22 amateur plays, 25 commercial dramas, 106 Marathi films, along with 5 Hindi films, 31 Marathi serials, along with his extremely popular role, Rajashri Shahu Maharaj. Working in television, serials, and plays, Mr. Solapurkar has 40 years of experience of the stage. We are honored to have Mr. Rahul Solapurkar here.
Samam Patu Saraswati Bhagavati. MIT World Peace University's 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. मंच पर उपस्थित आज के परम विशेष अतिथि आदरणीय केरल के राज्यपाल महोदय आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब, विशेष अतिथि प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर प्रियंका उपाध्याय, मेरे आदरणीय गुरु डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, डॉक्टर विजय भटकर, आदरणीय करबे गुरुजी जी, डॉक्टर राहुल कराड़, डॉक्टर मंगेश कराड़, स्वाति मैडम, बाकी सभी धर्मों के पंथों के प्रतिनिधि, सम्मान्यगण और सभी महानुभावों को सादर प्रणाम। यहां पर खड़ा हुआ और 40 साल पीछे चला गया मेरा मन। मैं कॉलेज की पहली साल में था और उस वक्त आदरणीय कराड़ सर ने विवेकानंद जी की जयंती पर पूना में एक बहुत बड़ी रैली का आयोजन किया था और सौभाग्य से उसमें विवेकानंद के वेशभूषा में खड़ा रहने का सौभाग्य उस वक्त मुझे मिला 1980 में। आज ये पार्लियामेंट हो रहा है, तभी सर ने कहा था कि मैं उसी वेशभूषा में यहां उपस्थित हूं, लेकिन मैंने सोचा कि मैं इतना महान नहीं हूं, मैं किरदार निभाने वाला आदमी हूं, तो उससे अच्छा कि ध्यान किसी और तरफ जाए, ये मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात होगी। और उसी तरफ मैं ध्यान खींचना चाहूंगा लोगों का आज, क्योंकि मैं जब अंदर आ रहा थे हम सब, मैंने देखा वहां पर आइंस्टाइन जी का पुतला है, यहां पर स्वामी जी है, मेरे बाजू में महाराज जी बैठे हैं। अभी उपाध्याय जी ने 1893 के शिकागो की धर्म परिषद की बात छेड़ी। सभी को मालूम है विवेकानंद जी ने वहां पर क्या कहा, कैसे मन जीता, लेकिन उसके पहले एक छोटी घटना हुई थी। जैसे उपाध्याय जी ने कहा, सही है कि 100-150 साल पहले ना हिंदू धर्म की किसी को महती वहां पर मालूम थी, ना कुछ और था, ना केसरिया रंग भी मालूम था। और हम सभी जानते हैं विवेकानंद जी वो केसरिया रंग की लुंगी, उसके ऊपर एक शॉल जैसा पहना हुआ, बछड़ा पहने, लकड़ी की चप्पल और हाथ में वेदांत की पुस्तकें लेकर अंदर आ रहे थे, और उनके पीछे से दूसरे एक धर्म के 2 प्रतिनिधि पति पत्नी थे, वो भी जा रहे थे। तो उन्होंने कभी देखा नहीं था कि ऐसे कोई कपड़े सिर्फ अपने लपेटे हुए ऐसा आदमी आ सकता है, बटन नहीं है, कुछ चेन नहीं है, कुछ उसको एक सिलाई नहीं है दर्जी की ऐसे। तो वो पत्नी अपने पति को बोलती है कि सी हाउ दैट जेंटलमैन लुक्स वेरी शैबी इन दिस ड्रेस, और उस पति ने आंसर किया कि यू आर कॉलिंग हिम जेंटलमैन, आई डोंट थिंक पीपल वेयर दीज टाइप ऑफ ड्रेस आर जेंटलमैन। अंग्रेजी अच्छी आती थी, इसलिए स्वामी जी झट से पीछे मुड़े और उन्होंने कहा, I am from the country where characters decides the gentleman, not the tailor. दर्जी नहीं बताता, हमारी व्यक्तित्व उस आदमी का बताता है कि वो क्या है। आगे चलकर उन्होंने उस धर्म परिषद को संबोधित किया और किस तरह से दुनिया के लोगों का मन जीता, उस बात पर मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। जब वो जा रहे थे तो उसी बोट में भारत के एक बहुत बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट उन्हें मिले। तो उन्होंने पूछा कि आप कहां जा रहे हैं? मैं तो शिकागो जा रहा हूं धर्म परिषद। तो उन्होंने कहा मैं भी शिकागो ही जा रहा हूं क्योंकि वहां पर एक बहुत बड़ी प्रदर्शनी हो रही है और उसमें भी नए नए कुछ उपकरण आएंगे, उनको लेकर मेरा बिजनेस इंडिया में बढ़ाना चाहता हूं, इसलिए मैं वो देखने जा रहा हूं। जब स्वामी जी पहुंचे तब पता चला कि धर्म परिषद 3 महीने बाद है, उन्हें पता भी नहीं था कब है। तो अब क्या करने का, वक्त तो गुजारना है। तो उन्होंने सोचा कि उस इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट ने बताया था कि यहां पर कुछ प्रदर्शनी है, वैज्ञानिक उपकरण अलग अलग, तो क्यों ना वो देखने में चला जाऊं। और वो वहां पर गए, प्रदर्शनी हर रोज देखते थे। हुआ ये कि एक जगह पे एक पीछे उनके आदमी खड़ा था, उसे ऐसा लगा कि ये जो केसरिया रंग में आदमी खड़ा है और जो देख रहा है और वो इन्वेंटर से कुछ बात कर रहा है, शायद उसे विज्ञान का पता नहीं है लेकिन फिलॉसफी उसको पता है अच्छी तरह से, और इसलिए वो जो सवाल पूछ रहा है वो बहुत अहम है। और उसने अपनी डायरी निकाली और नोट्स लेना शुरू किया। 6 दिन तक ये सिलसिला चलता रहा कि वो हर रोज वो प्रदर्शनी के बाहर राह देखता था और जैसे ही स्वामी जी आते थे उनके पीछे से अंदर जाता था और जहां भी स्वामी जी जो भी पूछे वो अपने डायरी में लिख के लेता था। बाद में उसने 2-3 स्वामी जी के भाषण सुने, उसके बाद स्वामी जी का पता नहीं चला और उसने छोड़ दिया वो। 1896 में स्वामी जी यूरोप पर गए थे और यूरोप में जब गए तो वहां पे एक बहुत अलग घटना हुई। सारा बेनहर्ट नाम की एक फ्रांस की एक्ट्रेस थी, उसने इजियल नाम का एक नाटक बिठाया था जो गौतम बुद्ध की और जीवन में सब व्यर्थ है, निरर्थक है, इस विषय पर आधारित था। और किसी ने बोला तो स्वामी जी बोले इतना अच्छा नाटक है तो मैं भी देखने जाता हूं। स्वामी जी नाटक देखने गए और जैसे ही श्रोतागणों में स्वामी जी को देखा, सारा बेनहर्ट अच्छी तरह से उन्हें पहचानती थी, उसने जाके उन्हें संदेशा भेजा कि स्वामी जी नाटक के बाद अंदर आना, मेरे एक दोस्त को मैं आपसे मिलवाना चाहती हूं। स्वामी जी अंदर गए नाटक के बाद। अंदर जाने के बाद उस दोस्त को उन्होंने मिलाया और उस दोस्त ने एक डायरी निकाली और उनके सामने रखी, वो सारा बेनहर्ट के। स्वामी जी पढ़ने लगे तो उन्हें पता चला कि ये तो 1893 में जब मैं वहां पर इंडस्ट्रियल प्रदर्शनी में गया था तब मैंने पूछे ये सवाल है, उसकी नोट्स ली है उसमें। तो उन्होंने पूछा ये आपके पास, तो बोले मैं 6 दिन आपके पीछे पीछे चलता रहा और ये सारी नोट्स ले ली। उसके बाद मैंने वेदांत का अभ्यास किया और मुझे ऐसे पता चला कि हमारे यहाँ पर साइंस में जो टर्म्स अलग अलग यूज होती है, जिसे हम कहते हैं एनर्जी, मैटर, टाइम, उससे ज्यादा प्राण, आकाश और कल्पाज, ये कल्प टाइम के जगह जो हमारे यहाँ वेदांत में यूज होता है, यह और बड़ी है व्याख्या। तो क्यों ना मैं इन्हीं को ही यूज करूं अपने साइंस के नई नई इन्वेंशंस में। और आगे चलकर उसने जितने भी साइंस के इन्वेंशंस किए उसमें ना कहीं उसने यूज मैटर का किया, ना एनर्जी का किया, ना टाइम का किया। हर जगह पुस्तक में उसने सिर्फ लिखा है प्राण, आकाश तत्व और कल्पाज। और उस आदमी का नाम था निकोला टेस्ला, वन ऑफ द ग्रेटेस्ट साइंटिस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। 2012 में जब सार्धशती हुई तब एक बुक निकला निकोला टेस्ला और स्वामी जी की गहरी दोस्ती पर, उनके सारे खत और बाकी सारी चीजें। और उसमें उसने लिखा है कि गणितीय पद्धति से फोर्स और मटेरियल, इन दोनों को मैं अगर एक ही व्याख्या में बताना चाहता हूं तो मैं उसके लिए नाम दूंगा चेतना। ये निकोला टेस्ला ने लिखा है। इसलिए मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि ये 8वीं वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट है डेडिकेटेड फॉर साइंस, रिलीजन एंड फिलॉसफी। 8 का मतलब हमारी धर्म में और है। ये डोम में हम खड़े हैं, जागतिक प्रसिद्ध है इसे। अगर इसके सेंटर से हम 8 लाइनें लेंगे और उसको हम पूरी तरह से देखेंगे तो हम कहते हैं 8 का मतलब है अष्ट दिशा। अष्ट दिशा होता है, अष्ट सिद्धि होती है, अष्टावक्र मुनि जी हमारे संस्कृति में है। तो ऐसी जगह पर ये एक नया परिमाण दुनिया के लिए लेकर आज आदरणीय कराड़ सर और आप सब लोग यहां पर खड़े हैं। मुझे सिर्फ एक बात पर ध्यान देना है। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का महानिर्वाण 1902 में हुआ और जिसका जिक्र शुरू में हुआ अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन का सुप्रसिद्ध संशोधन वो 1906 में आया था, E = mc²। लेकिन अगर ये पुस्तक आप पढ़ोगे तो उसके प्रीफेस में उसने लिखा है कि इसके लिए जितने भी अच्छे अच्छे रेफरेंस मैंने लिए, उसमें सबसे अच्छा रेफरेंस मुझे मिला, वो मिला निकोला टेस्ला की बुक से। और निकोला टेस्ला की बुक की प्रीफेस अपर पढ़ुए तो निकोला टेस्ला ने बताया है कि ये सारा स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के तत्वज्ञान पर आधारित है। तो विज्ञान और अध्यात्म हाथ में हाथ लेकर अगर आगे जाए तो पश्चिम का विज्ञान और भारत का अध्यात्म, इन दोनों को लेकर दुनिया में एक नई क्रांति पैदा हो सकती है, ये स्वामी जी का कहना था। और उसी को लेकर आज आदरणीय कराड़ सर भी उसी दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं। ये दुनिया भर में प्रसिद्ध डोम में मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहने के लिए आया था कि स्वामी जी का वो तत्वज्ञान लेकर अगर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे तो पूरी दुनिया के लिए विश्व गुरु के माध्यम से काम करने का भारत का सपना जल्द ही साकार होगा। और आप सभी जो भी यहाँ पर यंग ब्रिगेड उपस्थित है वो उसके हकदार होंगे, उसी के लिए काम करेंगे। इसी आशा के साथ मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Shri Rahul Solapurkar ji. Thank you very much for your thoughts, very beautifully articulated message that you gave all of us in this valedictory session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Thank you very much, sir. My friends, in this session, many stalwarts were really willing to join, but of course, because of the pandemic and still some of the travel restrictions, many of them could not make to visit to India a possibility. But we have with us many scholars from United States of America. We have right now with us Honorable Shri Ashok Joshi ji, the founder of Macrolane LLC from Salt Lake City, United States. And he would be introducing us to some of the scholars, some of the thinkers from United States. I hope he's able to hear us. Shri Ashok Joshi ji, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Over to you.
Yes, so thank you for this opportunity from this American delegation. What I'm going to say is really brief because I don't want to take that much time. I have 3 corporate leaders, spiritual leaders, as well as philanthropists. These are big corporate leaders who are going to speak. They were here in visiting a dome last month. So before I can introduce them, go for hours together. But why don't I hand over to them to speak about their visit to Dome as well as about Dr. Karad. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you, Ashok. Such an honor for me to be here. We're overwhelmed with gratitude and humility to share our thoughts and observations of our friend and associate, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, at this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. We celebrate a man who, like many of us, began his life under humble circumstances, yet one who never forgot his rural roots, his Warkari family, or his teachings of his Guruji. I wanted to understand in a personal way what set him apart from other leaders, what unique values, beliefs, visions, sacrifice lifted this self-made man, a great teacher and a leader, to such prominence. 4 years ago, I had the unique opportunity to meet Dr. Karad, spending a full day with him privately at the very center of his life there in Pune, India. I was able to grasp the true significance of this man. Dr. Karad was so proud to not only show the grandeur of this World Peace University, but the meaning behind each building and college. I observed that his humility did not diminish his excitement, love, and passion as he described the purpose and mission of each college. He took time to eloquently share his vision with me of MIT World Peace University as a global force of unity. I began to understand why philosophy, religion, and science were indeed harmonistic and congenial. I began to see a man who for over 40 years has committed his life to building these harmonies into a value-driven education for millions in India. While mechanical engineering is his educational background, his love of agriculture has never left him. Dr. Karad is a great believer in the power of the liberal arts and its significant importance in his harmony approach to life. Kalan Karan once said, "Music is the language of the spirit. It opens the secret of life, bringing peace and abolishing strife." Once again, Dr. Karad shows his profound sense of harmony, and unlike many ordinary educators who consider liberal arts a second-class citizen in their classrooms. For the past 12 years, I have traveled to India for business and humanitarian work. I can attest that until meeting Dr. Karad and his son Rahul, I have never realized there was a global vision of this magnitude centered on differing world religions, philosophy, and science. How does one even comprehend the impact of one's teachings, such as Dr. Karad? He embodies the very philosophers, scientists, and religious leaders he so honors at the World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. In October 2019, I was invited by Dr. Karad to address the 5th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy. My topic was religion and religious scriptures of the world as true life-guiding scriptures. What an honor for me. As a business leader from the United States, a Christian, and a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I truly felt part of a global family of like-minded believers. Under this dome, Muslims, Hindus, Christians, Hebrews, and many other religions and faith were there to commune one with another, mingle, and share beliefs and knowledge. At the center of it all was Dr. Karad and his son Rahul, selflessly recognizing guests and presenting gifts and acknowledgments. I'm honored to know Dr. Karad and express my humble thanks to him and his son Rahul for their inspired vision and untiring belief that the union of science and spirituality alone will bring peace to mankind. Thank you, Dr. Karad. Thank you, Rahul. We'll see you soon.
Brian, you want to go ahead and speak? King is not available right now.
Yes, I'm glad to. And if King is not able to join, maybe Ron can read King's comments after mine.
Okay, you do.
Okay. Well, greetings, everyone. It was so wonderful to be with Dr. Karad and his son Rahul last month in the Peace Dome. For me, it was the first time to visit you, and it was amazing. I just have to say there's nothing like it in the world, and the potential for its impact is not just potential, but it's real. It impacted me, and as Ron said, deeply impacted us to be welcomed so warmly to such an auspicious location. So as a social scientist, a business corporate trainer, and a member of the Roman Catholic Church, I would like to express my deep and great admiration for Dr. Karad and his successful work in making India inclusive of everyone. While his focus is on science, religion, and philosophy, mine is on the impact that freedom of religion or belief has on the economy. And the work Dr. Karad has done to expand freedom of thought and religion has tremendous economic dividends. I'll give an example from the United States where we've done a national study where we found that such freedom allows religions of all sorts in our country to contribute $1.2 trillion to our national economy every year. That's the equivalent of American religion being the world's 15th largest national economy, putting it ahead of 180 other countries. Religion is worth more than the annual revenues of the world's top 10 tech companies, including Apple, Amazon, and Google. And it's also more than 50% larger than the annual revenues of America's 6 largest oil and gas companies. So you might say that that represents a lot of spiritually inspired fuel being pumped into the US economy. When I recently visited with Dr. Karad and his son Rahul in Pune, we signed an agreement to do a similar study on the impact of religion, of all religions, on the Indian economy. Imagine just the positive and measurable impact of the MIT World Peace University on your economy. This includes all the jobs provided by the university and its other institutions to faculty and staff, but so much more. Imagine the socioeconomic impact of the tens of thousands of graduates who are filling the ranks of cutting-edge industries and scientific endeavors and workplaces across India. I'm thrilled to be collaborating on this study with the university. We can all feel the spiritual impact that Dr. Karad has made, and it will be thrilling to see how this spiritual impact directly results in the socioeconomic impact that not only blesses India, but also blesses the entire world. God bless you all.
Thank you, Brian. Ashok, would you like me to deliver King's message?
A King's message, King is joining in 1 second.
Great.
He's there. Actually, he is joining right now, as you can see. King, are you there? Hello, King.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
there he
we
is.
can. Hello, King.
Yes, just a minute, I'm joining right now. Okay, can you see me?
No.
We see your backdrop there, King. We don't see you. There we go.
Yes. Go ahead. For King, it is really 3:30 in the morning. So thank you King, for joining us.
Yeah, 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 o'clock, yeah, that's true. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, namaste, everybody. Sorry for not being ready when you needed me. But I want to also express my thanks to Dr. Karad for the opportunity we have to place the statue of Joseph Smith, who is the founder of a church. He organized the church in the year 1830, and it has become a global church to improve the lives of all those who have been blessed by the teachings of the church. I had the opportunity to spend some time with Dr. Karad a few days ago when I was in Pune. And I am so grateful for his vision and for his efforts in promoting religious and spiritual harmony with people from different faiths. Not only Dr. Karad has a harmonious vision, but his efforts are implementing what he believes in. I have no doubt that God is guiding Dr. Karad. He is a man of God. He is a saint. And I have felt that in all my time that I have spent with him. When Mahatma Gandhi was alive, he was focused on promoting harmony between the religions in India at that time. Mahatma Gandhi gave up his life for that purpose. Dr. Karad is following what Mahatma Gandhi started many years ago when he gained independence for India. We are grateful for his leadership. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that we have to work with him and support him in this cause. I am also grateful to announce today that we will be installing a statue of Dr. Karad in the World Peace Dome. Now, this may come as a surprise to him because he is not the one who is seeking for this honor. But we recognize his contribution and his life, and we would very much like to honor him by having a statue in the World Peace Dome. He has earned and deserves a place among all these scholars and scientists and saints in the World Peace Dome. So our group has commissioned this statue, which will be prepared and installed in the near future. Yeah. I did not get a chance to listen to Brian Grimm or to Ron Gunnell. If you've already spoken, but I want to echo our appreciation and our commitment in working with Dr. Karad in promoting peace and harmony through science, religion, and philosophy. I just want to express that thanks and this opportunity. Thank you.
With due permission of Chair, let me share with you that the concept which has come from abroad, the west part of United States of America, is such a wonderful that in this World Peace Dome, the Creator's statue, when he's alive, would be present. And we must give a great thunderous applaud, dear students, for this particular concept. Let's have a loud clap for this concept. And sure, we appreciate the concept and will do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashok Joshi ji. Thank you very much, Ronald Gunnell, King Hussain, and Dr. Brian Grimm. Thank you very much indeed for joining 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, all the way from United States of America at really, really odd time in the early morning at your end. We all are absolutely grateful. We have close to, I don't know, more than 1,000 people sitting in front of this stage and thousands of people online. We all are really grateful to you for your time and all the thoughts that you have shared with us. Thank you very much. Once again, a big round of applause for all four of them, all the way from United States. Thank you very much. My friends, this 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy has really been important in many aspects. The number 8 itself, Shri Rahul Solapurkar ji spoke in his address that the importance of word 8, Ashtadisha, Ashtasiddhi, and similarly, we have a person on the stage whom I'm sure we can call Ashtavadhani, a person who has many kalas, many gunas embodied in him. And today we are going to take this opportunity to bestow upon him Srimad Bhagavad Gita Bhashyakar Puraskar. And please, with your kind permission, I would like to read the citation of honor in Marathi. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Bhashyakar Puraskar Sanman Patra, Dr. Sanjay Govind Upadhyay, Kavi, Lekhak, Geetakar, Vakta, Prernaadayi Vyaktimatva. Facing that side. And now let me have the privilege to read the citation of honor. आपण आयुष्यभर करत असलेला श्रीमद भगवत गीता या महान जीवन ग्रंथाचा प्रचार, प्रसार, विवेचन आणि निरूपण आणि त्यातून समाज मनावर होत असलेला सकारात्मक परिणाम ह्यासाठी आपल्याला ह्या 8व्या विज्ञान, अध्यात्म आणि तत्वज्ञान संसदेचे औचित्य साधून श्रीमद भगवत गीता भाष्यकार हा पुरस्कार प्रदान करताना आम्हाला अत्यंत आनंद व आंतरिक समाधान प्राप्त होत आहे. श्रीमद भगवत गीता हा मूळ ग्रंथ आणि त्याची मीमांसा असलेली श्री ज्ञानेश्वरी या दोन्हीही ग्रंथश्रेष्ठींनी आपल्या मनावर विलक्षण परिणाम केलेला आहे. या दोन्हीमधून समाजाला सकारात्मक जीवनदृष्टी प्रदान करण्यासाठी खूप ज्ञान आहे हे आपल्याला आढळून आल्यामुळे आपण त्याचा अधिक अभ्यास करून त्यातील दृष्टांत लोकांसमोर मांडू लागलात. आपण स्वतः एक संवेदनशील कवी, गीतकार व लेखक आहात. आधुनिक वाल्मिकी म्हणून ओळखले जाणारे महान कवी व गीतकार स्वर्गीय ग.दी. माडगुळकर यांच्यावर आपली नितांत श्रद्धा व भक्ती असून त्यांच्यापासून प्रेरणा घेऊन आपण अनेक रचना केलेल्या आहेत. गीत रामायण सारख्या श्रेष्ठ कलाकृतीतील सौंदर्य स्थळ, त्यातील गेयता, त्यातील दृष्टांत या सर्व गोष्टींनी मोहित होऊन आपण गीत भगवद्गीताच रचनेमध्ये विषादाने भरलेल्या अर्जुनाचे वर्णन करताना आपण अतिशय सुंदर शब्दांमध्ये म्हणले आहे, युद्ध करने सिद्ध है तन, मन ही क्यों हतवीर्य है, संदेह है मन में मेरे, न शौर्य है न धैर्य है. समाजामध्ये निखळ आनंद निर्माण करणाऱ्या आणि सर्वसामान्यांमध्येही सकारात्मकतेची ऊर्जा निर्माण करणाऱ्या आपल्यासारख्या चतुरस्र आणि अष्टपैलू व्यक्तिमत्वाचा यथोचित असा गौरव आज दिनांक 5 एप्रिल 2022 रोजी केरळ राज्याचे महामहिम राज्यपाल, एक महान विद्वान श्री आरिफ मोहम्मद खान यांच्या शुभ हस्ते विश्वराजबाग पुणे येथे करताना आम्हाला अतिशय आनंद व कृतज्ञता वाटत आहे. स्वाक्षरी अध्यक्ष संयोजन समिति 8वीं विज्ञान अध्यात्म व तत्वज्ञान परिषद डॉक्टर विजय पी भटकर, स्वाक्षरी संस्थापक अध्यक्ष MIT विश्व शांति विद्यापीठ पुणे भारत प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ दा कराड. मी सर्व मान्यवरांना I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward and bestow upon Dr. Sanjay Govind Upadhyay ji Srimad Bhagavad Gita Bhashyakar Puraskar. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. It's a very, very important occasion.
नमस्कार. बहुत बहुत आभार प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड जी ने. मैं जब भगवद गीता पहली बार मराठी में लिखी उसमें 22 साल का था. मेरे नाम से भगवद गीता शुरू होती है, इसलिए बचपन से सब कह रहे थे कि ये तेरे नाम से शुरू होता है, संजय हुआ करके. और इसलिए ये सिंप्लीफाई करने के लिए म्यूज़िक के माध्यम से पहली मराठी में लिखा, गदी माडगुलकर का आदर्श सामने रखा. फिर सोचा ये पूरे भारत भर जाना चाहिए, इसलिए उसका हिंदी रूपांतर भी किया है, प्रोग्राम भी किए. लेकिन आज तक इस तरह का रिकॉग्निशन उस किताब को नहीं मिला था. 6ठी एडिशन चल रही है मार्केट में उसकी, गीता भगवद गीता की. इसलिए विश्वधर्मी प्राध्यापक विश्वनाथ कराड जी को अभिवादन करता हूँ, नमस्कार करता हूँ और नहीं भूल पाऊंगा जिंदगी भर आज का ये क्षण. धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much for your kind response. Now I would like to invite on stage for an important activity that what exactly is the takeaway of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. We have with us the Associate Dean of Faculty of Peace Studies at MIT World Peace University, Dr. Milind Patriji, who would now be sharing with us the Pune Declaration on the occasion of valedictory session of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Divine dais and awakened audience. It's a historic moment of Pune Declaration 2022. This declaration is indicative of the DNA of the very vision and mission of this Parliament. Preamble. This unique and historic 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, being conducted offline after a 2-year break due to the corona pandemic, has brought together the best of scientific and spiritual knowledge, wisdom, philosophy, and has been able to debate and how to promote the culture of peace and harmony and develop a peace-loving, holistic global society. It is said that the rule of law of any nation must run close to the rule of life of the people, and the rule of life of the people must run close to the laws of Mother Nature, because the rule of Mother Nature is the rule of cosmic Brahman, the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, the God. Today, the entire world is passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was experienced during 2 world wars. The ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine has brought the world to the brink of yet another all-pervading, devastating war. There is also another war going on, a war between good and evil, sacrifice and greed, virtues and vices, tolerance and stubbornness, religious coexistence and fundamentalism, traditional time-tested values and quick gains, and so on. The various issues involved are not only local, that is restricted to one's own country, but are global as well. Friends, it is not for the first time in the history of humanity that the subject of bringing about an improvement in life through value-based universal education for the holistic development of the mankind has been taken up for discussion, debate, and deliberation. For time to time, all the great philosophers, scholars, thinkers, scientists, visionaries, spiritual leaders, according to their own experience, vision, and ability, have perceived the requirements of the masses of the humanity for the well-being of the mankind and have come out with their own reasoned analysis. I request one and all to kindly listen very carefully now the resolutions. There are 9 resolutions to be proposed and passed by this Parliament. Resolution number 1. Today, at the end of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, we, the learned scholars, thinkers, scientists, vice chancellors, spiritual leaders, men of religion, men of spirituality, reaffirm our faith in establishing a peace-loving, holistic global society, and at the end of 3 days of in-depth deliberation, discussions, and debate, do solemnly resolve: 1. In order to usher in an era of all-round peace, every human being needs to be made of sound body and sound mind. There exist marked differences in concepts of consciousness among scientists, philosophers, religious and spiritual leaders. Such differences lead to difficulties in understanding each other and make it very difficult to approach the subject effectively. It is therefore necessary for scientists, philosophers, and religious leaders to arrive at an acceptable definition of consciousness. The human being is capable of much more powerful and much higher level of performance. It is our duty to try and elicit the neuropsychological and the neurochemical basis of this state in order to establish a state of peace and stability for the well-being of entire mankind. Resolution number 2. It is necessary to understand that all the religious scriptures of the world, like Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Holy Quran, Holy Bible, Tripitak, Agam, Guru Granth Sahib, Zend-Avesta, Torah, etc., are actually true life-guiding scriptures which teach us how to live and how not to live. And hence, it is high time that we do not confine the religious scriptures as text of rituals only, but instead for the better understanding of the essence and philosophy of all major world religions. Resolution 3. Non-duality has been explored by science, religion, and philosophy alike. It is the philosophy of science to realize the nature of the self through the universal equation Om tends to E equals mc square. Om is the first sound of the universe and is the reflection of the absolute reality explained in the universal equation E equals mc square. 4. The great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, proclaimed in 1893 that union of science and spirituality oblique religion will alone bring harmony and peace to mankind. Also, one of the greatest scientists of the world, Dr. Albert Einstein, once said that science without religion is lame and religion without science is blind. It is high time that the world today realizes the wisdom and the sentiment behind these words and reconcile both science and religion for the well-being of the entire mankind. 5. The philosopher Saint Shri DNYANESHWARA-TUKARAMA World Peace Prayer Hall, the world's largest peace dome, has emerged as a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory, which is the pathway towards establishing a culture of peace in this world. This laboratory should now become the world's meeting point for right-thinking people who will encourage the youth to participate in peace-building activities. Resolution number 6. From time immemorial, India has been the fountainhead of sound scientific knowledge as found in the ancient Vedic scriptures. The scientific laws, facts mentioned in the ancient Indian scriptures were for many years termed as religious and non-scientific. However, more and more recent studies have shown that almost all the knowledge mentioned in the Vedic scriptures is completely scientific and adhering to the laws of Mother Nature. It should be our endeavor to promote these Vedic sciences as a part of all modern sciences. Resolution number 7. It is found that there is a dire need to evolve and promote a value-based universal education system with an appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality oblique religion to minimize the chaos, confusion, violence, terrorism, bloodshed, massacre, and an atmosphere of suspicion prevailing in the world. There is a need to establish a global education management council which will promote the value-based universal education in order to establish a holistic, peace-loving global society. Resolution number 8. The great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, had predicted that India would be recognized as the knowledge corridor of the whole world and will show the pathway of peace and happiness as a Vishwaguru to the whole world in 21st century. The time has already come for this prophecy to come true, and the youth of India have to play a major role with great responsibility and set an example before the world to usher in an era of world peace. And the last resolution, the most profound and the most fundamental of this 8th World Parliament. Please listen carefully. India has a big role to play in the process of establishing peace in the world. It is our endeavor to increase India's role in the peacemaking process internationally and, where required, promote peace partnership with individuals and organizations. Particularly institutions like MIT World Peace University, MIT Art, Design and Technology University, and other institutions of repute all over the world. We, the scholars, thinkers, philosophers, academicians, scientists, vice chancellors, and all others do firmly believe that this magnificent dome, the biggest in the world and which is also the pride of the world, has come to symbolize the perfect harmony of science and spirituality to show the pathway of peace to the mankind. This philosopher Saint Shri DNYANESHWAR's Saint Shri Tukaram World Peace Dome is a stand-alone monument, the size of which cannot be compared to any other similar monuments in the entire world. Yes, needs to be clapped as well. Thank you. Last, we believe that the message of this monument is much bigger than the monument itself. Never before in the known human history have the makers of the world history, like saints, scientists, and philosophers, come together under one roof to convey the message of peace and harmony. This dome is like a round table conference where saints, scientists, philosophers reveal the secrets of the universe for the betterment of entire humanity and mankind. This outstanding monument is a symbol of everlasting peace and a true epitome of the term Vishwaguru as envisaged by the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda. It's a matter of great pride that all the eminent speakers of this parliament express their sincere appreciation and admiration for the Vishwadharmi, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, for his vision, his dedication, his devotion, and his ingenuity in conceptualizing and designing and bringing to reality this magnificent monument, this World Peace Dome. And the last para, all of us who have assembled here from different states of India as well as from overseas feel that this magnificent World Peace Dome is the true symbol of Indian culture, tradition, and philosophy, and we sincerely express our keen desire that in the interest of our great country, Mother India, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad be accorded the nation's highest honor for his yeoman service to the mankind in the cause of establishing a culture of peace in this entire world. We would like to make a sincere appeal to the highest authorities of India to accord this due honor to Vishwadharmi, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, so as to enhance and elevate the name of our great country before the entire world. Thank you very much. If you support all these resolutions, may I request all to kindly raise your hand to show your affirmation in support of these resolutions. Wow, almost everyone. Hence, with the permission of the chairman of the organizing committee of the 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, it is declared that all these resolutions have unanimously been passed. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milind Patre, for bringing it to reality, a very, very important moment, the Pune Declaration. My friends, now it's time when I invite the founder and chief patron of MIRS MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University. Please put your hands together and welcome with a huge round of applause the UNESCO chair holder, revered Vishwadharmi, Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir.
Most esteemed and honorable Governor of Kerala, His Excellency Arif Muhammad Khan Sahab, and all the learned scholars, thinkers sitting in the audience and on the stage, making a mention of only two names, my revered Guru, who has been the divine inspiration in my life, Karve Guruji, and Vijay Bhatkar, and all other friends sitting on the dais. Friends, I can only say, truly it fills my heart with a sense of pride and pleasure when I stand before you, especially because of the presence of today's chief guest, who is a great scholar, thinker, philosopher, possibly, I don't know, in every field, either the law or even religion. He has been always topping the list. I don't know kitne prizes hai, gold medals hai, Aligarh se, university se, how many positions he has acquired in his life. but with a tremendous sense of commitment and a passion and the fire in the belly for the well-being of the mankind. आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब का यहाँ आना, इस संस्था को उन्होंने पहले दिन से ही आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं इतना कहूँगा, जिस बात का जिक्र हुआ, साइंस एंड स्पिरिचुअलिटी एंड फिलोसॉफी, all these three words, I am very more eager to listen to from his mouth. He is a very unique scholar, more than a politician, more than a great lawyer, a thinker, a philosopher. Whether it is Hinduism, Islam, Buddhism, Sikhism, you take any name. I have seen him, I have heard him before, but today possibly in this very hall, which is reverberating and giving an experience to all the people like you to really take up a pledge further and follow the unique path to promote the culture of peace as we have been trying to think all the time. मैं स्वयं ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा. I am more eager, really speaking, to listen to Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab. His Excellency is a position which has been just now being discussed, that he would certainly rise much, much above and may occupy in different higher positions. But the position he has acquired in the minds and hearts of people of India as a very unique person and a unique gentleman, not only thinker, philosopher, man of law, man of philosophy, man of religion, but with a tremendous passion and the fire in his belly to do something good for the nation, the Mother India. Vishwa Guru ki baat ho, we are promoting the culture of peace in the world through Mother India ho, ये मैं बोलूँगा, वो गवर्नर साहब है, मेरे भाई के नाते, we have been possibly destined to come together. And this today's historic event, which is being blessed by Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab, will certainly create an history in the future for which we have to commit ourselves and stand very firm and erect with all the decency, decorum and dignity, and with all the commitment and sincerity to our purpose of life. कहाँ से आए, क्या करना है, क्या पर्पस है, कहाँ जाना है, ये सारी बातों का जिक्र हुआ. लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि this Honorable Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab is a very unique person. I am not praising him. I am telling my friends and the friends sitting in the front that कभी तो सुनो, आज टाइम कितना मिलेगा पता नहीं, लेकिन जिस धर्म की बात चल रही है उस पर भी सुनो. सारे धर्मों के पंडित और शायद one person like Arif Mohammad Khan speaking on Hinduism itself, speaking on Islam, Holy Quran, Holy Bible, Holy Tripitak, or science and spiritual comfort of life. ये सारी बातों का जिक्र on this occasion of the valedictory function, the function to give a message to all of us, how and what way to proceed and lead the society in the right direction on the background of this coronavirus or the Ukraine-Russia war, which is giving a glimpse how horrifying it could be, and on that background giving a message of peace through the mouth of Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan is really most satisfying to me and to all of you. Friends, again I say it fills my heart with pleasure and pride and a tremendous satisfaction that whatever little efforts we have been trying to do have been on the right path. Education की बात हुई, ये body and the brain and the soul and the mind, अध्यात्म की भी बात हुई, जिसमें अध्यात्म का चिंतन थोड़ा सा बाजू रहा, लेकिन present modern day science and technology, advancement of biological, chemical, and all other horrifying things which are being developed, we need to change the direction to a certain extent and follow the most appropriate path. जिसमें यह अध्यात्म शास्त्र और वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगशाला की बात है। यह शब्द कभी शायद आया नहीं। आध्यात्मिक शास्त्र और वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगशाला, पता नहीं ये कैसे प्रयोगशाला होती है, जरा बात तो करो। आओ अकेले सामने खड़े हो जाओ, जीसस क्राइस्ट के सामने हो, बाबा बुल्ले शाह के सामने हो, गौतम बुद्धा के सामने हो, या प्रभु श्री राम पुरुषोत्तम, खड़े रह के देखो, बात होगी। लेकिन दिल तो चाहिए, मन तो चाहिए, श्रद्धा तो चाहिए, और श्रद्धा के सिवा ये नहीं होगा। मैं आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, स्वामी जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, सोलापुरकर सारे दोस्तों को। लेकिन आज ये कसम खाने का फिर से दिन है कि जीवन में कुछ करने का प्रयास है। भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने का ये नई दिशा है, और इस डोम, ये जो डोम बना है ज्ञानेश्वर तुकाराम के नाम पे, वैष्णव परंपरा का यह प्रतीक है। कभी जिंदगी में सोचा भी नहीं कि संत ज्ञानेश्वर और संत तुकाराम जैसे संत हो, एकनाथ हो, हमारे चोखा मेला हो, सारे वैष्णव परंपरा के लोग, अप टू गौतम बुद्धा, पंचशील की बात, ये सारा संदेश देता है कि भारत की दिशा क्या है। ज्ञान का दालन है और शांति का मार्ग है। सुख समाधान शांति के लिए कुछ करने की बात है। दुनिया देख रही है अपनी तरफ, भारत की तरफ बड़ी कुतूहल से देख रही है। तो मुझे लगता है कि वी विल ट्राई टू प्रूव दैट वी आर वर्दी ऑफ द कॉन्फिडेंस रिपोज्ड इन अस। पता नहीं, ये मेरे लिए ये संकल्प का दिन है। Whether I can do some my duty, the duty toward the father, the mother, the family, the nation, the society and the entire world. आरिफ मोहम्मद खान साहब ने एक बात कही थी मुझे कि जैसे डोम का तत्व क्या हो सकता है, मुझे याद आया, एकम सत विप्रा बहुधा वदंती, the truth is one and only one. The people called by different names like Ram, Rahim and Jesus and Christ, but it is his vision, his understanding, who gave me the guiding light to understand the essence and philosophy of these world religions and world peace dome. I bow down to him again. Thank you so much. कर्वे गुरुजी इकडे या जरा. कर्वे गुरुजी ना इकडे. राहुल, एक 2 मिनिटं आपली मी घेणार आहे. माझं कर्तव्य आहे की ज्याने कर्वे गुरुजी ने एक ना कि मेरा कोई फर्ज है भाई, इसलिए कर रहा हूं ये. कॉर्डलेस माइक देना भाई. एक माइक दे दो जैसा है. मित्रो, तुम्हाला जर आश्चर्य वाटलं असेल की या संस्थेचा चालक, प्रमुख ही अशी एखादी व्यक्ती पूज्य श्री कर्वे गुरुजी असं म्हणतात. मी त्यांचा प्रचारक नाही, माझं नातं नाही, फार जुना परिचय नाही, पण जीवनामध्ये कितीतरी आशीर्वाद घेतला. मी एक वाक्य सांगेन की आत्ता या घडीला जेवढे इथं 500,000 लोक बसले असतील, पण थेट पंडित नेहरूपासून, मोदींच्या पासून, नेहरू सगळ्यापासून सर्वांची 1 मिनिटामध्ये 1/2 मिनिट फक्त चेहरा पाहिला की तुमचा जन्म कोणत्या वेळेला, कोणत्या सेकंदाला, कोणत्या दिवशी, कोणत्या वारी आणि कोणत्या तारखेला झाला याचं पूर्णपणे गणित अर्ध्या मिनिटामध्ये सांगितलं जातं पाहिल्याबरोबर. हा प्रचार नाही, पण लक्षात ठेवा, जसं त्यांना तुमचा जन्म कधी झाला आणि काय झाला कळतो तसं शेवटही माहीत असतो, पण बोलत नाही. मला माहीत नाही माझ्या जीवनात हे का भेटले. हे जे विश्वदर्शन देवता मंदिर उभं राहिलं ते त्यांच्या शब्दातून उभं राहिलं. मला सांगितलं ही ती जागा आहे जिथं मी यज्ञ केला होता, पूर्वी पूजा केली होती, हे राजकपूरची भूमी असल्यामुळं. पण अनेक चमत्कार आहेत, पण उलट ते तुम्हाला 4 पैसे हातावर देतील, पैसा नाही घेणार. उलट तुम्हाला दक्षिणा देतील, नमस्कार करतील. आता ते एक मंत्र म्हणतील फक्त, बाकीचं तत्वज्ञान चिंतन बोलायचा विषय नाही आणि मी त्यांच्यावर म्हणणार आहे. नाही, बाकीचा वेळ घालवायचा नाही. गुरुजी फक्त इथून ते उचल बाबा, फक्त तुमचं 2 शब्दामध्ये सांगा.
सर्व मान्यवर व्यक्तींना माझा आदरपूर्वक सप्रेम नमस्कार. मी काही कोणी मोठा योगी तपस्वी नाही, मी साधा माणूस आहे. सगळं करता करविता परमेश्वरच असतो. एक मंत्र असा आहे, एका निर्गुण निराकार शक्तीने ज्या शक्तीला निर्माण केलं, रामदासांनी म्हटलेलं आहे, मुळा आरंभ तो निर्गुणाचा. त्या मारुतीने त्यांना दर्शन दिलं आणि सांगितलं होतं. आणि ती शक्ती निर्माण करून या सगळ्या विश्वाची उत्पत्ती झाली. आकाश, वायू, अग्नी, भूमी, पंचतत्व. त्या मंत्रामुळे सगळ्या देवता, सर्व धर्माचा आशीर्वाद लागतो. आपलाही नेम त्याच्यामध्ये येतो. तुमचा नेम सोडा असं मी सांगत नाही. आणि ज्योतिषशास्त्र एक मार्गदर्शन असतं, अति नादी लागू नये. कारण होणार आहे ते चुकत नाही, पण आराधनेमुळे कर्मातले भाग 80% कमी होतात, 100% होतात. जरी विज्ञान सायन्स किती पुढे गेलं तरी ईश्वरी शक्ती आहे. आणि कराड साहेबांच्यावर जी कृपा झाली ते मला अजून राहत नाही म्हणून मी सांगतो. 2007 साली दुपारच्या वेळेला मंदिरात, म्हणजे तो संजीवनी समाधीचा दिवस, आणि ती वेळ अशी होती की तिथे कोणी नव्हतं. आणि तिथून अशी आकृती आली समुदाय, आणि कराड साहेब माझ्याजवळ दिसत आहेत. आणि त्या शक्तीने दोन्ही हात कराड साहेबांच्या डोक्यावर ठेवले. आता ते डोक्यावर ठेवल्यावर आणि काय पाहिजे, सगळं ब्रह्मांडच मिळालं. आता वेळेच्या अभावी मी जास्त नाही सांगत. तर हा मंत्र तेवढा सर्वांनी करा. उभं राहून करायचं, सगळ्यांनी उभं राहा.
Can you stand up please for a minute? I request you, please, kindly stand up for a minute or two.
परमार्थाची पहिली पायरी आई वडील, ज्यांच्यामुळे आपण हे जग पाहिलं, तो पहिला गुरु. तर हा मंत्र सर्वांनी मोठ्याने म्हणा. ओम श्रीमातृदेवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्रीमान गुरुदेवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्री पितृदेवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्री पितृदेवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्री आचार्य देवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्री आचार्य देवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्री अतिथि देवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्री अग्निदेवताभ्यो नमः.
ओम श्री जय जय रघुवीर समर्थ.
ओम श्री जय जय रघुवीर समर्थ.
माझ्या निरंतर हृदयातल्या ईश्वरा त्रिभुवनातल्या पवित्र वस्तूतील परमेश्वरा दाही दिशेला असणाऱ्या परमेश्वरा सर्व जन्मातून सर्व धर्मातून सर्व देशातून 84,000 लक्ष कोटी जन्मातून कोट्यान कोटी त्रिवार साष्टांग नमस्कार. ओम श्री विश्वदर्शन देवतायै नमः.
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 ओम श्री विश्वदर्शन देवतायै नमः
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 ओम श्री विश्वदेवतायै नमः
ओम श्री विश्वदर्शन देवतायै नमः
ओम श्री विश्वदर्शन देवतायै नमः
ओम श्री जय जय रघुवीर समर्थ
ओम श्री जय जय रघुवीर समर्थ
कुंडली कवरदेव हरि विठ्ठल
श्री ज्ञानदेव
तुकाराम पंढरीनाथ भगवान की जय लक्ष्मी नारायण देव की जय
धन्यवाद
Thank you very much. And my friends, it's now time when I would request the chief guest of this session, His Excellency, Honorable Governor of State of Kerala, Honorable Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Honorable Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab.
Arif Mohammad Khan is an Indian politician currently serving as the Governor of Kerala. The former Union Minister has held several portfolios ranging from energy to civil aviation. He started his political career as a student leader as the President of Aligarh Muslim University Students' Union in the year 1972-73 and became a member of the Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh in 1977 at the age of 26. Arif Mohammad Khan is best known for opposing a bill passed in the Indian Parliament, the Muslim Personal Law Bill, and has always supported reformation within Muslims. He defended the Supreme Court judgment on the Shahbanu case in the Parliament, along with the Triple Talaq case in India, and stated that it should be punishable by law with 3 years behind the bars. He is actively involved in policy making and Islam reformation and has written various books and given multiple lectures. He is also associated with
Thank
the
you very
various
much. I think you too. Thank you. Let's put our hands together and welcome with a big round of applause His Excellency Honorable Shri Arif Mohammad Khan Sahab.
संसार विष विरक्षस्य दुई फले अमृतोपमे काव्य अमृत रसा स्वादा सल्लापा सज्जना ने सहा. Our tradition tells us that in this world full of poison, there are only on this tree, which has been compared with this world, has been described as a poisonous tree. But this tree yields 2 fruits of inimitable goodness, and they are when you enjoy the words of wisdom which come from scriptures, and when you enjoy the company of sajjans who are sitting here. You have been hearing to the experts of the subject since last 3 days. I am in no position to make any addition to that. But the reason I have come here is to pay my respect to Shri Vishwanath Karat. The worshipper of Ma Saraswati. You know, India, we just now, in your resolutions, there was a reference to Swami Vivekananda. The word Vishwaguru was used. This is not a hollow dream that speaks about our past. In 10th and 11th century, when the European Renaissance had not yet taken off, but the Middle East was brimming with great intellectual activities. And that period is called the Golden Age of Islam. Not because of the military conquest, because of the intellectual activities. And these intellectual activities started with the translation of Indian wisdom into Arabic. 7 books carried by a Pandit from Singh. One of them, Surya Siddhant, fascinated the imagination of the then ruler Mansur when few portions were translated and read out to him. And he appointed one Fazari with the help of this Kanak Pandit to translate it into Arabic. And that book became, from there it traveled to Spain. And from Spain it was translated into other European languages. And that book became basis of the space studies of Europe. Europe acknowledges it. It is not our claim. Europe acknowledges it. The book was named in Arabic as Hind. The Sanskrit name was Surya Siddhant. When translated into Arabic, it became, मुझे लगता है थोड़ा echo ज़्यादा है. Can you lower the echo? गाने के लिए ठीक है, स्पीच के लिए नहीं. हैं? अब बेटर और कम कर दीजिए. So, why I have mentioned it? Not to just feel proud of the fact, but to realize that these have been achievements in our past, then something went astray. And we lost that glory. And I often used to wonder, how come a country which was recognized as knowledge destination, you look at 10th, 11th century history written by Arab writers. Everyone has 8, 9, 10 volumes. Invariably, the first chapter is devoted to India. And they say there are 5 great civilizations in the world. Iranians are known for their majesty. Chinese known for their craftsmanship and obedience to law and rulers. Romans for their beauty. Turks for their bravery. And India is the only civilization which is known for promotion of knowledge and wisdom. This was recognized world over. Then what happened? Very difficult to find the answer. But there is answer in the speeches of Swami Vivekananda and more particularly Swami Ranganathananda, who was the head of the Ramakrishna mission till about 12, 13 years ago when he passed away. And he says that India has always been, we have been worshippers of Ma Saraswati. But over a period of time, particularly during the period of our fall and decline, we became villains of Saraswati. Khal. When we denied access to knowledge to our own people, and in the process our society was weakened. And when we became weak, we became conquerable. Now this renaissance, this realization started from Bengal. And the renaissance history of India tells us that from Bengal, it came to Maharashtra. Other states, it went later. But first Bengal and then Maharashtra. And I feel and believe, because I am coming to this Peace University since last more than how many years? You can tell me. 8, 9 years. And had the good fortune of meeting most of the people who are on the stage, and Guru Vittalji is sitting opposite, and so many other people, the family of Vishwanathji. And I'm not, don't think because I have been invited, therefore I'm praising him. No. But honestly, I see in Dr. Vishwanath continuity of that Renaissance tradition. When he is, as a true devotee of Ma Saraswati, he is taking education to the masses. Education is the only game changer. Education alone can help us to revive our past glory. Education alone. We often mention this. मुझे टाइम बता दीजिएगा कितनी देर हो गई बोलते हुए. We often use this term Vishwa Guru. This is the Vishwa Guru is not an upadhi. Vishwa Guru is something which a status which is earned by hard labor. Tapa swadhyay nirittam. Ever devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. Those who are ever devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, they are bound to be recognized as Guru. And if we as a society are devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, who in the world will deny us the status of Vishwa Guru? Nobody can. In fact, our rishis, they had envisaged this is not something which has come recently. No, they had envisaged. Before that, I will say, every individual has some special quality about him. Na aksharam mantrahinam, na moolam naushadham. Ayogya purusho nasti, yojak istatra durlabha. There is not a single syllable which does not have the power of a mantra. Not a single vegetation which does not have the power of medicine. Not a single human being who is devoid of qualities. Everybody has some quality in her or him. What is scarce is the yojaka who can find out that quality and put it to proper use. Everybody has that quality. And in fact, because I referred to Swami Ranganathananda, so here I must also refer to an Upanishadic dialogue. Question was raised, what is tapa? Many answers are given, they are documented, but the answer which received universal acceptance was, tapa is swa adhyay plus pirvachan. First acquire knowledge by hard study, hard work, by making your nights illuminated, burning, what they say, burning lamp, burning night lamp. Ever devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. And then, after you get, you yourself, you feel satisfied with your progress. I am not saying you have completely received education, because this process continues till last breath. मरते दम तक, होश संभालने से लेके मरते दम तक शिक्षा की प्रक्रिया जारी रहनी चाहिए. तो फिर क्या? That is why I am modifying that when you satisfied that you are progressing and you are moving towards the acquisition of knowledge, then a desire is created in the heart. And the desire is to share the accumulated knowledge with others. So, swa adhyay plus pirvachan. That is the Indian tradition. We deviated from it, and we have seen the result. If we revive that tradition, then we will be what our ancient rishis had envisaged. They saw India as powerhouse of knowledge. Etad desha parshu tasya sakashad agraj anmana swam sam charitram shiksheran prithviyam sarvam anava. They envisaged an India where scholars from all over the world will come to learn what? Not Indian traditions. They will come to learn Swam Charitram. They will come to learn their own traditions in India. So when you can become Vishwaguru? When somebody 10 minutes और बोल सकते. When they come to learn their own tradition, what does it mean? That we will have erudite teachers, accomplished teachers. And these teachers will attract students from, say, Europe to come here to increase their knowledge of Christianity. They will attract the Arab students to come here and learn about Islam, learn about Judaism, and don't just keep confined to it. Because Indian tradition does not make a distinction between science and spirituality, or secularism and spirituality. Rather, if you look at the system, Indian system, it is the secular life, it is the worldly life which grows into spirituality. We travel from brahmacharya to grihastha ashram to vanprasth to sannyas. You have to live your life in a way. In fact, the most important ashram, brahmacharya, grihastha ashram, because other three ashrams for their sustenance depend on grihastha ashram. And what our tradition tells us, how to live the grihastha ashram? Brahma nishtho grihastha syat tat gyan prayana yad yat karma pirkirvita tad brahmani samarpayet. Every action must done as if you are offering your devotion to your deity. If you cultivate that sense of values, and if we follow what has been prescribed by our tradition, is there any possibility that whatever we may be doing in our worldly life, is there any possibility that we will, while performing our duties, doing our dharma, dharma is not dharma, we have understood it, so much injustice has been done to this world. Dharma is not religion, dharma is acting right, performance of your duty diligently, with all devotion. Now, is there any possibility that one can think of deviating or not working honestly, performing the duties honestly? There is no possibility then. And therefore, Indian tradition, in fact, there is a line, Gyan, if you want to live a successful life, then it has been asserted, Gyan Vigyan Sahitam. And Gyan has been divided into the categories where avidya is not ignorance, but it has been divided into paravidya, aparavidya. The vidya, the knowledge, which helps you to live in prosperity in this world, and the knowledge which helps you to attain moksha. They both go together. Yato abhyudya nishreyasa siddhi iti dharma. Dharma is which helps you to live this life successfully. Abhyudya and nishreyasa. You know, what is going to happen after death is a question which has always fascinated man's imagination. Rather, it sets the imagination on fire. And in our tradition, I think the purpose was to set our imagination on fire and get into all kind of studies, including science, including the spiritual knowledge, knowing myself, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi. When the Veda declared, Iyam visrishtiryat abho, yadiva dadhe yadivana, yo asya adhyaksha parme vyomantaso, angved yadivana ved. Now if you read it literally, it means that who is the creator of this universe? Who is running the affairs of this universe? The God who is sitting above, is he running the affairs? Has he created? Or even he does not know who has created it and who is running it? Now the purpose definitely was not to create disbelief. The purpose was to set your imagination on fire. You devote yourself to study the subject, try to know it. And if you go deep into the subject, then what is that except pursuit of science? Scientific knowledge. When you try to know the nature of things, that is what science is all about. And elsewhere, it has been said, Avyakta Dini Bhutani Vyakta Madhyani Bharat. Shri Krishna is telling Arjuna that it is only, we do not know, nobody knows about the beginning and nobody knows about the end. It is only the middle part which is known to us. इसी को बहुत मैं मानता हूँ इसी का एक तरह से it's only a translation because it has come much later. माज़ा आगाज़ो अंजाम जहां बेखबरें अव्वलो आखिर ई किताब कोहना उस्ताद अस्त. The first page, this is an ancient book. The first and the last page are missing. We only know the book in between. So if the nature has left the beginning and the end unspecified and unclarified, it is bound to create curiosity, and it is bound, the man is bound to not only to develop that curiosity, but try to find an answer. And that attempt to find the middle part, that is science. The beginning and the end, which is not known to us, which is mysterious, is spirituality. Man cannot live without both of them, so I compliment you, sir, for choosing this subject, and I hope that the deliberations of the last 3 days will create many more devotees of Ma Saraswati who will pursue this subject, who will try to figure out these mysteries, and who will contribute, who will help in making India revive its glorious knowledge tradition and become Vishwa Guru again. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Let's rise in our seats with a big round of applause for His Excellency Shri Arif Muhammad Khan Sahab. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out and being here with us today to share your words of wisdom. Thank you very much. After this, of course, it's time that I request the Pro-Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Milind Pandey, to propose vote of thanks, but I would like to request all the students to be seated till National Anthem. Please be seated in the dignity and decorum of the program and the National Anthem. May I request you to please be seated.
Thank you. I am here to propose vote of thanks, and trust me, I will take only 3 minutes. On this occasion of 8th World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. एक शायर ऐसा कहता है, किसी ने फूल से पूछा कि तूने तो दी खुशबू, तुझे क्या मिला? किसी ने फूल से पूछा, तूने तो दी खुशबू, तुझे क्या मिला? फूल ने बड़ा अच्छा जवाब दिया, देने के बदले लेना ट्रेंड है, और जो देकर भी कुछ नहीं मांगता उसका नाम डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड है. I would like to thank all the guests, all the speakers who spoke across the 9 sessions. In this World Parliament, we had 9 plenary sessions, inaugural and valedictory, total 11 sessions, 63 speakers, more than 3,000 delegates, the students and delegates from all the universities across MIT group of institutions. It was a great auspicious program where we had a Vishwarpana ceremony. Lokarpan has been done in 2018. The Vishwarpan ceremony of philosopher Saint Shri Gyaneshwara, Saint Shri Tukaram Maharaj, World Peace Prayer Hall, the world largest peace dome. We also had a public dedication ceremony of Srimad Bhagavad Gita Gyan Bhavan, flagging off the mission to distribute 1.25 lakh books, volumes of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Let me tell you, my friends, we had the speakers from USA, UK, Canada, and Germany. Many they spoke online, many they came physically and spoke from this dais. This World Parliament in this dome was the 5th World Parliament. As I mentioned, 2018, this World Peace Dome inaugurated by His Excellency, Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Venkaiah Naidu. Then we had 2019, 20, 21, and 22. I would like to thank the Chairman Organizing Committee, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir. I would like to thank the Chairman Advisory Committee, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar sir, and the very own concept of this World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, the father of MIT Group of Institutions, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir. I also would like to thank the Executive President, Sri Rahul Karad sir of MIT World Peace University, the Executive President of MIT ADT, Dr. Mangesh Karad sir. I would like to thank, when we inaugurated this conference on the first day, I would like to thank Dada Idate, the National Chairman. He blessed all of us. And today, we have His Excellency, the Governor of Kerala, Honorable Sri Arif Mohammad Khan sir. I remember on the second day, the Governor of Maharashtra, His Excellency Sri Bhagat Singh Koshiya ji, he came. He blessed all of us, did the Vishwarpan of this Srimad Bhagavad Gita Jnan Bhavan. I said I will finish in 3 minutes, just give me one minute. I would like to thank Honorable Sri Riteshwar ji Maharaj, Anandapit Vruddhavan, Param Pujya Sri Karve Guruji, Dr. Priyanka Upadhyay ji, famous Bollywood star Rahul Solapurkar ji, and today's awardee, Dr. Sanjay Upadhyay. मैं बस एक चीज आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगा। किसी ने ऐसा कहा है गवर्नर साहब कि हरे भरे पेड़ पर सूखी डाली नहीं होती, मुस्कुराते ओठों पर कभी गाली नहीं होती, जो बंदा झुक जाए प्रभु राम के चरणों में उसकी झोली कभी खाली नहीं होती। ये इतना सब कुछ दिया है। वेरियस मार्वलस आर्किटेक्चर्स, द 9 प्रिंसिपल्स, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, all religious scriptures, they are nothing but the life guiding scriptures. India will become the Vishwaguru. And so many, the 9 principles enunciated, which we called as the Vishwanath Tattva, Vishwanath Principles. That book was inaugurated some 1 year back. And on the top of it, और मैं अपने वाणी को विराम दूंगा, Dr. Karad sir never claimed that he is the doer of this world peace dome, but he always used to submit that he is the instrument in making this happen and perform his duty as assigned by Almighty God. I would like to thank all the MIT World Peace University Committee members and MIT Art Design Technology Committee members for their wholehearted support. There were 36 committees who worked day and night, 24/7, beyond and above, to make this conference a great success. And I would like to thank all the my student friends, for your patient listening to the discussions and deliberations from this dais. Please have a great clapping for yourself. मैं अपनी बात को ख़त्म करना चाहूँगा कि ये विश्व शांति डोम का, ये गुंबद का जो विश्वार्पण हुआ है, आज हम रशिया, यूक्रेन बहुत कुछ सीखने जा रहे हैं. हम वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की बात कर रहे हैं. ये वर्ल्ड पीस, ये शांति का प्रचार, विचार, आचार और प्रसार की आज बहुत ज़रूरत है. वक्त कम है, जितना दम है लगा दो. वक्त कम है, जितना दम है लगा दो. कुछ लोगों को आप जगाओ, कुछ लोगों को हम जगाए. कुछ लोगों को तुम जगाओ, कुछ लोगों को हम जगाए. I would like to thank all the media, print media and electronic media for this occasion. Thank you all the dignitaries present on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milind Pandey sir. I would like to quickly make one announcement that after this session, all the students and everyone in the audience is requested to assemble outside on the stairs for a beautiful photograph with all the dignitaries. So I request everyone to assemble on the main staircase of the World Peace Dome. I request everyone to rise in their seats for national anthem. The buses would depart from the parking place because of the protocol immediately after the function. I request once again, may I have your attention please? All the students and staff members are requested to assemble on the main staircase of the World Peace Dome, which is right outside this main gate, to have a beautiful photograph with all the dignitaries on the dais. So I request everyone to quickly assemble for the photograph immediately after the national anthem. May we have the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की. Thank you very much. I request once again all the student friends to please assemble on the main staircase of the World Peace Dome for and we would now, after this, I request everyone to please let the doors be opened properly first. Please let them open the doors properly first.